Chapter 606. Li Wangyu was too lazy to respond to the Yangzhou emissary's dissatisfied questioning. He turned around and prepared to leave. The emissaries of the Tang dynasty were usually assassins or other high-ranking local officials. Their main purpose was to represent the province in participating in various ceremonial activities, dealing with local officials' examinations, bringing local tributes into the capital to participate in the imperial examinations, and conveying the will of the province. The Yangzhou emissary was a different one from Yangzhou, a lower fifth-rank official. Seeing that Li Wangyu was about to leave, the Yangzhou imperial envoy was still unwilling to let him go. He raised his voice and asked, "Dare I ask County Count Hu, is there any flaw in the river heart mirror that my Yangzhou offered that made County Count Hu laugh? County Count Hu, please give me some pointers." His words naturally attracted the attention of many people in the hall. Even Pai Lupi, who was on the imperial staircase, looked over to see what was going on. Li Wangyu originally didn't want to be nosy. His laughter had nothing to do with the river heart mirror that Yangzhou had offered. However, the Yangzhou emissary's unwillingness to let it go made him a little annoyed. Li Wangyu turned around and smiled faintly. "This river heart mirror is very good. The workmanship is exquisite. This is a mirror with 4 bronze statues surrounding it. They have different postures and a unique charm. It can be said that it is cast in Guangling City, and the water caltrop flower comes out of a box." However, Li Wangyu's words of praise made the Yangzhou imperial envoy nod his head repeatedly, thinking that Li Wangyu was apologizing in disguise. In particular, the phrase, "cast in Guangling City," and "the water caltrop flower comes out of a box," made him so happy that his eyebrows jumped. However, Li Wangyu's, but made the smile on his face freeze again. "However what?" Li Wangyu raised his eyebrows. "However, you seem to have forgotten what the bronze mirror is used for." "Oh. What does County Count Hu mean?" The Yangzhou emissary didn't understand. Li Wangyu was just about to answer that the most basic function of a mirror was to see people clearly, but just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw Pai Lupi on the royal stairs and couldn't help but have a mischievous thought. "If you use bronze as a mirror, you can fix your clothes. If you use ancient times as a mirror, you can know the rise and fall. If you use people as a mirror, you can see the gains and losses." Li Wangyu said seriously, "Do you still not understand the use of bronze mirrors?" What he said was purely a joke. This was because the original author of these words was Pai Lupi himself. These words were spoken by Pai Lupi after Wei Zheng's death in the 17th year of Jianghu. In the end, it was shamelessly plagiarized by Li Wangyu. The Yangzhou imperial envoy was startled by Li Wangyu's words. County Count Huxian's words seemed to be very pretentious. If you use bronze as a mirror, history as a mirror, and people as a mirror, it was a very thorough summary. The surrounding officials were also shocked by Li Wangyu's words and began to lower their heads to ponder the meaning. When Li Er, who was on the imperial staircase, heard this, he quickly walked down the imperial staircase, extremely excited. "Good. Ziyu's words have touched the bottom of my heart. If you use bronze as a mirror, you can fix your clothes. If you use ancient times as a mirror, you can know the rise and fall. If you use people as a mirror, you can see the gains and losses. These 3 mirrors are truly wonderful." Li Wangyu secretly laughed in his heart. Wasn't Pai Lupi just saying nonsense? You said it yourself. I'm just helping you say it in advance. "Me too, bring paper and brush." Pai Lupi repeated it a few times, but he still felt that it wasn't enough. He immediately called for Mitua to bring paper and brush and wrote down the words himself. "Good. Ziyu's words are very good. Mitua, frame these words for me and hang them in the legislative hall. I want to study them every day and reflect on myself 3 times. Pai Lupi continued to instruct. Seeing how Pai Lupi praised Li Wangyu so much, the officials in the hall all revealed expressions of admiration. This County Count Huxian was truly amazing. Just a casual sentence could attract the attention of the saint. He was truly a genius. And since Pai Lupi admired his words so much, the officials naturally remembered them and planned to study them carefully when they returned. Li Wangyu didn't expect that he had just played a prank on Pai Lupi and pirated his words in advance. He had actually acted pretentious. Pai Lupi finished admiring his words and waved for Mitua to put it away. Then he smiled and looked at Li Wangyu. Ziyu, don't worry about it. Since you said that you can use the bronze as a mirror, you can use it to fix clothes. Then let me ask you, what's the problem with Yangzhou's river heart mirror? Only then did the Yangzhou imperial envoy realize that he had been fooled by Li Wangyu's words. He was still thinking about using history as a mirror and using people as a mirror. He had forgotten to ask Li Wangyu what the words had to do with the use of the bronze mirror. After being reminded by Pai Lupi, the Yangzhou imperial envoy came back to his senses. He looked at Li Wangyu. Count Huxian, what you said just now was thought-provoking. I admire you very much. But what does this have to do with the use of the bronze mirror? What's wrong with my Yangzhou's tribute mirror? Li Wangyu chuckled. If you use the bronze mirror, you can fix clothes, but the key is that it has to be clear. But when I look at the Yangzhou tribute mirror, the surface of the mirror is not very clear. It makes people blurry. How can I fix clothes? His words immediately made the Yangzhou imperial envoy anxious. Count Huxian, how dare you humiliate my Yangzhou tribute mirror? Take a look at the bronze mirrors in this hall. Are there any that are clearer than the ones from Yangzhou? His words were not wrong. Of the hundreds of bronze mirrors in the hall, the Yangzhou tribute mirror was the best. Not only was the workmanship exquisite, but the surface of the mirror was also polished the brightest. Li Wangyu nodded. That's right. In terms of the bronze mirrors in the hall, the Yangzhou tribute mirror is the best. But the Yangzhou imperial envoy rolled his eyes. As expected, it was, but again, he directly asked, but what? But compared to the mirror that I prepared to present to His Majesty, it is far inferior. Li Wangyu's words made the Yangzhou imperial envoy anxious. Count Huxian, be careful with your words. Does Ru En dare to boast like this? Even Pai Lupi could not help but shake his head. Zio, don't boast like this. In Chang'an, you really can't find a better craftsman than Yangzhou. Where are you going to make a better bronze mirror than the Yangzhou tribute mirror? Qingyao Jin, this old man, also did not mind the commotion. He came over and said, Wahahaha, Zio, I don't believe your words. But since you said so, you must have some confidence. Then quickly present the bronze mirror that you presented to His Majesty. I will judge it and see how it compares to the Yangzhou tribute mirror. Qing Yaojin's words made the officials in the hall nod. Even Pai Lupi nodded slightly, indicating that Li Wangyu could present his bronze mirror first. In response, Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. Since Uncle Cheng has said so, then this little nephew will present his bronze mirror. May Uncle and everyone else take a look and see how it compares to this river heart mirror. Not long after, a shocking scene appeared. The bronze mirrors of the Tang dynasty were about the same size. The largest bronze mirror that was unearthed in the future was the large doublefish pattern bronze mirror. It was only 43 centimeters in diameter and weighed 12 kilograms. After all, a large amount of copper was needed to make a bronze mirror. In addition to the limitations of the manufacturing process, it was impossible to make a bronze mirror that was too large. As for the bronze mirror that Li Wangyu had prepared to present to Li Er, it was carried into the main hall by several palace attendants with great effort. The size of the mirror gave everyone a shock. Chapter 607. A few eunuchs laboriously carried a bronze mirror that was as tall as a person and covered in a red cloth into the hall, shocking everyone present. Qing Yaojin was dumbfounded, and only after a while did he say, Zio, is this the bronze mirror you prepared to present to His Majesty? Why is it so big? The Yangzhou imperial envoy burst out laughing, this is the first time I've seen such a large bronze mirror. Count Huxian is truly amazing. I wonder how such a large bronze mirror is polished. The most important part of making a bronze mirror was polishing the mirror. Using lead, tin, and mercury to make mirror polishing powder, and then manually polishing the mirror until it was bright enough to reflect a person was not easy. This was also the reason why there would not be a large number of bronze mirrors. Moreover, because of the materials used to make them, the bronze mirror would oxidize after a while, and the mirror would gradually become dim. At this time, the mirror would need to be polished again. The mirror's original brightness is obscured by dust. Through polishing, its brightness is revealed. This was referring to polishing the bronze mirror. The bronze mirror that Li Wangyu had presented was not only squarish, but it was also shockingly large. A mirror that was as tall as a person was not much different from a full-length mirror in the modern world. Just looking at the general shape of the mirror covered in red cloth made everyone shake their heads, feeling that Li Wangyu was just messing around. Li Wangyu did not explain to everyone's doubts. He chuckled, walked up, and pulled away the red cloth covering the bronze mirror. When the red cloth was pulled away, revealing the bronze mirror underneath, everyone in Taiji Palace gasped. The commotion was so great that Li Wangyu wondered if all the oxygen in the hall had been sucked dry by Pai Lupi and the others. The clear reflection of the mirror seemed to have been immobilized, and everyone in the hall was frozen in place. Everyone who saw the mirror froze on the spot, as if they had lost their souls. Their eyes were fixed on the bronze mirror, and they didn't even blink. The hall instantly became deathly silent, and it was extremely strange. Behind Pai Lupi, there was an eunuch holding a horsetail whisk in his hand. Because he was too frightened, the whisk in his hand slipped out of his hand without him even noticing. The dust fell to the ground with a crisp sound, waking everyone up abruptly. Qing Yaojin grabbed Li Wangyu's arm and said, Zio, you tell me clearly. What is this? Is it an immortal treasure? Li Wangyu was grabbed by him forcefully and was in great pain. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Uncle Cheng, let go. It hurts. This is the bronze mirror that your nephew is offering to His Majesty. How could it be an immortal treasure? Uncle Cheng, please don't make trouble. If it's not an immortal treasure, how could there be such a clear bronze mirror? After Qing Yaojin finished speaking, he moved closer to the mirror and carefully examined his own appearance. This is the first time that I, old Cheng, have seen myself so clearly. Pai Lupi strode over and pushed Qing Yaojin, who was in front of the bronze mirror, to the side. He stood in front of the bronze mirror and looked left and right. In Li Wangyu's eyes, the Pai Lupi at this moment was like a girl who was shopping in the future, standing in front of a full-length mirror and admiring her own graceful figure. He was just as narcissistic. Not only Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin, but all the officials in the hall also rushed over and stood behind Pai Lupi. Even though they could only see a little of their own appearance behind Pai Lupi's figure in the mirror, it was enough to make all the officials of the imperial court intoxicated. It was no wonder that Pai Lupi and these officials lost their composure. It was really because the bronze mirror that Li Wangyu offered was too shocking. It was almost no different from the clarity of the full-length mirror in the future. When had they ever seen such an exaggerated bronze mirror? The silver surface of the mirror clearly reflected everyone's appearance. It was so clear that even the pores on each person's face could be seen clearly. This bronze mirror was naturally made by Li Wangyu using the methods of the future. When Li Wangyu said that he wanted to make a mirror and present it to Pai Lupi, his beautiful superior snorted disdainfully at his whimsical ideas. The reason was very simple. There was no glass. In her opinion, to make a mirror that could be seen clearly in the future, glass was necessary. However, to make a mirror, glass wasn't necessarily necessary. The reason why mirrors in the future were made of glass was mainly because glass was the cheapest to make. The principle behind a mirror's image was very simple. The surface was smooth and had the ability to reflect light. The refraction of light was based on the principle of reflection. However, glass itself didn't have the ability to reflect light. Glass was only translucent. Therefore, whether or not a mirror was clear and could form an image had nothing to do with the use of glass. Using glass was firstly because it was cheap. Secondly, because of the smoothness of glass, it was easy to coat it with a film to form a mirror surface. Thirdly, the glass itself could protect the mirror surface. Mirrors in the future were usually made by adding a layer of reflective coating on the opposite side of the glass. In fact, the mirror surface that we see is the reflection of the light from the coating, not the glass itself. Therefore, using the same principle, Li Wangyu only needed to coat the copper mirror with the coating and the effect would be the same. Early mirrors were made by covering the glass with a layer of tinfoil and then pouring mercury. The mercury would dissolve the tinfoil and form a tin amalgam. The tin amalgam would adhere to the glass and form a mirror surface. Finally, a layer of red paint would be painted on the back of the mirror to protect the mirror surface. When Li Wangyu was young, the back of the mirrors at home were painted with red paint. It was made using this method. The bronze mirror that he presented to Pai Lupi was the same. The difference was that he didn't use tinfoil. Instead, he used silver. The mercury dissolved the silver and formed a silver amalgam. When the silver amalgam was plated on the smooth surface of the bronze mirror, it formed a shiny silver mirror surface. The reason why he used silver was because the silver amalgam was brighter and had better reflection. The reason why he used tin in the future was even simpler. It was cheap. If he used silver to make a mirror, not many people would be able to afford it. However, Li Wangyu didn't lack money. Naturally, he made a shiny silver mirror and presented it to Pai Lupi. Of course, Li Wangyu didn't think of this method on his own. It was the wisdom of the ancestors of China. In the Ming Dynasty's book, Tiangong Kaiwu, there was a record of using this method to make a mirror. Mercury can dissolve gold and silver into mud. It is like plating. The effect was no different from the mirrors in the future. Of course, the silver amalgam was also poisonous. However, as long as it was not swallowed, there would be no effect. The effect of the mirror made with this method was also surprisingly good. This unprecedentedly huge mirror directly stunned the emperors and ministers of the Tang dynasty. They all stood in front of the huge mirror in a daze. As for the Yangzhou imperial envoy, he had lost the ability to speak. He turned his head stiffly to look at the dim Yangzhou imperial tribute mirror and then looked at the huge mirror in front of him. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. He really didn't know how to express his feelings at this time. After a long time, Pai Lupi seemed to come back to his senses. He said in a low voice, "Zio, your bronze mirror is really a divine artifact. I like it very much." Qing Yaojin, Fang Xianling, and the other big shots all looked at Li Wangyu with envy. Their eyes were full of naked resentment. They also wanted a mirror like this. Chapter 608. At Pai Lupi's birthday banquet, the original process of each province offering bronze mirrors and hundreds of officials offering bronze mirrors was all disrupted by Li Wangyu's shocking bronze mirror. With this bronze mirror in front of them, the other hundreds of bronze mirrors instantly became trash. Pai Lupi, who had always been fond of bronze mirrors, no longer had the slightest interest in them. Pai Lupi stood in front of the bronze mirror for a long time before reluctantly giving up his position to let the officials see it. After all, he also knew that this bronze mirror was a gift from Li Wangyu. In the future, he could use it however he wanted. Today, he had to let the officials in the hall enjoy it first. In order to not let anyone accidentally break this precious bronze mirror, Pai Lupi waved at Mitua and motioned him to arrange a few eunuchs to guard the bronze mirror, in case it was accidentally broken. "Yes, everyone, don't worry. If there is the slightest accident with this bronze mirror, you will cut off this servant's head." Mitua, as the provincial supervisor of the Department of Eunuchs, had seen all kinds of good things. However, the bronze mirror that Li Wangyu presented to Mitua had really frightened him. If he didn't have to serve Pai Lupi, Mitua would have picked up his Xiao Dao and guarded the bronze mirror. In order to seize the opportunity to look at the mirror, the top officials of the Tang dynasty almost fought over it. The old gangster shamelessly took advantage of his strength to seize the first opportunity to look at his own full-body portrait. The other dukes like Yuchi Jingda were not as thick-skinned as this guy, so they could only obediently run to the back of the line. Just like the rush to buy train tickets during the Spring Festival in the future, the officials and dukes of the Tang dynasty, according to their official ranks, consciously lined up in front of the mirror, ready to look at it one by one. Even the Yangzhou imperial envoy ran to line up with a thick face. As for his previous questioning of Li Wangyu, he no longer dared to mention it. Although Qing Yaojin had snatched the first place and was flirting with the mirror for a long time, before he had his fill, he was chased away by the group of big shots behind him, lest he monopolize the bronze mirror all by himself. No matter how thick-skinned the old man was, he could not withstand the mockery of the officials and could only helplessly dodge. Zhang Sun Wuji, who was behind him, immediately went forward and looked around in the mirror, tidying up his clothes. Li Wangyu was speechless at these country bumpkins, who had never seen the world. Wasn't it just a mirror? Was it necessary? However, the behavior of this group of big shots made Li Wangyu rather satisfied. Even this group of men had such a reaction. Then, what would the noblewomen and young ladies of the Tang dynasty be when they saw this mirror? How much do you think a mirror like this would sell for? I think it's at least 2,000 strings of copper coins. 2,000 strings of copper coins is the cost. Starting from 4,000 strings of copper coins, don't think it's expensive and not give a discount. You have to study the customer's shopping psychology. Customers who are willing to pay 2,000 strings of copper coins for a mirror don't care about paying another 2,000 strings of copper coins. Do you know what a successful person is? Successful people buy whatever they want. They buy the most expensive one, not the best one. Therefore, our slogan for making bronze mirrors is not to ask for the best, but to ask for the most expensive. Li Wangyu couldn't help but think of the classic lines from the movie Big Shot, which amused him. The reason why he spent so much effort to make this bronze mirror plated with silver amalgam was, of course, not just to show off or to please Pai Lupi. He wanted to rely on this bronze mirror to add another business to his family. Today, using Pai Lupi's birthday banquet as an excuse to present this bronze mirror with great fanfare, it was better to say that it was Li Wangyu's advertising and marketing activity. Of course, this idea was also given to him by his beautiful boss. Now, it seemed that the effect was surprisingly good. When the silver-plated bronze mirror appeared, it caused all the officials to lose their composure. It could be said that it was a great success. Li Wangyu moved to Pai Lupi's side and whispered, "Uncle, are you satisfied with this bronze mirror?" Pai Lupi's face was naturally full of smiles. "Great. Zio, I didn't expect that you would give me such a bronze mirror." "Good, it's really too good. Let me ask you, do you still have this bronze mirror? You mustn't forget about your aunt." Li Wangyu was speechless. This guy actually still wanted it, and he even used Empress Jiangsuan's name. Shameless. Li Wangyu smiled. "Uncle, the bronze mirror is naturally not a problem, but uncle, are you willing to do a business with me?" "Oh. What business?" Li Wangyu pouted at the bronze mirror, "Selling bronze mirrors." "Hee, uncle, you see, all the officials love this bronze mirror. If we sell this kind of bronze mirror, do you think we can make a profit?" Pai Lupi couldn't help but open his eyes wide. "Zio, you mean to say that this bronze mirror can be manufactured in batches? How much will it cost?" "Of course it can. Such a large bronze mirror is not easy to manufacture, but it's not difficult to make a smaller one. As for the cost, yes, a bronze mirror of this size will cost about 20 to 30 strings of coins." Li Wangyu pointed at the bronze mirrors that the various provinces had offered as tribute. Pai Lupi was very surprised when he heard this. "Zio, are you wrong? According to what I know, these tribute mirrors cost no less than 100 strings of coins. Why is your bronze mirror so cheap?" In response to Pai Lupi's confusion, Li Wangyu smiled. "Uncle, this is not strange. These tribute mirrors need to be refined repeatedly, and they also need to use manpower to grind the surface of the mirror. It takes time, effort, and labor, so the cost is naturally high. Nephew's method of making mirrors does not need to be so troublesome." Pai Lupi's eyes lit up, and he lowered his voice. "If that's the case, the profit from making mirrors is quite high. In my opinion, selling this bronze mirror for 1,000 strings of coins is not a problem at all. Zio, you can discuss this matter with your aunt." "I approve." Li Wangyu naturally nodded. Needless to say, this was a good business that could bring in a lot of money every day. Pai Lupi had no reason to refuse. After the disturbance caused by Li Wangyou's mirror, the banquet that was supposed to start at noon could only continue after 2 hours. The palace musicians began to play again to liven up the atmosphere. As for the bronze mirror, Pai Lupi instructed Tuo to carefully move it back to the legislative hall. After the banquet started again, the Yangzhou imperial envoy raised his wine cup and walked in front of Li Wangyu. He bowed, "County Count Hu, I have offended you before. Please forgive me." The bronze mirror made by County Count Hu is truly a work of the gods. My Yangzhou River Heart mirror cannot compare to it. I am truly ashamed. Li Wangyu was someone who went along with the temper of a donkey. Seeing the Yangzhou imperial envoy bow his head and admit defeat, he naturally would not harp on it. Both sides drank the wine in their cups, and this matter was considered over. Pai Lupi suddenly thought of something, and called Li Wangyu to his side. "Zio, I was almost fooled by you, you little bastard. Let me ask you, where are the 300 palace maids you borrowed from me?" "Hee, uncle, it's 227. This nephew reported to uncle a few days ago that the 73 palace maids, made a mistake and were punished by this nephew to get married." Pai Lupi saw that he still dared to say this and was so angry that he almost kicked him off the royal stairs. "Good. Then 227. Where are they? I want to see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeve. If you dare to fool me, you will go to the imperial prison yourself today." Li Wangyu secretly curled his lips. This guy who burned the bridge after crossing the river was too stingy. He had just taken his bronze mirror, and now he was turning hostile. Wasn't it just 73 palace maids? He actually threatened to send him to the imperial prison. He really didn't know how to act like a son. "Uncle, how can this nephew fool you?" Today I would like to invite uncle to take a look at the congratulatory gift this nephew has prepared for you." Li Wangyu gestured to Tuo, indicating that they could begin. If he wanted to cause trouble in Taiji Palace, he naturally could not avoid Tuo, the imperial eunuch. After watching the performance of the palace maids, Tuo was also quite shocked. Naturally, he was willing to cooperate fully. Tuo even acted on his own initiative and hid it from Pai Lupi in order to give Pai Lupi a surprise at today's birthday banquet. Seeing Li Wangyou's gesture, Tuo nodded and gestured to the imperial eunuchs in Taiji Palace. Chapter 609. Taiji Palace was the largest main palace in Taiji Palace. The entire palace was 40 feet above the ground. Looking from afar, Taiji Palace stood against the blue sky, tall and majestic, and breathtaking. There were 3 dragon tail paths in front of the palace, which were stairs leading to the palace from the ground. The dragon tail paths were divided into 3 levels. The middle and lower levels were the passages for officials to go to court, and the top level was deep into Taiji Palace, forming a 2-story corridor inside Taiji Palace. Every day during the court meeting, the imperial censor and the imperial censor would stand at the railings of the upper corridor to supervise the officials in the palace below. Today was Pai Lupi's birthday banquet. Naturally, there were no imperial censors standing at the second-floor corridor of Taiji Palace to supervise on the dragon tail path. Following Tuo's signal, the musicians in the palace immediately changed the music they were playing to the cheerful music of the western region's Chutsi style. Chutsi music was known for its enthusiasm and excitement. The so-called sonorous and deafening was the music that the Tangs liked very much. Chutsi dance was also very popular in the Tang dynasty. The Dunhuang Mogao grottos, Yungang grottos, and Longmen grottos all originated from Chutsi dance. Chutsi dance was also praised as the song and dance of the heavenly palace. Li Wangyu had seen the variety show, Poetry Next Door, in his previous life. In it, Gurimina's Chutsi dance was really beautiful. After coming to the Tang dynasty, he had seen the graceful figure of the Chutsi dance with his own eyes. However, it was obvious that the program he had prepared for Pai Lupi today was not the Chutsi dance. This Chutsi dance was just very suitable for the palace maids when the beautiful superior rehearsed the program for them. Hearing the Chutsi dance, Pai Lupi couldn't help but glance at Li Wangyu beside him. "Zio, Chutsi dance is nothing new." Hee hee, uncle, you'll know if you keep watching. Li Wangyu didn't explain. Accompanied by the Qiuzi dance music, dozens of palace maids in Qiuzi dance costumes danced from the Dragon Tail path in front of Taiji Palace to the second-floor corridor of Taiji Palace. This also attracted the attention of the officials in the hall. Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingde cheered loudly as they watched. It was so satisfying. However, Pai Lupi snorted discontentedly and said, "Humph, you still say it's not a Qiuzi dance? Do you think I'm blind?" He felt that when Li Wangyu said that he wanted to borrow 300 palace maids to prepare a birthday banquet for him, it was just a cover-up. He was using this as a cover to find wives for the 73 troops in his mansion. In fact, Pai Lupi wasn't wrong. This was Li Wangyu's original plan. However, since he had tricked so many palace maids from Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu was not an unscrupulous merchant. Naturally, he had to be worthy of Pai Lupi's reward. As the musicians in the hall played the Qiuzi dance, several hundred palace maids suddenly poured into the Dragon Tail path of Taiji Palace. They began to dance to the faster and faster rhythm of the dance. As the largest main hall of Taiji Palace was extremely spacious. Even with 100 palace maids pouring in, it didn't seem crowded at all. But the moment these palace maids appeared, Pai Lupi and the other officials gaped in shock, their pupils dilating as if they had seen a ghost. This is completely improper. An elderly official was so agitated that his beard trembled as he pointed at the palace maids with a trembling finger. As for Qing Yaojin and the other generals, they were so happy that their molars were showing. They excitedly slapped the table a few more times and stamped their feet in praise. When Pai Lupi saw the dressing of these palace maids, he couldn't help but stand up. He pointed at Li Wangyu and then at the palace maids below. "Zio, you, what do you take Taiji Palace for? What do you take our palace maids for? Absurd, truly absurd." He extended a hand, intending to call a halt to the music and dance in the hall. Li Wangyu unhurriedly said, "Uncle, this is an Arabian dance, and this dressing is the essence of the Arabian dance. This dance is called the belly dance, and it is the most sacred and noble of Arabian court dances. In Arabia, only the noble ladies of the court have the right to learn this belly dance. Your little nephew ordered people to rehearse it for uncle's entertainment." Pai Lupi's face twitched at these words. "You're not lying to us? Is this really an Arabian court dance? How can it be so unrestrained? That Arabia is tens of thousands of li away, so where did you learn of it?" When faced with this sort of inexplicable question, Li Wangyu would always remain mysterious. In any case, Pai Lupi and the others would automatically come up with an answer. "Your little nephew can't explain it clearly, but I know it in my mind. Uncle, even if your little nephew wanted to deceive you, he couldn't have come up with such a dance." Pai Lupi nodded at these words. Although this belly dance seemed a little absurd to him, he could tell that it wasn't a randomly choreographed dance. Its charm was in no way inferior to the popular dances of the Tang dynasty. "Hee hee, uncle, why don't we continue watching? This dance has its own beauty." Pai Lupi's eyes had never left the palace maids dancing to the music. Upon hearing Li Wangyu's words, he went with the flow and sat back down. In truth, it wasn't that Pai Lupi didn't like it, but the way these palace maids dressed and danced was truly beyond the psychological standards of the Tang people. After discussing it with his beautiful superior, he had suddenly come up with the idea of having her teach these palace maids belly dance. He wanted to open the eyes of these country bumpkins like Pai Lupi. In the future, his beautiful superior had specially learned belly dance in order to maintain her figure, so there was naturally no problem for her to teach these palace maids. She just felt that belly dance was too daring for the Tang people. Li Wangyu didn't care so much. He didn't believe that Pai Lupi and the other officials wouldn't like the hot, bold, and exotic belly dance. As for whether it was unsightly or not, and whether the scale was too big, let's wait for them to see it first. At most, Pai Lupi and the others would put down their pride and reprimand him for messing around. What else could they do? The Tang dynasty was known for its passion and openness. If Li Wangyu had transmigrated to the Ming and Qing dynasties, He wouldn't dare to play like this even if he was beaten to death. He would be drowned in a pig cage. Only in the Tang dynasty would Li Wangyu dare to be so impudent and come up with a belly dance. As Li Wangyu expected, when the palace maids dressed in belly dance appeared, they frightened all the civil and military officials. An old man with a weak heart stared at the palace maids while clutching his chest. He didn't forget to shout, "What a scandal!" As everyone knew, belly dance costumes were very hot and sexy. Even in the future, belly dance often caused waves of wolf howls, not to mention in the Tang dynasty. They were barefoot, their midriff-bearing tops, their waist belts inlaid with sequins, their low-waisted skirts, their bras inlaid with sequins, the jingling accessories on their bodies, and their translucent veils. All of this made the more than 100 palace maids full of temptation from head to toe. When the palace maids swayed their bellies, arms, and chests to the rapid rhythm of the Qiuzi dance, no one in the hall spoke anymore. Sexy body movements, fast dance steps, intersecting and swaying movements, sometimes elegant, sometimes sensual, sometimes charming, and sometimes arrogant and mysterious. The captivating characteristics of belly dance were too much for the eyes to take in. The heads of the palace maids were like snakes, swaying their buttocks and bodies sexily. Some were tempting, some were provocative. None of the old officials who had shouted, "absurd," and "improper," before opened their mouths again. They all stared at the dancing palace maids without blinking their eyes. The veils on the palace maids' faces added a lot of mysterious charm. For the Tang people, the mental impact of belly dance was too great. It was no less exciting than when Li Wangyu watched a Japanese action romance for the first time in the future. It could be called a mental bomb. Therefore, under the stimulation of music and dance, the old hooligan Qing Jinli bit his lip so hard that he had 2 lines of nosebleeds. Chapter 610. Belly dancing was quite exhausting. More than 100 palace maids twisted their bodies to the music. After half an hour, they were all dripping with sweat. Qing Yaojin, the old guy, wiped the blood from his nose with the back of his hand. He sat at the table and cupped his hands toward Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, I see that these palace maids are having a hard time dancing. Why don't we let them rest?" "Yes, that's right. Jijia's words are reasonable." Yuqi Jingda, Chai Shao, and the other dukes also sat at their own tables and echoed. It wasn't that Qing Yaojin and the others were unwilling to stand up. They really couldn't stand up. The group of civil and military officials was too stimulated. They didn't dare to stand up for fear of losing face. To be able to make this group of old hooligans, who had countless concubines and were used to seeing the wind, flowers, snow, and the moon, look so unbearably at a dance. It could be said that Li Wangyu's idea of opening the eyes of the emperor and officials of the Tang dynasty was a great success. Although the Tang dynasty also had bare-chested clothes, how could the effect of the shape be compared to the bras on these palace maids? The palace maids with well-developed bodies were all set off by the bras, and their cleavage was abnormally prominent. Coupled with the faintly discernible veils on their faces, these more than 100 palace maids exuded a fatal temptation from head to toe. Even Pai Lupi was like this. He sat upright on his throne and was too embarrassed to stand up. Although the robes of the Tang dynasty were loose, they were still not elegant. Li Wangyu heard this and was a little surprised. When did this group of old hooligans become so protective of the fairer sex? They even knew that the palace maids had a hard time dancing? But in the next second, he was speechless. This group of old hooligans was indeed hooligans. Qing Yaojin, the old guy, actually shamelessly cupped his hands toward Pai Lupi and said, "Your Majesty, I really like this Western region's dance. I wonder if Your Majesty can reward me with a palace maid and let me take her back to the residence to teach the dancers in the residence." "Your Majesty, I also have the same plan." "Your Majesty, this subject also likes this dance. May Your Majesty bestow this subject with a palace maid?" After Qing Yaojin took the lead to speak, all the dukes and nobles in the hall unceremoniously agreed and asked Pai Lupi for palace maids. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. This group of old hooligans was really not reserved at all. In the main hall, apart from a few old officials like Yu Shinan, Fang Xianling was the only one who didn't make a sound. Li Wangyu glanced at the restless comrade old Fang and couldn't help but sympathize with him. He rolled his eyes and couldn't help but have a mischievous thought. Master Fang, this dance is called the belly dance, a dance of the Abbasid Caliphate. Practicing this dance for a long period of time was very beneficial to a woman. It could slow down aging and protect the body. Master Fang, why don't you also bestow a palace maid to your residence to teach Lady Fang? Li Wangyu's words caused Fang Xuanling's face to redden. After a moment of hesitation, he really did ask Pai Lupi for a palace maid. Li Wangyu inwardly laughed. He wondered what the famous jealous madam in history would think when she saw comrade old Fang bring back such a temptress. When he returned, he had to ask Fang Yai about this matter and see if comrade old Fang would be jealous when he returned home. Wahaha, when he thought of this, Li Wangyu almost laughed out loud. Since all the dukes and nobles were asking for palace maids, Pai Lupi naturally couldn't refuse. Fortunately, there were still more than 200 palace maids who had been sent to Li Wangyu's residence to learn the belly dance. And in this hall, there were only about 100 people who had the right to ask Pai Lupi for palace maids. Pai Lupi wasn't that stingy. Today was his birthday. Li Er, who had always been stingy, was so happy that he simply waved his hand and only kept 10 palace maids. The rest were all rewarded to the civil and military officials who were sitting in the court. Pai Lupi didn't mention that Li Wangyu had fooled him. Although Pai Lupi didn't say anything about the belly dance, it was clear that he was very satisfied. At that time, he even picked 10 palace maids that he liked and called them to serve him. With Pai Lupi's words, the atmosphere in the hall immediately reached a climax. The officials didn't care about whether it was indecent or not. They all stood up and bowed to Pai Lupi, thanking His Majesty for his reward. Qing Yao Jin, this old rogue, was even more direct. He directly pulled the most pleasing palace maid from among the palace maids, sat down beside him, and let her serve him. The palace maid who was pulled away by Qing Yao Jin naturally didn't resist. Although her face was flushed red, she obediently knelt beside Qing Yao Jin and poured wine for him, serving this old man. After all, Li Wangyu had asked me to choose palace maids who were willing to marry outside the palace. These palace maids weren't young and naturally didn't want to continue staying in the palace. Although they were bestowed by Pai Lupi to these officials, they would at most be concubines without any status. Moreover, they would have to use their beauty to entertain people. But at least it was better than slowly withering in the depths of the palace. With Qing Yao Jin taking the lead, the officials and generals didn't hesitate. They all came forward to take away the palace maids they liked and brought them back to their seats. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. F***ck, you guys can play like this? Isn't this a bit too much? After the commotion in the hall was over, Li Wangyu was shocked to find that apart from Yu Shinan and a few other old officials, he was the only one sitting alone. The other old hooligans were all accompanied by beautiful palace maids. Pai Lupi glanced at him and couldn't help but laugh and tease. What? Zio, you don't like my palace maids? Do you want me to reward you with a few? Reward your ass. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. I do want them, but do I dare to? His beautiful superior in the residence was more powerful than Fang Xuanling's jealous madam. He hadn't even been able to eat a vixen like Aphrodite, let alone take a palace maid back. That would kill him. At this thought, Li Wangyu felt a deep pain in his balls. Pai Lupi's words also caused Qing Yao Jin and the other old hooligans to burst into laughter. Wahahaha, Zio, are you too thin-skinned? Or is there someone in the residence who doesn't allow it? Jijia, don't make fun of Zio. Perhaps Zio is still young and doesn't know how it feels, Being laughed at by Qing Yao Jin and the group of high dukes, Li Wangyu couldn't help but blush. Both of his hands fiercely raised 2 middle fingers in his sleeves as he cursed in his heart. This bunch of bastards. If I had known, I wouldn't have let my beautiful superior teach these palace maids some belly dance. All of them are bastards who burned the bridge after crossing the river. After teasing Li Wangyu enough, Pai Lupi raised his wine cup and stood up. Everyone, cheers. Cheers. Cheers! The atmosphere in Taiji Palace was extremely lively. Cups were clinking, and the clamor of the officials was so loud that the sound waves almost tore off the roof of Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi's birthday banquet lasted from noon until sunset. During the banquet, the 200 or so palace maids would occasionally sway their waists and perform a hot belly dance to liven up the mood. When they were in high spirits, the bigwigs, including Pai Lupi, even personally took to the stage to dance, leaving Li Wangyu dumbfounded. When it was time to light the lanterns, the eunuchs in the hall lit bright candles. Most of the officials were so drunk that they couldn't even stand straight. Even Pai Lupi was a little wobbly. Li Wangyu remembered that he still had a gift that he had yet to present and quickly stood up. "Uncle, I still have a gift that I have yet to present today. I would like to ask Uncle and everyone to step outside the hall and admire my gift. Is that all right?" "Huh, Zio still has a gift? Good, good, I won't be polite today. Everyone, let's go and see what Zio has come up with." Although Pai Lupi was quite drunk, he was still in high spirits. With Mituo's careful support, he led the other officials out of Taiji Palace. Chapter 6:11. The congratulatory gift Li Wangyu mentioned was naturally the fireworks he made. Pai Lupi and the others were certainly not the first audience of the fireworks in the Tang dynasty. After Li Wangyu made the fireworks based on the black gunpowder firecrackers, he naturally wanted to show them to his beautiful superiors, Aphrodite and Perrin. Aphrodite and Perrin, who had never seen such gorgeous fireworks in the night sky, were so excited by the fireworks that they couldn't control themselves. Even their beautiful superior leaned her head on Li Wangyu's shoulder with unusual gentleness that night, silently watching the fireworks in the night sky. And Li Wangyu's reward was a gentle kiss from his beautiful superior. Of course, Li Wangyu still wanted to ask for a further reward, but his beautiful superior quickly fled the crime scene, with a smile, making Li Wangyu, who was one step too slow, feel very regretful. At this time, the sun had already set in Chang'an City. Pai Lupi, with the help of Mituo, walked out of the brightly lit Taiji Palace with the officials. Standing on the high platform in front of the palace, they looked around but didn't see any congratulatory gift to speak of. Zio, where is the congratulatory gift you mentioned?" Pai Lupi was so drunk that he couldn't speak clearly. Qing Yaojin was also drunk. Supported by the palace maid who was rewarded by Pai Lupi, he laughed with a big tongue and said, Your Majesty, perhaps this bastard is fooling us. Let me beat him, and he will be honest." Li Wangyu knew that he couldn't hold his liquor well, so he didn't drink too much today and was still sober. Hearing Qing Yaojin's words, he immediately dodged to the side. "Uncle Qing, don't mess around. Look at the sky, the congratulatory gift I'm going to give to your Majesty is coming soon." Li Wangyu said and winked at Mituo, indicating that they could start now. Naturally, Mituo nodded to the eunuch beside him. Immediately, the eunuch trotted down the Dragon Tail Road. Hearing this, everyone looked up at the night sky. But in the night sky, other than the stars and the bright moon, where was the so-called congratulatory gift? Pai Lupi and the other officials looked up for a long time, but they didn't know what was going on. Just as they were about to grab Li Wangyu and ask him about it, they heard a thunderous sound. Then, a beautiful flame exploded in the night sky. The fireworks that suddenly exploded in the night sky immediately stunned Li Er and the other officials and nobles. Everyone was so shocked that they froze on the spot, as if they had been immobilized. They stupidly looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. In the night sky, fireworks continued to rise, exploding, and flickering. Actually, Li Wangyu's fireworks were too ordinary by the standards of later generations. Not to mention those fireworks parties, even the fireworks sold at ordinary fireworks stalls were many times better than the ones he made. But even so, when the fireworks exploded in the sky above Taiji Palace and bloomed, everyone was still shocked. Li Wangyu had prepared a total of 108 fireworks for Pai Lupi's birthday today. Actually, the fireworks he made were more like the firecrackers of later generations. The firecrackers in the bamboo tube exploded, shooting the fireworks into the sky. Then, the fireworks ignited and exploded, various metal powders were added to the black gunpowder, causing the fireworks to display all kinds of gorgeous colors. The fireworks continued to bloom in the sky above Taiji Palace. In front of Taiji Palace, there were already many officials and nobles who directly knelt down and kowtowed in the direction of the fireworks in the night sky. They kept chanting, "The Tao ancestor has appeared, the Buddha has appeared." As for the 200 or so palace maids, facing the fireworks in the night sky, they covered their red lips tightly with their hands, their beautiful eyes flashing with disbelief. Many palace maids, as well as eunuchs, also knelt down and kowtowed incessantly. Li Wangyu was speechless. Why did this group of feudal superstitions associate everything with gods, immortals, and Buddhas? If the fireworks in the sky were a miracle, then wouldn't he be a god? 15 minutes later, the 108 fireworks Li Wangyu had prepared were all set off, and Taiji Palace regained its calm. However, Pai Lupi and the officials still maintained their posture of looking up at the sky. Li Wangyu was somewhat puzzled. Had they all twisted their necks or something? Stimulated by the fireworks in the night sky, the originally drunk Pai Lupi sobered up a little. After a long while, Pai Lupi quietly said, "Zio, is this the congratulatory gift you are giving me?" "Uncle, are you satisfied with this congratulatory gift?" Pai Lupi let out a long sigh. "Zio, I can't believe you were able to create such a miracle. I really don't know what to say. Does this item have a name?" "Uncle, this little nephew has named this object firework." Fireworks? When a young woman is forbidden to sleep, fireworks twirl around her. Not bad, this item blooms in the night sky like a flower in the mist. It is illusory, beautiful, and regretful. Pai Lupi thought for a moment, then nodded and praised. "As long as uncle likes it." Zio, you have given me many pleasant surprises today. Whether it is the bronze mirror, the belly dance, or the fireworks, I like them all very much. Zio, you are very thoughtful. Pai Lupi was extremely satisfied with Li Wangyu today. This nephew of his really gave him, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, face. Li Wangyu, this flatterer, also had a smile on his face. To be able to receive Pai Lupi's praise meant that his efforts had not been in vain. As for flattery, Li Wangyu didn't care whether it was lacking in strength of character or not. Trying to show strength of character in front of a feudal emperor was just a waste of time. He wouldn't do such a stupid thing. After the fireworks were released, the officials and nobles finally woke up from the shock of seeing fireworks for the first time. County Count Hu, the fireworks that bloomed in the night sky just now were called fireworks. Good, were these fireworks made by County Count Hu? Zio, I didn't expect you to be able to create such an ingenious item. Is there anything in this world that you, Li Zio, can't do? County Count Hu, are these fireworks really not miraculous? How could someone create such a commotion in the night sky? This old man doesn't believe it. In response to everyone's shock, Li Wangyu could only explain over and over again what fireworks were. Hearing this, the officials and nobles repeatedly let out surprised cries. Looking at Li Wangyu, who was surrounded by everyone, Qing Yaojin heavily slapped Yuqi Jingda's shoulder. "Jing de Xiong, why do Laozi have the impulse to return to the Fu and slap those 3 disgraceful brats to death? Jijia, this old man also has the same idea. I really want to go back and beat up Dalong and Erlang to vent my anger." Yuqi Jingda looked at Li Wangyu and thought of his own twins, feeling very stifled. If Qing Chumo and the others knew that they would have such an unexpected calamity, who knows what they would think. This was probably the result of the terrifying Great Demon King, a kind of other people's children. Whether or not Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda would beat up their sons to vent their anger when they went back, Li Wangyu didn't care that much. After attending Pai Lupi's birthday banquet, Li Wangyu began to get busy again. In 8 days, it would be the first Chinese New Year after he and his beautiful boss transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. Chapter 612. In fact, there was no such thing as the Spring Festival in the Tang dynasty. The first day of the New Year was called New Year's Day, Yuan Day, Yuanzheng, or Sui Day. However, there was a holiday on New Year's Day, which was called New Year's Eve Yuanzheng holiday. There were 7 days of holidays in total, including the 27th, 28th, 29th, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, the second day, and the third day, which was no different from the Spring Festival holiday in modern times. In the Tang dynasty, people also stayed up late on New Year's Eve. When midnight arrived, bells and drums would ring in the streets, which was the moment to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. Li Wangyu still remembered the nursery rhyme that was sung every New Year when he was a child. Don't be greedy, kid, it's New Year after Laba. Eat Laba congee for a few days, Lilalala, 23, sweet melon sticky, 24, sweep the house, 25, grind tofu, 26, buy meat, 27, slaughter a chicken, 28, make dough, 29, steam mantus, 30, cook a night, on the first and second day of the new year, walk the streets. Pai Lupi's birthday was on the 22nd of December, and the next day was the 23rd. Early in the morning, Li Wangyu beat the morning drum in Chang'an City. As soon as the city gate opened, he led Niu Wu and the others back to the mansion in Dingzhou village. As soon as he entered the castle, Li Wangyu called the old housekeeper, Li Heng. Li Heng, is everything ready for the kitchen god's sacrifice today? In the nursery rhyme, 23, sugar melon sticky, meant that when the kitchen god was worshipped on the 23rd of December, he had to offer candy and other things so that the kitchen god would only say good things when he went to heaven, so that he would be sweeter in the coming year. Li Heng quickly smiled and said, "Don't worry, Lang Jun, everything is ready. We're just waiting for you to come back to worship the kitchen god." However, his beautiful boss and Aphrodite were curious, not knowing how to worship the kitchen god. His beautiful boss was an urban woman in modern times, and she had never seen such a thing as worshipping the kitchen god. And it was Aphrodite's first time celebrating the new year in the Tang dynasty, so she naturally didn't know either. Worshipping the kitchen god in the Tang dynasty was not much different from that in modern times. After dusk turned into night, the enormous kitchen of the Li clan's castle was already filled with people from the Li clan. On both sides of the kitchen god's alcove on the east side of the kitchen, there was a couplet that read, "Heaven's words are good, the lower realm guarantees peace." In front of the shrine was an offering table, on which there were various tributes. Of course, Li Wangyu didn't believe in the kitchen god. He just missed the days when he was young and lived in the countryside with his grandfather. The older generation was not necessarily superstitious about these things. It was just a cultural custom. Of course, Li Wangyu would be the chief worshipper of the kitchen god shrine. However, when Li Wangyu knelt in front of the kitchen god shrine, he felt that something was wrong. He looked around and suddenly stood up, walked to his beautiful superior who was watching the fun with a smile, and grabbed her soft hand. "Hey, what are you doing?" Suddenly being pulled by Li Wangyu in front of everyone, the beautiful boss couldn't help but blush. Li Wangyu directly pulled her to the front of the kitchen god shrine and replied with a smile, "Hee, Changqing, you're the mistress of the house. You're going to worship the kitchen god with me." "Nonsense, who's the mistress of the house?" The beautiful boss, who was always shrewd and strong, couldn't help but panic. Li Wangyu whispered into his beautiful superior's ear, "Are you coming or not? If not, I'll call Aphrodite." He regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. There was no other reason other than the pain. This woman was really ruthless. She actually reached out and secretly pinched the soft spot on his waist, making Li Wangyu immediately shut up. The beautiful boss snorted proudly, which meant, "Don't you dare." Of course, Li Wangyu didn't dare. He chuckled and pulled his half-hearted beautiful boss to kneel beside him. He took the incense from the old butler, Li Heng, and prepared to worship the kitchen god. No one, including Li Heng, found it strange that their beautiful boss would worship the kitchen god together with Li Wangyu. Apart from the beautiful boss, who else in the county count's residence was qualified to be the mistress of the house? Even if his beautiful superior was 8 years older than the current Li Wangyu, there was no one in the residence who was unconvinced by her. Now, the words of the beautiful boss were even more effective than those of the head of the household, Li Wangyu. This was also normal. After all, the head of the household, Li Wangyu, didn't really care about the affairs of the household. He didn't have the time to manage the household affairs and left them all to the beautiful boss and the old butler, Li Heng. Li Heng, on the other hand, naturally had to listen to his beautiful boss. After a while, the troops, servants, and maidservants in the residence all understood that this illegitimate Madame Su was the real person in charge of the residence. The beautiful boss blushed slightly. She took the incense and knelt down with Li Wangyu to worship the kitchen god. Li Wangyu suddenly lowered his voice and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Changqing, don't you think we're getting married?" The beautiful boss felt her face become even redder. She ignored Li Wangyu's teasing and rolled her beautiful eyes at him. Then, she continued to light incense for the kitchen god. After worshipping the kitchen god, they burned the statue and the straw horse, which was considered to be sending the kitchen god to heaven. Next, they would eat and drink and reunite with the family. There were many people in Lai Hot at the moment. There were about 200 people in the residence, including the maidservants and dancers from the servant department. In addition to Niu Wu, Niu Yong, and a group of women from the troops, there were almost 300 people. Fortunately, when Li Wangyu built the castle, he had considered holding banquets and so on. Therefore, he built a huge dining hall, which could accommodate so many people. When they heard that their Lang Jun wanted everyone to have a meal together in the residence's dining hall, they were almost scared out of their wits. In the mansions of other officials and nobles, there would never be a gathering of servants and maidservants to have a meal with their masters. However, Li Wangyu didn't care so much. He and his beautiful boss didn't have the idea of dividing people into different classes like the Tangs. Even though they had bought many maidservants and recruited troops, they had no other choice. After all, they lived in the Tang dynasty. If they wanted to protect themselves, this was the only way. However, it didn't mean that the two of them would really treat these maidservants and servants as slaves because of this. In the eyes of Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss, this kind of gathering of everyone to have a meal together was as common as a company dinner in the modern world. However, the hundreds of maidservants in the residence were so moved that they almost cried. Who would dare to believe that they could have a meal with their masters after the sacrifice of the kitchen stove? Not to mention the maidservants and servants in the residence, these slaves were so moved that they almost burst into tears. Even the 73 women of the troops, who were maidservants, didn't expect that Li Wangyu, the county earl who founded the country, would invite them to have a meal together. After the 73 women of the troops returned to their homes that night, they all pulled their husbands over and repeatedly urged them to work hard. It was their good fortune to meet such a pure master. They should know how to cherish and be grateful. However, the reunion dinner after the sacrifice to the kitchen god had won the hearts of everyone in the Li residence. This was something that Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior did not expect. However, even if Li Wangyu knew, he wouldn't care. He had more important things to do. That was, how to seize the third base and attack the fourth base in the war with his beautiful boss. Chapter 613. At Pai Lupi's birthday banquet, Li Wangyu watched the group of palace maids perform a hot belly dance and was very angry. Even when he woke up the next day, he had a few acne on his face. It was impossible for Li Wangyu to not want to do something embarrassing with his beautiful boss. He had been scheming for a long time. He and his beautiful boss had already broken through the first base and reached the second base. Now, when there was no one around, the two of them often kissed and hugged. But every time Li Wangyu wanted to do something further, he would always encounter various obstacles. In fact, if it was in the future, the two of them would have already rolled in the sheets. But in the Tang dynasty, his beautiful boss lacked a sense of security and couldn't let go. Although in her heart, she didn't refuse to do something. On the night when Li Wangyu made the fireworks, his beautiful boss gave him a sweet kiss on the cheek on the top of the castle and then ran away with a smile. But Li Wangyu was secretly happy. They were all adults. When his beautiful boss looked back at him before leaving, she was clearly hinting at something. That night, Li Wangyu sneaked into his beautiful boss's bedroom under the cover of the night. But to his surprise, when he quietly sneaked into his beautiful boss's room and touched the bed, he heard a scream. That voice wasn't his beautiful boss's, but that little girl Perrin. After lighting the oil lamp in the room, Li Wangyu found out that Perrin, for some reason, actually ran to his beautiful boss's room to spend the night. Just now, when he sneaked into the room, he woke up Perrin and made Perrin think that she had met a thief, so she screamed. Li Wangyu angrily glared at his beautiful boss who was holding the quilt and secretly laughing. Then, he turned around and ran away. It was too damn embarrassing. He was sneaking around and was unexpectedly discovered by that little girl Perrin. That night, after offering sacrifices to the stove and having a lively dinner with everyone in the mansion, Li Wangyu invited his beautiful superior to go out and admire the moon. Actually, admiring the moon was just an excuse. Who would admire the moon in the dead of winter? However, his beautiful superior didn't refuse. After the two avoided the gazes of the servants in the mansion, they walked hand in hand to the lakeside. Li Wangyu found a clean lawn under the shade of a tree and pulled his beautiful superior to sit down. Changqing, I never thought that I would be able to hold your hand like this. You are the gift that I have been waiting for my entire life. Humph, I don't believe you. Tell me honestly, how many girlfriends have you had, and how many people have you slept with? The beautiful boss wrinkled her small nose and asked aloud. Li Wangyu was speechless. F***ck, even a goddess like his beautiful boss was no exception. It turned out that she had learned to get to the bottom of things without a teacher. If he was a man, he couldn't be honest about this kind of thing. If you confess, you'll be lenient. If you resist, you'll have to go home for the new year. Li Wangyu coughed softly and prevaricated, those things are already gone with the wind. I swear that my life in the future will only be simple. I kiss you before I sleep, hug you in the middle of the night, and have you when I wake up. His words might be able to fool other girls, but it was far from fooling his beautiful superior. The beautiful superior glanced at him. Oh. Is that so? Then what about Afro? What about Perrin? Will you be so honest? Humph, if a man is reliable, even pigs can climb trees. In the middle of winter, Li Wangyu's back was almost soaked in sweat. Women shouldn't be too smart. Besides, it was fine if she was talking about Afro, but what was the meaning of talking about Perrin? He wasn't a lullican. Why would he be interested in a 12-year-old girl who was only in junior high school? But at the thought of Perrin's lovely appearance, Li Wangyu couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. It seemed that many girls of her age in the Tang dynasty were already married, right? When Empress Zhongsun married Pai Lupi, she wasn't even as old as Perrin. Bah, Pai Lupi, that pervert, I despise him. Li Wangyu didn't dare to casually respond to his beautiful superior's words. That was a question of death. The strong desire to live made Li Wangyu suddenly sing a song. You have a pair of eyes that can speak, you have a kind heart, I, who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, am always fascinated by your smile. In the silent night, Wang Jiez, I'm really in love with you, drifted in the night sky. The beautiful superior didn't speak anymore. She gently leaned on Li Wangyu's shoulder and listened to the song with her eyes closed. I can only secretly think of you, I can only secretly look at you, I always have no courage, I always can't say that I'm really in love with you. After singing the song, Li Wangyu looked down at the beauty in his arms. Changqing, I love you. The beautiful superior's eyelashes flickered a few times, but she didn't open her eyes. She just let out a faint sound of "n" from her nostrils. However, her fiery red lips slightly opened. Li Wangyu didn't understand. He immediately covered her lips with his and the two people tightly kissed. Soon, his hands began to move up and down, slowly climbing to the soft part of the beautiful superior's chest. The beautiful superior just snorted and didn't stop his further actions. She was already mentally prepared and didn't object to Li Wangyu's violation. Li Wangyu was ecstatic and was about to transform into a wolf. However, he soon became discouraged. Damn, who invented this Tang dynasty women's dress? It was too inhuman. He was busy sweating, but he still couldn't untie the cumbersome buttons on the beautiful superior's jacket. Seeing that he was so anxious that he couldn't eat it, the beautiful boss couldn't help but laugh out loud. Well, be good. Go back to the room later, okay? It's so cold here. The beautiful superior's words naturally made Li Wangyu nod like a chicken pecking rice. He carefully pulled the beautiful superior up from the lawn and carefully helped her clean the grass on her body. Of course, he didn't forget to take advantage of the beautiful superior's body. The beautiful boss slapped away the hand that was pressing on her butt. "You're so annoying. Someone's coming." Li Wangyu was furious when he heard this. Who the hell was so blind? Who dares to disturb me at this time? Believe it or not, I'll drown him in a pig cage later. The beautiful superior was right. The person who came to the lake was the old butler, Li Heng. Lang Jun, the village chief, and a few elders in the village are here. Li Heng didn't understand why his Lang Jun was staring at him so fiercely. He didn't know how bad a man's temper was when he was interrupted by a beautiful woman. What are they doing here? I don't want to see them. Li Wangyu's tone was unfriendly. They are here to invite you to the village to host the sacrificial kitchen. The old slave told you before. Li Wangyu just remembered that he had promised to go to the village to participate in the ceremony. However, when he agreed, he didn't think about the current situation. With a beauty in front of him, who would want to go to the village for the sacrificial kitchen? He was just about to refuse when the beautiful superior answered for him. Li Heng, go and tell the village chief that we will go immediately. Yes. Li Heng also noticed something. It was obvious that Madame Su's clothes were somewhat messy. He knew that he had ruined his Lingjuan's good thing, so he didn't dare to say anything more. He quickly bowed his head and retreated. Li Wangyu was speechless, but the beautiful superior kissed him gently on the face. Well, be good. The village chief and the others are still waiting. When you come back at night, are you afraid that you won't have time? Hearing his beautiful boss say this, Li Wangyu revealed a smile and pulled his beautiful boss to walk back. Chapter 614. In Dingzhou village, every household had already paid their respects to the kitchen god in their own homes. The reason why the village chief and the elders came to invite Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior was that the village was preparing to hold a collective sacrifice in the name of the kitchen god tonight. Originally, Dingzhou village did not have such a custom, but it was different this year. The reason was simple: they had money. Whether it was the money from the four-wheeled carriage company or the profits from the public carriage, they were all still in the village's public account. After discussing with the elders, the village chief decided to distribute the money to each household tonight. Naturally, this matter required Li Wangyu, the head of the household, to preside over everyone. Li Wangyu was also well aware of this. Previously, he was only pretending to be coy and throwing a tantrum with his beautiful superior. He and his beautiful superior followed the village chief and a group of people to the village's ancestral hall. It was already crowded. The entire village, regardless of whether it was the elderly, women, children, were all gathered here. Dingzhou village still had 127 households, but the population had increased by a lot. There were already more than 600 people. Although the two brothers Niu Yong and Niu Wu and the 73 troops were also in Dingzhou village, they belonged to the Li family and were not included in Dingzhou village's household register. Li Heng was removed from his household register and settled in Dingzhou village. However, after he married Lady Zhao, they were considered a family. In the past 6 months, because of the existence of Xianshao, no one in the village died of illness. Instead, there were many new babies born. There were also new wives and aunts, increasing the population of the village by a lot. Lady Qiansun was a newly married woman in Dingzhou village. At this time, she and her husband Qian Sailang were standing in the crowd in the ancestral hall. After seeing Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior appear, Lady Qiansun, who was only 16 or 17 years old, was very excited. She secretly pulled Qian Sailang's sleeve. "Husband, it's Lang Jun and Lady Su." Qian Sailang was speechless. Why was his wife so excited to see Lang Jun? It was not like she had never seen him before. The villagers of Dingzhou village were all too familiar with Li Wangyu, the county count who founded the country. They had long lost their sense of mystery. How could he understand his wife's excitement when a fan saw her idol? Lady Qiansun was also from Hu County. Speaking of which, Li Wangyu had some connections with her. This was because Qian Sun's grandfather was none other than the shopkeeper of Sun's bookstore in Hu County, shopkeeper Sunday. The Qian Sun clan was born in a merchant family. Their conditions were not bad, and they looked like the pretty daughter of a humble family. Ever since Qian Sun turned 13, countless people had come to propose marriage, but Father Sun had never nodded his head in agreement. The reason was very simple. The Sun family only had this one daughter. Father Sun only wanted to recruit a son-in-law and did not wish for his daughter to marry outside. Qian Sunshire was also very intelligent. She could write and calculate. She had long started to help her grandfather manage the accounts in Sun's bookstore. When Li Wangyu asked shopkeeper Sun to print the Three Kingdoms, for a long time, the Shunfeng Carriage Company had sent out carriages to transport the books from Hu County to Cheng and for sale. And Qian Sailang was the coachman in charge of transporting the books. Qian Sailang was the nephew of the old village chief. He was 18 years old and looked very energetic. Originally, his family was poor and he had never found a wife. For some reason, Qian Sailang fell in love with Lady Qian Sun, who helped with the accounts in Sun's bookstore. The two secretly had feelings for each other. At that time, Dingzhou village was not rich. Although Qian Sailang's income as a coachman at the Shunfeng Carriage Company was not low, he did not dare to propose marriage to the Sun family. It was not until a few months ago, when Dingzhou village was built, that Qian Sailang mustered up the courage to ask a matchmaker to propose marriage to Sun's bookstore. However, the marriage proposal was naturally not accepted by the Sun family. Many rich families came to propose marriage, but Father Sun did not agree, let alone marrying his daughter to a villager in his eyes. Knowing that her father had rejected Qian Sailang's proposal, Lady Qian Sun could only secretly cry. His granddaughter's sad tears could not be hidden from shopkeeper Sunday. When the old man found out, he was furious and called his son over to scold him. His son did not understand, but how could shopkeeper Sun not understand? To be able to become in-laws with the villagers of Dingzhou village, didn't this mean that they had a closer relationship with Li Wangyu, the Huxin County Count? Moreover, he knew that the current Dingzhou village's villagers were not necessarily inferior to the Sun family in terms of wealth. With Li Wangyu's care, perhaps in a few years, their Sun family would rely on this son-in-law to take care of them. After all, for a merchant family like theirs, even if they had some wealth, they did not have any status to speak of. As for the villagers of Dingzhou village, who could say for sure what would happen in the future? As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to the heavens. That Huxin County Count was only 16 years old. As the Crown Prince's teacher, shopkeeper Sun did not dare to imagine how illustrious his future would be. It was even harder to predict what would happen to Dingzhou village under his protection. As a result, shopkeeper's son was a shrewd merchant and immediately saw Qian Sailang's potential. Without hesitation, he agreed to the marriage and married his granddaughter. Under her grandfather's decision, Lady Qian Sun married her sweetheart and was naturally overjoyed. On the day of the wedding, she was shocked when she was brought to Dingzhou village by the carriages. She liked Qian Sailang and did not know much about Dingzhou village. She only knew that it was originally a very poor village and that Lady Qian Sun was even prepared to endure hardships. However, to be able to live with her sweetheart, even if she had to eat plain tea and eat a rope bed every day, she was willing to accept it. Lady Qian Sun had long been mentally prepared to follow the chicken after marrying the chicken after marrying the dog after marrying the dog. When the carriage entered old Dingzhou village, which had not yet been demolished, Lady Qian Sun saw the dilapidated yellow mud-thatched houses and felt slightly uneasy. However, the carriage did not stop. Instead, it continued to move forward and entered a village that she had never imagined. The courtyards with white walls and blue tiles hidden behind the trees, the roads with small bridges and flowing water, and the neat and orderly village made Lady Qian Sun dazed. This was Dingzhou village? Not to mention Huxin County, even Cheng and city did not have such a scene. When the bridal carriage finally stopped in front of an equally exquisite courtyard, Lady Qian Sun was still dizzy after being helped off the carriage by Qian Sailang. She did not understand the origins of the village family she had married into. After the wedding ceremony, Lady Qiansun became a curious child. Regardless of whether it was the bamboo pipe in the house that could release water once it was opened or the methane lamp that was lit at night, they all made her cry out in surprise. The hot shower and the ceramic toilet made Qiansun sure, the young woman, even more shocked. "Husband, what is this? Husband, what is this for?" These two sentences became the little woman's pet phrase and gave Qian Sailang a headache. However, he could only patiently answer his wife's questions. After learning that all of this was caused by the Count of Huxian, Lady Qiansun was even more certain that Li Wangyu was a deity who had descended from the heavens. Every time she saw Li Wangyu in the village, she would shout excitedly, leaving Qian Sailang speechless. There were many new daughters-in-law like Lady Qiansun in the village. Everyone felt that their current life was like a dream and was very unreal. Today was the 23rd day of the new year. The old village was gathering everyone in the ancestral hall to offer sacrifices to the kitchen. Everyone in the village knew that this was for profit, so naturally, everyone came. After Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior arrived, everyone respectfully greeted them. Li Wangyu laughed, "Don't be so polite. I know what you are all waiting for. Old village chief, don't talk nonsense. Let's start." Chapter 6:15. The villagers naturally understood what Li Wangyu meant. He was talking about the distribution of money, which made everyone in the ancestral hall burst into laughter. The village chief and the elders also laughed. It had been many years since the village was so lively. A villager who was close to Li Wangyu shouted, "Lang Jun, how much interest can we get today?" The villager knew that the village was distributing money today, but no one knew how much money they would get except for the village chief and the elders. The village chief and the others didn't say because the amount was too big. Without Li Wangyu's approval, they didn't dare to make the decision to distribute the money. Li Wangyu also laughed and said, "Lu Sanlang, how much do you want?" "Hee, any amount is fine. In short, I know that Lang Jun will not treat us unfairly. This year's new year, our village will have a rich new year." The surrounding people laughed and said, "Yes, thanks to Lang Jun, we will have a rich new year this year. Lang Jun, we will celebrate the New Year's Day. Lang Jun, you will be a noble for 10,000 generations." Li Wangyu laughed and scolded, get lost, get lost. Do you think that by saying a few good words, the money will become more? Dream on. Haha. Everyone burst into laughter again. The village chief respectfully handed the account book of the village to Li Wangyu and asked him to preside over the distribution of the copper coins. The copper coins in the village were all stored in the treasury in the ancestral hall. This was the treasury that Li Wangyu specially asked the Ministry of Works to help build when Dingzhou village was being built. It was built with heavy stones and cement. It could be said that even a fly couldn't fly in. However, the more money there was in the treasury, the more the old man felt his heart beat violently every time he opened the treasury to count the copper coins. It was too exciting. He had never seen so many copper coins and gold stacked together in his life. Now, the village chief and the elders in charge of the village's public accounts would not be able to sleep well if they didn't inspect the treasury 3 to 5 times a day. Li Wangyu smiled and took the account book. There were more than 10 strong villagers in the treasury who began to carry out the copper coins. Giving out money was a tough job. There was no other reason other than that the money was too heavy. Li Wangyu had seen the news in his previous life. A certain wealthy village was giving out bonuses to the villagers. Tens of millions of bright red $100 bills were neatly stacked on the table like a wall. But the copper coins of the Tang dynasty were not something that could be placed on a table. It weighed 5 kilograms. Today, almost every household was given more than 300 strings of copper coins, which was 1,500 kilograms, or 1.5 tons. Fortunately, Li Wangyu had already helped the village and converted half of the copper coins into gold in Chang'an. As for the remaining copper coins, the farmers would be able to move them back after making a few more trips. Whether it was the carriage company or the public carriage, there was a large amount of copper coins coming into the account. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, they would still need to use cloth and silk as currency, which would be even more troublesome. Lu Sanlang, you were the most anxious just now, so I'll let you off first. Come and get the money. This year, every household can get a total of 3,019 strings of copper coins from the carriage company and the public carriage. The 19 strings of copper coins will be put into the village account. This year, every household will be given 300 strings of copper coins. Hearing this number from Li Wanyo's mouth, all the villagers in the ancestral hall immediately gasped. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall seemed to have been sucked into a vacuum. Then, there was an uproar. Father, what did Lang Jun say just now? How many copper coins will be given to each household? Why do I seem to have misheard? I also seem to have misheard. Why did I hear that it was 300 strings of copper coins? I also heard that number, Lang Jun, you didn't say it wrong, did you? 300 strings of copper coins? How is this possible? Wouldn't that make every family rich? Oh my God, 300 strings of copper coins, how much money is that? Qian Sun, who was in the crowd, was also shocked by the number that Li Wangyu reported. She covered her mouth with her hand. Her family's bookstore only made 200 to 300 strings of copper coins a year. This year, thanks to Li Wangyu, they made a lot of money by selling Romance of the Three Kingdoms, earning a few thousand strings of copper coins. Now that Romance of the Three Kingdoms was still being printed and sold, this money could be earned for a few more years. This was also the reason why owner's son was so grateful to Li Wangyu. And every household in Dingzhou village had more than 300 strings of copper coins at the end of the year. Moreover, her husband, Qian Sailang, said that this was only half a year's income. How could Qian Sun not be shocked? Were they still villagers? Qian Sun was a little dizzy. She originally thought that she would have to suffer after marrying her sweetheart. She didn't expect that after marrying, not only was her life much better than her own family's, her husband was not a poor commoner, but a local tyrant. When she got married, her mother was afraid that she would suffer, so she secretly gave her 10 taels of gold. She didn't expect that she wouldn't have to use it. Lu Sanlang, who was called by Li Wangyu, was even more stunned. After a while, he asked foolishly, so many copper coins, how am I going to carry them back? There's no place to put them at home. His words made the villagers burst into laughter again. They never dreamed that they would have a headache because they had too much money. Someone joked, Lu Sanlang, I'll help you carry them. Just give me some money for my hard work. Lu Sanlang scolded with a smile, Scram, you want money? In your dreams. How many people can I hire in Hu County with the money I spend? Besides, did you see what the money looked like half a year ago? Haha. Everyone roared with laughter again. Someone immediately ran to push the wheelbarrow over and help to move the sacks of copper coins up. Lu Sanlang's entire family went to work. They pushed the wheelbarrow, which creaked under the weight of the copper coins, back to their home. Each family had 150 strings of copper coins and 25 taels of gold. 700 kilograms of copper coins wasn't a problem for these villagers. Those with more people carried the coins themselves, and those with fewer people had their neighbors help. The villagers who were called by Li Wangyu all laughed so hard that they couldn't close their mouths. They pushed the wheelbarrow and jogged to the entrance of the treasury to get their money. After working for more than 4 hours, all the copper coins and gold ingots were finally distributed. The villagers hid the copper coins in their homes before returning to the ancestral hall. A long table had already been set up in the ancestral hall. The old village chief and the venerated elders respectfully invited Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior to take a seat. The village of more than 600 people ate meat and drank wine. It was very lively. During the meal, the old village chief couldn't help but wipe his tears. He never thought that he would live such a life. The old man silently thanked the gods and Buddhas in his heart for sending his Langjun to Dingzhou village. Then he raised his wine bowl and proposed a toast to Li Wangyu. With the old village chief taking the lead, the other villagers all came forward to propose a toast. Looking at the scene, Li Wangyu's face darkened. However, he was happy today, so he didn't care too much. Bowl after bowl of wine was poured down his throat like water. Unsurprisingly, he drank until he blacked out again. The next day, Li Wangyu climbed out of bed with a splitting headache. He felt like he had forgotten something. After pondering for a while, he suddenly slammed the bed. Damn it, his beautiful superior had finally agreed to do something shameful last night. Drinking made things worse. Li Wangyu raised his head and sighed. He swore once again that he would never drink again. Chapter 6:16. Having missed the opportunity to do something bad, on the night of the kitchen sacrifice, Li Wangyu felt very melancholy. What made him even more melancholy was that on the 24th, his beautiful boss's relative came to visit. This made Li Wangyu so angry that a few more pimples appeared on his face. His beautiful boss covered her mouth and chuckled when she saw how impatient he was. She ignored the sullen Li Wangyu and pulled Afro and Perrin to instruct the servants in the residence to start preparing for the new year. On the 24th, the foppish sons also swarmed over to Dingzhou village's Lai Hot. On the night of Pai Lupi's birthday banquet, Li Wangyu's fireworks had already alarmed half of Chang'an. Many people in the streets near the imperial city and Taiji Palace saw the sudden explosion of thunder in the night sky and the gorgeous fireworks in the sky. This caused a lot of discussion in Chang'an that night. They didn't know what had happened to cause such a strange phenomenon. It wasn't until the next day that the officials at the birthday banquet spoke a few words that everyone understood that the fireworks that had bloomed in the night sky last night had been the work of the Count of Huxian, Li Wangyu. At the birthday banquet, the mirror that Li Wangyu had presented as a gift was the subject of much discussion. The rumors became more and more exaggerated. There were even rumors that County Count who had stolen the treasured mirror from the immortal palace and presented it to the saint. That treasured mirror could emit lightning and thunder, and it could also emit a strong light that competed with the sun. There were even rumors that County Count who had presented the first emperor's treasured mirror, the heart-reflecting mirror. Rumor had it that the first emperor could use the treasured mirror to check the loyalty of his subjects. Anyone with second thoughts would be able to see that their hearts and guts were trembling when they looked into the mirror. In short, the rumors became more and more outrageous, and Li Wangyu and the treasures he presented to Pai Lupi were covered in a layer of mystery. The foppish sons naturally learned the truth of that night from their fathers. They weren't interested in mirrors, but they were curious about the fireworks that bloomed in the night sky. If it wasn't for the fact that all the manors had to offer sacrifices to the kitchen the next day and they really couldn't get away, it was likely that they would have chased after them to Dingzhou village on the same day. On the second day after the ceremony, the rich playboys showed up at the Lai Hot and asked Li Wangyu for the fireworks. Zio, why didn't you think of your brothers when you created something fun? That's right, you're not a good brother. Hurry up and hand over the fireworks and I'll spare your life. You didn't even call your brothers to watch the fireworks. Zio, you've become bad. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. These bastards, you're not girls. Only a ghost would want to watch the fireworks with you. Brothers, the fireworks can only be set off at night. Li Wangyu deliberately evaded the responsibility. Qing Yaojin was carefree and directly led the way to the big bathroom at the Lai Hot. That's good. We'll stay in your manor for a few more days and return to Chang'an City on New Year's Eve. Brothers, let's go and take a bath. It's winter and the best time to soak in a hot spring. Zio, you really know how to enjoy life. Your manor is still the most comfortable. Hurry up and ask the maids to bring us wine. Li Wangyu's nose was about to become crooked from anger. This group of rich playboys really didn't treat him as an outsider. It was really annoying. He jokingly scolded and waved his hand to signal the old housekeeper, Li Heng, to prepare food and rooms for the rich playboys. Fortunately, when he made the fireworks for Pai Lupi, he also remembered that the spring festival was coming. In addition to the 108 fireworks, he made many more and planned to set them off on New Year's Eve. Of course, it was okay to take some out to satisfy the rich playboy's curiosity. Since he couldn't have sex with his beautiful boss, Li Wangyu could only play with the rich playboys in the manor. Setting off fireworks, firecrackers, barbecue, fishing, mahjong, poker, board games. Li Wangyu led the rich playboys to play everything they could think of. On the 27th day, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben also came to visit. That day was the beginning of the New Year's Eve holiday, in the imperial court and yamen. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben had already agreed to celebrate the new year at their own manner. Li Wangyu naturally welcomed them. It was the new year, so the more lively it was, the better. On New Year's Eve, the rich playboys finally reluctantly returned to Chang'an City. Li Wangyu made arrangements for the New Year's Eve banquet while silently calculating the time. It had already been 7 days. The relatives of his beautiful boss should have left by now, right? Thinking of this, Li Wangyu felt that his mouth and tongue were dry and his heart was beating faster. He pretended as if nothing had happened and walked left and right in front of his beautiful boss. His beautiful boss couldn't help but glare at him. "Wangyu, if you have nothing to do, go to the kitchen and see how the New Year's Eve banquet is going. Why do you keep walking around in front of me?" "Hee, nothing. I'm just looking at you." Li Wangyu smiled embarrassedly. "Why are you looking at me?" "Well, what do you have planned for tonight? Is it convenient?" The beautiful boss instantly understood what this guy meant. Her pretty face immediately turned red, but she didn't say anything. She just nodded slightly and walked away quickly. Receiving a hint from his beautiful boss, Li Wangyu was so excited that he clenched his fists and jumped 3 feet high. He turned and ran to his bedroom to prepare incense, candles, and flower petals. He then charged his phone and Bluetooth speaker, chose romantic music, and waited for night to fall. Throughout the day, Li Wangyu deeply understood what it meant to have a day pass like a year. Why did time pass so slowly? Why hadn't the sun set yet? Why wasn't the sky dark yet? Ma Zhou and the others felt that their master had become strange today. Not only was he absent-minded, but he also kept asking the mansion's servant girls what time it was. Yan Liben and Ma Zhou looked at each other, not understanding the situation. When Li Wangyu asked about the time again, they simply asked, "Master, do you have something to do today? Do you need the disciples to do it for you?" Li Wangyu was surprised and quickly shook his head. Nothing. You do what you need to do." Today's weather is good." After he finished speaking, he quickly walked away, afraid that his 2 disciples would notice something. That would be too embarrassing. With great difficulty, the sky finally turned dark. The castle had just lit up when Li Wangyu impatiently waved his hand. "Let's start the banquet." This New Year's Eve banquet left everyone in the mansion confused. No matter who proposed a toast to Li Wangyu, he flatly refused. "I'm not drinking. From today onwards, I'm quitting drinking." Li Wangyu pushed away the wine bowl in front of him with an unusually firm attitude. This caused Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, who had proposed a toast to him, to be stunned. They didn't understand what was wrong with their master. Why didn't he even drink? How could they know that Li Wangyu was afraid that he would get drunk again? Wouldn't that delay the important matter? The others didn't know what was going on, but their beautiful boss understood. She glared at Li Wangyu with a red face and ignored him, minding her own business as she called out to Aphrodite and Perrin, as well as Niu Yong and Niu Wu's wives to drink and eat. After the New Year's Eve banquet, Li Wangyu desperately winked at his beautiful boss, signaling that it was getting late and that it was time to rest. Unfortunately, his beautiful boss completely ignored him and dragged Aphrodite, Perrin, as well as Niu Yong and Niu Wu's wives out to set off firecrackers and fireworks. This made Li Wangyu so angry that the roots of his teeth itched, but there was nothing he could do. He could only thicken his face and follow them out to set off firecrackers. Chapter 6:17. After setting off the firecrackers and fireworks with great difficulty, everyone sat back down in the castle to drink and chat. Li Wangyu, however, couldn't sit still anymore. From time to time, he would pretend to yawn and stretch, looking very sleepy. Li Heng, the old butler, felt sorry for him and couldn't help but say, "Are you sleepy, Lang Jun? Why don't you go get some rest?" Li Wangyu immediately got off the donkey and stretched as he stood up. "Okay, you guys can have your fun. Don't worry about me, I'll go back to my room first." With that, He turned around and left, not forgetting to secretly give his beautiful boss a look, indicating that she should go with him. But his beautiful boss turned her head away as if she didn't see it and continued talking to Aphrodite and the other daughters-in-law of the Niu family. Li Wangyu was so angry that the roots of his teeth itched, but there was nothing he could do. He could only look back every few steps and dawdle back to his room. His room was naturally the largest in the castle. Not only was there a living room outside the bedroom for receiving guests, but there was also a huge cloakroom and washroom inside the bedroom, just like the mansions in the future. There was also a thick carpet on the solid wooden floor. The bed in the bedroom was even bigger, which Li Wangyu had the craftsman build for him. Not to mention 2 or 3 people, it wouldn't even be crowded even if 5 or 6 people were to lie down. After returning to his room, Li Wangyu sat on the sofa in the living room, scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously. He grabbed the Book of the 3 Kingdoms, flipped through a couple of pages and threw it aside. He walked around the room several times but still didn't see his beautiful boss. Feeling that he had been tricked by this woman again, he stomped his feet in anger. Feeling really uneasy, he simply ran to the bathroom to take a shower and extinguish the anger in his heart. He planned to go to bed and find trouble with his beautiful boss tomorrow. But when Li Wangyu finished his shower and walked out of the bathroom in a bathrobe and wiping his wet hair with a towel, he was stunned when he looked up. Who else could it be but Su Changqing, who was looking at him with a sweet smile under the dim light of the room. "Changqing, you." As soon as he opened his mouth, his beautiful boss gently pressed a finger to his lips, indicating that he should not speak. Su Changqing gently leaned her head on his shoulder, her slender fingers drawing circles on his chest. "Wangyu, will we never be able to go back?" Li Wangyu opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to answer. There was no answer to this question, and he felt that the possibility of returning to the future was almost zero. "Listen, I don't care how many women you marry in the future, but if you dare to treat me badly, I'll kill you." After the beautiful boss finished speaking, she proudly raised her snow-white slender neck, stretched out her right index finger and middle finger, and made a peace sign. Su Changqing's mentality had changed a lot since he had been in the Tang dynasty for almost a year. Originally, she had thought that she would at most allow Li Wangyu to cheat on her once, and accepting Afro was already her bottom line. But as time passed, Su Changqing had already become a little numb to the Tang dynasty's multiple wives and concubines. She was not afraid of how many women Li Wangyu would have in the future, but she was afraid that he would forget about her. After all, she knew that she could no longer leave this little man. Now, Su Changqing's only request was that this man who came from the same era as her not let her down. That was all. Li Wangyu immediately felt a chill down his lower body in the face of his beautiful boss's threat, and his strong desire to live immediately made him reply without hesitation, "How is that possible? I swear that I will always treat you well, dote on you, and love you." "Humph, big pig trotter, I don't believe you." The beautiful boss began to pound Li Wangyu's chest with her small fists. Li Wangyu was speechless. "Can't you speak properly?" He quickly reached out and hugged his beautiful boss tightly in his arms. Without saying a word, he kissed her directly. At this point, even a fool would know that it was useless to say anything. Between the two of them, their breathing began to quicken. Li Wangyu's hands also began to slowly grope up and down dishonestly. When his hands finally touched Su Changqing's perky bottom, the beauty in his arms could not help but twist her body. Li Wangyu was about to continue, but Su Changqing suddenly pushed him away. "I'll go take a shower first." The beautiful boss bit her lower lip, her face flushed red and her eyes watery as she ran to the bathroom. The bathroom door slammed shut, making Li Wangyu, who wanted to chase after her, feel regretful. He could only sit back on the bed and wait anxiously. Of course, he knew what the beautiful boss meant. In the future, if he had a goddess like Su Changqing, he would be courting death if he still dared to be snobbish, eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. But Li Wangyu felt that he was deceiving himself if he had to pat his chest and promise his beautiful boss that he would only marry her in the future without any second thoughts. Let's not talk about the distant future, just take Avro in the residence. Could he bear to send her out of the residence and marry someone else? Even the little lowly Perrin, Li Wangyou's heart twitched at the thought of this lovely girl being pleasured by someone else. Bah, scumbag. Li Wangyou despised himself deeply in his heart. Sure enough, the beautiful boss was right. Men were all bad. But Li Wangyou dared to swear to his heart that Su Changqing was the love of his life, and he would never let her down no matter what. His words just now were definitely not perfunctory to the beautiful boss, but his heartfelt words. Just as Li Wangyou was letting his imagination run wild, the bathroom door finally opened. Su Changqing's beautiful black hair was still dripping with water. She had casually tied it into a bun and secured it with a hairpin. Her creamy skin was fair and flawless, with a faint pinkish hue. What a picture of a beauty coming out of the bath. Li Wangyou's heart began to beat violently again. Changqing. Li Wangyou only felt his mouth go dry and wanted to say something. But before he could say anything, he saw Su Changqing slowly undoing the belt around her waist. The beautiful boss's clothes fell to the ground piece by piece. Li Wangyou stared blankly at the naked beauty in front of him. The beautiful boss stretched out her two jade arms and wrapped them around Li Wangyou's stiff neck. She whispered in his ear and whispered, "Fool, why are you in a daze?" Li Wangyou was an idiot. At this moment, he knew what he should do. He lowered his head abruptly and kissed his beautiful superior's red lips fiercely. Her fragrance was thick and smooth, and his hands couldn't help but start to move up and down. When his hands climbed to the soft part of the beautiful boss's chest, Su Changqing only felt her ears burning and her heart beating wildly. There was even a moment when she had the thought of running away. The two people were entangled and slowly fell to the spacious bed. In the bedroom, waves of stirring moans continuously came out, and the air was filled with the smell of hormones. Midnight came. In the castle and in the nearby Dingzhou village, bells and drums sounded together. Jingguan had come for 3 years. End of Book 1, blossoming countless gold coins. Chapter 618. The panting in the bedroom quickly subsided. Li Wangyou stared blankly at the ceiling, his face ashen. His beautiful boss covered her mouth and chuckled. She drew circles on his chest with her finger. Hey, didn't someone say that he was in good health? Li Wangyou covered his face with both hands. He was speechless. What was going on with this damned body? He wasn't like this in his previous life. Although he didn't dare to brag that he could do it 7 times in one night, he still thought that his ability was pretty good. But before he could even get to the point, he had been killed in an instant. This made Li Wangyou want to die. Was there a problem with this body, or was there something else? No, I was too nervous just now. Yes, that's right. Let me rest for a while. Today, I must let you know what a man's dignity is. Li Wangyou cried in his heart, but he refused to admit defeat. In fact, Li Wangyou was already on the verge of tears. He was wondering if he should make a trip to the world manifestation realm after daybreak and find old immortal Sun to take a look at him. Could it be that he had some hidden illness? If he really had that kind of illness, he might as well slit his throat and try to transmigrate again. Okay, don't cry. Good boy, I don't dislike you, he. Su Changqing looked at the little man beside him who had a deathly pale face. His eyes were smiling like crescent moons. Why don't I try again? Maybe I wasn't used to it just now. Li Wangyou made a last-ditch effort. His beautiful boss bit her sexy red lips. Can you do it? Li Wangyou hurriedly stuck his head out and whispered a few words into his beautiful superior's ear, but the beautiful superior's beautiful face was dyed with a layer of blush. She rolled her eyes at Li Wangyou flirtatiously, but didn't object. Her body slowly slid down and disappeared under the brocade quilt. The room was filled with the scent of hormones once again. After everything returned to normal, Li Wangyou finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he didn't need to look for Sun Simiao. There was nothing wrong with this body. He couldn't help but chuckle. Darling, I'm not bragging, right? He. Su Changqing was too lazy to talk to him. She just lost her virginity, so she felt very tired and didn't want to talk. She just curled up in Li Wangyou's arms and hugged the little man who took her virginity. With a sweet face, she soon fell asleep. Li Wangyou stretched out his hand and gently stroked his beautiful boss's silky smooth back. Looking at the beauty sleeping in his arms, he secretly vowed to protect this woman's happiness and slowly fell asleep. However, the two newlyweds didn't linger on the bed for long. Before dawn, just after 3:00 in the morning, Li Wangyou's door was gently knocked. Perrin's voice came from outside the door. Lang Jun, it's time to get up. It's already 5 in the morning. We have to set off. Perrin knocked on the door for a long time before waking up Li Wangyou and his beautiful boss. Wangyou, what time is it? What's Perrin's name? The beautiful boss asked in a daze. Li Wangyou also woke up after a long time. He was speechless and held his forehead with his hand. Damn Pai Lupi. On the morning of the first day of the new year, the reason why Perrin woke him up so early was that she wanted to go to Chang'an City to attend the New Year's court meeting. Every year on the first day of the new year, the emperor sat in the morning court meeting and was congratulated by the officials. In the capital, the ministers, civil and military officials, and the envoys of various countries all had to attend. The New Year's court meeting was the grandest of the year. Li Wangyou, as the county earl who founded the country, naturally had to attend. He cursed in his heart and was about to get up to open the door for Perrin and let the maidservant come in to help him change. It had to be said that it was easy to go from frugality to extravagance. Li Wangyou was now very used to having maidservants to help him change clothes and wash up. However, after the beautiful boss woke up, she pulled him and anxiously whispered, Don't let them in." Li Wangyou was stunned and then realized that the beautiful boss was embarrassed to let others know what happened between them last night. "Hey, Changqing, the ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law. Perrin and the others will know about this sooner or later." "No, I don't care. Anyway, you are not allowed to tell anyone. You go out and don't let them in." The beautiful boss pulled the brocade quilt and hid herself in it like an ostrich. Li Wangyou could not help but smile that the mature and steady beautiful boss also had such a side. Since the beautiful boss wanted to keep it a secret for the time being, he naturally would not meddle. Li Wangyou got up and put on his clothes casually and kissed the beautiful boss's red lips. Then he got up and opened the bedroom door, but did not let Perrin and the maidservants in. He turned around and closed the door. "Okay, you can change clothes here." Li Wangyou stood in the living room and ordered. The maidservants naturally did not dare to say anything. They busily brought a copper basin and helped Li Wangyou wash his face and comb his hair. They tied his hair into a bun and helped him put on the court robes that represented the founding of the country. On the other hand, the little girl, Pei Lan, seemed to have realized something when she realized that her Lang Jun did not allow her to enter the bedroom. However, she did not say anything. She just ordered the maidservants to do their work and help Li Wangyou tidy up the wrinkles on his court robes. In fact, Perrin did not need to do these things. Li Wangyou had already ordered her to do so. He even specially assigned the maidservants in the residence to serve Perrin. In the eyes of Li Wangyou and Su Changqing, Perrin was also a member of the family. How could they let her serve them? However, Perrin was very stubborn. Even if there were maidservants, she still did so. Li Wangyou could not do anything about it and could only let her be. However, when Perrin tidied up Li Wangyou's court robes, her small nose suddenly moved. "Husband, why do you have the smell of the perfume that Sister Changqing likes to use?" Her words stunned Li Wangyou. Was this girl born in the year of the dog? How could she smell this? Last night, the two of them were entangled for half the night. Of course, it was not strange that he had the smell of his beautiful superior's perfume on him. Li Wangyou coughed and quickly changed the topic. "Cough, maybe it was when Changqing used the perfume. Let's go. It's late. Is the carriage ready? Miao Wu has already ordered the troops to prepare it. They are waiting for you in the hall downstairs." Perrin replied, but her eyes glanced at Li Wangyou's closed bedroom door. Her face revealed a mischievous smile. Li Wangyou did not notice Perrin's expression. He just nodded and got up to walk out of the door. Perrin and the maidservants also followed out. After everyone left, Li Wangyou's bedroom door was gently pushed open again. Su Changqing's hair was messy and her clothes were untidy. She was also holding a bedsheet in her arms. The bedsheet had the little plum blossom marks that she left last night. She was too embarrassed to continue leaving this thing in Li Wangyou's bedroom. When the maidservants who were cleaning up the room saw it, they would be ashamed to death. Sister Changqing. Perrin's voice suddenly sounded in the castle corridor, startling Su Changqing. She hurriedly hid the bedsheet behind her back and looked at Perrin. Perrin, has Wang Yu left? Didn't you go with him? Yes, Lang Jun has left. He said that he would stay in Kaihua Square for a few days. He asked me to wait for Sister Changqing and Sister Aphrodite. We will set off for Kaihua Square together later. Perrin smiled and made a funny face at Su Changqing. Sister Changqing, last night you... Before she could finish, Su Changqing covered her mouth. Shoo, don't talk nonsense. Nothing happened last night. Be good, it's still early. Go back and sleep for a while. We will set off after daybreak. The beautiful superior blushed and ran back to her room, leaving Perrin behind to snicker. Chapter 619. Because the weather was getting colder, Li Wangyu was too lazy to continue riding a horse. Therefore, he now took a four-wheeled carriage to Chang'an City. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben also needed to attend the court meeting on New Year's Day. They had already gotten up and changed into their court clothes, waiting for him in the hall. Li Wangyu yawned and nodded to the two disciples, asking them to get on the carriage and set off. Sitting in the carriage, Li Wangyu recalled the incredible scene last night and couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty more than 1,400 years ago, he could have such a wonderful relationship with his beautiful boss. This was something he never dreamed of in his previous life. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben looked at each other and guessed something from Li Wangyou's expression. Combined with the abnormal behavior of their teacher last night, the two of them showed a smile that all men understood. In the slight undulation of the carriage, the exhausted Li Wangyu fell asleep again with a happy smile on his face. When he woke up, the carriage had already stopped in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate of the Imperial City. At this time, the sky was still bright, but the Vermilion Bird Avenue and the Imperial City were illuminated by torches. Today's Chang'an City could be called Fire City. Every 100 meters, there were burning torches illuminating the wide streets. With birch candles and hundreds of torches surrounding the horses, the city was decorated. This was the grand occasion of today. For the court meeting on New Year's Day, the poem Early Court Meeting on the Day of the Lantern Festival, by the Tang dynasty poet Wang Jian was the most detailed and vivid. The great country's rites and music are prepared, all the people are paying respect to the Lantern Festival. The eastern color has not moved, but the crown sword gate is full. The emperor lives in Penglai, solemn and clear. The general leads the Yulin forest, holding a halberd and patrolling the palace. The grandeur of a great country was fully displayed. Although Li Wangyu complained about Pai Lupi, after getting off the carriage, he was also shocked by the formation that he had never seen before. He couldn't help but become more serious. The court meeting on New Year's Day was the largest and most solemn court meeting of the year. The ceremony process was also quite complicated. In layman's terms, the court assembly was divided into the entrance ceremony, the New Year's greeting, the tribute, the year-end examination, the reading of the Edict of the Lantern Festival, and the celebration. Naturally, there was no need to mention the entrance ceremony. During the New Year's greetings, the officials would send a congratulatory letter to Pai Lupi, and the high-ranking officials would represent the officials to congratulate him and read the congratulatory letter. The tributes were mainly for the envoys of the various states and countries. They couldn't possibly come empty-handed to Pai Lupi to pay their New Year's greetings. Since it was the year-end assessment, they naturally had to see how the various places were doing and whether there were any political achievements. Finally, after the ceremony, Pai Lupi invited all the officials to a banquet. After everyone ate and drank, they could go home. However, this had nothing to do with Li Wangyu. He was here to make up the number of people, and the process of the ceremony had nothing to do with him. After taking a nap in the carriage, he still felt very sleepy. He just wanted to end the court session as soon as possible so that he could go back and sleep again. In the imperial city, hundreds of officials in luxurious clothes had already begun to gather and line up, preparing to enter the palace to pay their respects. Li Wangyu hurriedly led Ma Zhou and Yan Liben forward to greet all the officials he was familiar with and pay their New Year's greetings. They kept repeating auspicious words such as, Happy New Year, Longevity Extended, Happy New Year, Longevity Unlimited, and so on. It was very lively. While everyone was merrily greeting each other, Li Wangyu smelled a strong mutton smell, which almost made him suffocate. Although the Tangs also liked to eat mutton, Li Wangyu had been in the Tang dynasty for almost a year, but he had never smelled such a strong mutton smell on anyone. Moreover, today was the New Year's Day court session. Those attending the court session were all officials and nobles. Even if they didn't have incense on them, they shouldn't have such a smell. He couldn't help but turn his head and look. There were several envoys wearing thick leather jackets, who looked like nomads from the north. Li Wangyu couldn't help but ask Cheng Yaojin in a low voice, Uncle Cheng, where did these envoys come from? They smell really bad. Hee, you brat, don't talk nonsense. They are the envoys of the barbarian Khagan. They are here to pay tribute to the sage during the court session today. Cheng Yaojin's words made Li Wangyu ponder for a long time. Who was this barbarian Khagan? After a long time, he remembered that this barbarian Khagan was also an Eastern Turk. After the Eastern Turk Shili Khagan rebelled, the barbarian Khagan allied with the Hueha, Baegu, and other tribes to defeat Shili Khagan and built his own tent, which was Shui Yantua. Uncle Cheng, that barbarian Khagan submitted to the sage? Li Wangyu asked curiously. He didn't know about this history. Cheng Yaojin nodded with a smile. The sage sent Yuji General Qiao Shiwang to confer the title of Shui Yantua Jinju Pijia Khagan. He also gave him a war drum and flag. That barbarian Khagan was also a tactful fellow. After accepting the title, he sent an envoy to pay tribute. Li Wangyu suddenly understood. When he was studying the history of the Tang dynasty, he seemed to have read about this matter. However, he didn't remember much about it until Cheng Yaojin explained. However, he remembered that this barbarian Khagan wasn't a good person. As the saying goes, those who are not of the same race will have different intentions. In the 13th year of Zhenguan, the barbarian Khagan started to become enemies with the Tang dynasty. In the 19th year of Zhenguan, after the death of the barbarian Khagan, his son actually led an army to attack Hunan's Shoa prefecture. This caused the Tang dynasty to be furious and send out an army. In the end, in the 20th year of Zhenguan, the Shui Yantua Khanate was completely destroyed by the Tang army. After recalling the history, Li Wangyu couldn't help but secretly curl his lips. These two-faced Shui Yantua people really didn't know what was good for them. Did they think that the cavalry of the Tang dynasty was made of mud? After the start of the court meeting, the officials and envoys of various countries entered the hall one by one and kowtowed to Pai Lupi. Then came the tedious process of the ceremony. Li Wangyu sat in his seat with his back against the pillar in the hall. He listened to Fang Xuanling's yin and yang reading out the congratulatory words. It felt like a lullaby. His eyelids became heavier and heavier. In the end, he simply leaned against the pillar and fell asleep. He had to admit that the warm Taiji Palace was really a good place to sleep. Li Wangyu slept so soundly that he was almost snoring. While he was having sex with his beautiful boss in his dream, he was suddenly pushed from behind. He was so scared that he jumped up from his seat. Before he could recover, he heard Pai Lupi's voice say, "What do you think, Count Huxian? Tell me about it." "What the hell? What do you mean by, what do I think?" "Pai Lupi, what are you talking about?" Li Wangyu blankly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. He was in a daze and didn't know what had happened. Just like in the future, when he was suddenly called to stand up and answer a question while sleeping in class, he looked around blankly and asked the three questions in his soul: Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why didn't anyone tell me what had happened? He couldn't help but turn his head and look behind him. The person who pushed him was his disciple Ma Zhou, who was winking at him. Ah, this question, yes, this is a question. Li Wangyu didn't know what he was talking about. God, who could save him? He was about to cry. The court meeting was going well. Did it have anything to do with him? He was sleeping well. Who was he bothering? Chapter 620. When Li Wangyu saw the expressions of Pai Lupi and the other officials, he knew that his nonsense just now was not appropriate. When he was at a loss of what to do, he heard someone shouting in dissatisfaction, "Heaven Khan, what nonsense is this official of yours talking about? Does he also think that it is good for the Biyao tribe to occupy my pasture? Heavenly Khan, are you humiliating me, Shui Intua?" Li Wangyu looked towards the direction of the voice. The one shouting in the hall was the envoy of Shui Intua that Qing Yaojin mentioned earlier. However, the words of the envoy made Li Wangyu even more confused. What the hell? The Biyao tribe occupied Shui Intua's pasture. What does it have to do with what he said just now? Before he could recover, he saw a group of people dressed as envoys from Mo Bay laughing. "Ha, the official of the Heaven Khan said it well. Isn't this good? Since Shui Intua has already set up camp at Overseer Yu Mountain, then the pasture of Luoluan River belongs to us, Biyao tribe. What's wrong with that? Bullshit. God above, the pasture of Luoluan River has always belonged to us, Shui Intua. Bah, if it wasn't for us, the Ba Yegu tribe, who helped you defeat Shili Khan's army, you would have been finished long ago. Now, giving the grassland of the Krulin River to us is a reward. You bastard, do you want to duel with me? Come on, God above, are we, the people of Biyao tribe, those cowardly guinea pigs? I will let you know what it means to be an eagle on the grassland. Li Wangyu continued to be confused. What the hell is going on? I just said a few words of nonsense, why are these envoys arguing? Seeing his teacher's confused face, Ma Zhou was helpless. While Shui Intua and the envoys of Biyao tribe were still scolding each other, he quickly got up and whispered a few words in Li Wangyu's ear. Only then did Li Wangyu realize what was going on. *CK, this was really a pain in the ass. It turned out that when the envoys of various countries were paying tribute, the Shui Intua envoy, who had recently submitted to the Tang dynasty, suddenly said that he hoped that Pai Lupi, the Heavenly Khan, would uphold justice for Shui Intua and punish the Bay tribe. The reason was that the Bay ancient tribe had forcefully occupied the grassland of the Krulin River, which was located between the two tribes. Speaking of which, Shui Intua and Ba Yegu were originally allies. Previously, the two of them, together with the Hueha people, defeated the Turkic Shili Khan's army. But once the Eastern Turks were defeated and fled, the people of these tribes began to fight over the fertile pastures. Several small-scale battles even broke out because of this. However, Shui Intua had just been established recently, and their strength was not as strong as the Bay tribe. They had suffered a small loss, and even the grassland of the Luoluan River had been occupied by the other party. Therefore, Shui Intua's envoy simply took the opportunity of today's New Year's Day Imperial Court meeting to offer tribute to Pai Lupi and brought up this matter, hoping to get the support of the Heavenly Khan. In this regard, Pai Lupi naturally felt a headache. He did not want to care about the matter of the Mabe grassland, and he could not care about it. He could not let the iron cavalry of the Tang dynasty move out just because the two sides were fighting over the pastures, right? After all, the Bay ancient tribe had also submitted to the Tang dynasty and worshipped Pai Lupi as the Heavenly Khan. They were a vassal state of the Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi was helpless and could only look around to see if other people had any thoughts on this matter. But whether it was the civil officials like Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, or the military officials like Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, Li Jing, or the military officials like Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, or Li Jing, in fact, there was no good way to deal with this matter. This matter involved the interests of both sides, so how could it be settled with just a few words from the Tang dynasty? If they spoke rashly and caused the other side to be dissatisfied, it would not be good. Therefore, everyone kept their mouths shut and remained silent. In desperation, Pai Lupi turned his eyes to Li Wangyu. His nephew had already left an impression in his heart that he was quick-witted and often had unexpected ideas, so he wanted to see if he had any good ideas. Li Wangyu was dozing off in the hall. He could hide it from others, but naturally, he could not hide it from his disciple, Ma Zhou, who was sitting behind him. Seeing Pai Lupi looking at him, Ma Zhou was anxious and pushed Li Wangyu. However, he did not expect Li Wangyu to have such a big reaction and directly jumped up. The key point was that this guy was still confused and did not understand the situation, so he opened his mouth and said something like, "It's good." This naturally annoyed Shui Yintua's envoy, who thought that Li Wangyu was saying that it was good that Bei had robbed their grassland, causing a mess in the hall. Pai Lupi glared at Li Wangyu, who was causing trouble. Seeing that Shui Yintua and Bei Gu's envoys were getting more and more agitated, and it seemed that they were going to fight on the spot, he could not help but slap the armrest of the throne and scolded angrily, "Enough." The two envoys were making such a ruckus in the main hall. What was going on? "Shut up, all of you." Seeing that the heavenly Khan was angry, Shui Yintua and Bei Gu's envoys looked at each other angrily and temporarily shut up. Pai Lupi rubbed his temples and felt a headache. He felt that these barbarians were indeed barbarians. Didn't they know that today was the New Year's Day imperial court? On the first day of the new year, they were already restless and caused so much trouble. They were really uncivilized. He glared at Li Wangyu and asked angrily, "County Count who, what did you mean by what you said just now? Tell me clearly." At this time, Li Wangyu knew the cause and effect of the matter, and he also had a headache. How did he know how to solve this matter? "Why don't we split the grassland in half? Or I'll take 1, 3, 5, and you'll take 2, 4, 6. Or should we just use scissors, stone, paper, and whoever wins gets the grassland?" These were all his own thoughts. It was obvious that neither Shui Yintua nor Bei Gu would accept these proposals. He was also a little embarrassed and did not know how to answer Pai Lupi's question. Should he tell Pai Lupi that he was just taking a nap and that what he said just now was just sleep talking? Then it would be strange if Pai Lupi did not beat him. Li Wangyu did not want to be punished by Pai Lupi on the first day of the new year. That would not be a good sign. Seeing Li Wangyu at a loss for words, Ho Junji's triangular eyes flashed with disdain, and he stepped forward to add insult to injury. "Your Majesty, this subject believes that County Count who was speaking nonsense just now and has truly lost his dignity. Your Majesty, please punish him as a warning to others." Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the other clan heads naturally stood up and agreed. Duke Lu's words are reasonable. Your Majesty, for County Count who to speak so carelessly in the hall, he has truly lost his place as a subject. This subject requests that Your Majesty severely punish County Count who for his conduct. Hearing this, Li Wangyu could not help but raise his middle finger under his robe. These bastards were really willing to use their knives. But after being forced by them, Li Wangyu suddenly had an idea, and he couldn't help but heartily laugh. "Ha, Duke Lu, Duke Wang, and Duke Zheng's words are truly baffling. When did I speak carelessly? Everyone, please do not slander me." Ho Junji scornfully pursed his lips. "County Count who, weren't you the one who said that this matter was rather good? Ba Yegu occupying Shui Yintua's grassland is rather good? Why don't you explain this to His Majesty and Shui Yintua's envoy?" Li Wangyu slowly walked forward and bowed to Pai Lupi. "Reporting to Your Majesty, what this subject said just now was rather good." It was not what Duke Lu understood. Chapter 621. Pai Lupi glanced at his nephew and asked, "Oh? County Count who, what did you mean by what you said just now?" "Yes, Your Majesty. When I said, quite good, I meant that Shui Yintua's envoy was willing to ask Your Majesty for help. This matter is quite good. As the Khan of Heaven, Your Majesty naturally has the responsibility of arbitrating vassal states. This is Your Majesty's right and obligation. This is also the reason why the Tang dynasty is respected by all states and the four seas." Li Wangyu's words touched Pai Lupi's heart. The proud Pai Lupi could not help but feel proud. He nodded slightly and the anger on his face disappeared. However, Pai Lupi did not let Li Wangyu go. He continued to ask, in your opinion, how should this matter be solved? The key was to solve the conflict between Shui Yintua and Ba Yegu. Otherwise, no matter how good Li Wangyu's flattery was, it would not help. Li Wangyu was not in a hurry. He smiled and said, Your Majesty, this matter is very easy to solve. What good plan? Not only was Pai Lupi curious, but the officials and the envoys of Shui Yintua and Ba Yegu were also staring at Li Wangyu. They wanted to see what this young man would come up with. Hee, it's simple. If there is a conflict, can't we just compete? The winner will take the grassland, and the loser will admit defeat. It's fair and reasonable. Isn't this a happy ending? Li Wangyu's words were said casually, but it caused an uproar among the officials and the envoys of Shui Yintua and Ba Yegu in the hall. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots looked at each other. They did not understand why Li Wangyu would say this. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben were even more anxious. They wished they could go up and cover their teacher's mouth. County Earl Hu, be careful with your words. What kind of idea is this? Do you think that national affairs are child's play? Absurd, this is absurd. County Earl Hu, how can you come up with such an idea to make the two clans fight over the grassland? What are your intentions? Since the Shui Yintua and Ba Yegu clans are vassals of the Tang dynasty, how can you come up with such a bad idea? If the two clans fight each other, what good will it be for the Tang dynasty and the two clans? Absurd, truly absurd. Your Majesty, I want to impeach County Earl Hu, for his evil intentions, he should be punished. Your Majesty. County Magistrate whose words were filled with evil intentions and could not be forgiven. County Earl Hu, Your Majesty, please punish him. The Shui Yintua, and Ba Yegus, and the officials of Yegu and Baz didn't say anything for the time being. The other officials, were. This was especially true for the officials from the aristocratic families. They were all filled with righteous indignation, looking as if they were sworn enemies with Li Wangyu. A large group of people who wanted to impeach him came out on their knees. Yuqi Jingda and the other generals didn't know what to say. They looked at each other and didn't say anything. It was Qin Yaojin who stood out and laughed. Wahahaha, Your Majesty, I think County Earl Hu's words are reasonable. Since neither side can convince the other, then let's fight. We'll listen to the one with the bigger fist. Pai Lupi stared at Qin Yaojin with a headache. He didn't find it strange that this old man would be so unreasonable. However, Pai Lupi never expected Li Wangyu to come up with such a bad idea. He was caught unprepared. County Earl Hu, what do you mean by this? Explain it clearly. Li Wangyu wasn't worried at all in the face of the official's accusations. He chuckled and replied, Your Majesty, this is what I meant just now. Since the vassal states are in conflict and can't agree, then a fair competition to determine the winner is naturally an appropriate method. His words made the ministers who wanted to impeach him explode again. Without waiting for Li Er to speak, they couldn't wait to refute. Nonsense. Are the lives of the vassal state not lives? County Earl Hu, how dare you treat human lives like grass? If Shui Yintua and Ba Yegu fight to the death, wouldn't that benefit the Eastern Turks and that old thief Shili? County Earl Hu, what are you thinking? Wang Renyu stood out and reprimanded. Li Wangyu spread out his hands. When did I say that I want Shui Yintua and the Ba Yegu to fight to the death? County Earl Hu, you just finished speaking and you want to deny it? Do you really think His Majesty and I are deaf? Li Wangyu said with a sneaky smile, Everyone, did you hear me clearly? I said to let the two sides compete, but I didn't say to let them fight to the death. Wang Renyu sneered, Ridiculous, swords have no eyes. Could it be that County Earl Hu is thinking of wrapping swords and spears in cotton and playing with them? No. Since they are all vassal states of the Tang dynasty, how can we use swords and spears so crudely? Li Wangyu shook his head and smiled. Pai Lupi couldn't help but ask curiously, County Earl Hu, then what do you mean? Your Majesty, I was wondering if the Tang dynasty can hold a sports meet? Why don't we call it the Tang Dynasty National Sports Meet, or the National Sports Meet for short? This war is about who is stronger, faster, more accurate in archery, and better in horsemanship. Since that's the case, we can turn these events into sports meets and let the soldiers of the Tang dynasty compete with the vassal states. This way, we don't need to use swords and spears, and we can show the strength and bravery of the soldiers. Why not? Li Wangyu smiled very proudly. This was the idea he came up with in a flash of inspiration. Holding the Olympic Games in the Tang dynasty could solve the disputes between the vassal states, and it could also add to the entertainment life of the people of the Tang dynasty. What a good idea! The origin of the Olympic Games was actually related to solving the disputes of war. In ancient Greece, there were more than 200 city-states. There were also endless disputes between the city-states, and conflicts and wars often broke out. The continuous wars disgusted the ancient Greek people, and they all desired a peaceful environment to rest and recuperate. Later, the Spartan king and Elis king signed the Holy Month of Truce treaty. As a result, the military training and sports competitions to prepare soldiers gradually turned into a sports meet for peace and friendship. Li Wangyu suddenly thought of the Olympic Games and the origin of the Olympic Games, so he came up with this idea. Since the Shui Yantua and the Bagua tribes were entangled with each other for the grassland, they might as well send people from their tribes to Chang and to participate in the sports meet. The grassland would belong to whoever won. If they didn't agree, they could compete again in 4 years to determine the ownership of the grassland in the Krilin River. Li Wangyu's words made Li Er and the other officials look at each other, unable to make heads or tails of it. Sports meet? National Games? What the hell was that? Pai Lupi coughed and asked, County Earl Hu, can you explain to me what a sports meet is? Yes, Your Majesty. A sports meet refers to a sports competition. Li Wangyu saw that the officials were still confused and knew that they didn't know what a sports meet was, so he explained in detail. A sports meet is a competition to see who can run faster, jump further, and have more strength. Li Wangyu explained in detail the sports meet he knew to Pai Lupi and the officials. Your Majesty, this sports meet can not only resolve disputes like the one between the Shui Yantua and the Bagua tribes, but also make the soldiers and people of the Tang dynasty braver and stronger. This sports meet can also allow the people to participate and fight for the glory of the winner. There are many benefits and no harm. After these words were said, the officials who had stepped forward to accuse Li Wangyu were all stunned. They opened their mouths but didn't know how to refute. Even Wang Renyu, Ho Junji, and the others didn't know what to say. Sports meet, this idea was too outrageous. They hadn't even thought about it yet, so how could they comment? Pai Lupi narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked, County Earl Hu, this sports meet you speak of, is it similar to a baseball meet? Your Majesty is wise. Baseball can also be a part of the sports meet. The winner will be awarded a gold medal by Your Majesty and announced to the world. Everyone will hear about it as a reward. Pai Lupi nodded and looked at the officials. Everyone, what do you think of what County Earl Hu has said? For a moment, no one spoke in the vast Taiji Palace. Chapter 622. When Li Wangyu proposed the Tang Dynasty National Games, that no one had ever heard of, Pai Lupi and the other officials didn't know how to evaluate it. It sounded interesting, but even if Li Wangyu explained it for a long time, no one had any idea what the games were. The one who broke the silence in the Taiji Palace was Shui Yantua's envoy. After listening to Li Wangyu's words, he thought for a long time before saying, Your Majesty, if the people of Biyao also agree, I am willing to accept the games on behalf of Biyao. But I would like to ask Hu Xinbo, what are the events of the Tang Dynasty National Games that you mentioned? Li Wangyu pondered for a while and replied, 5 events, batting, long-distance running, archery, horse racing, and weightlifting. What do you think? Shui Yantua's envoy nodded, I can accept this on behalf of Biyao, but I don't know if the cowards of Biyao dare to participate. Let's compete. Do you think Biyao is afraid of you? Bayagu's envoy naturally didn't want to be outdone. Pai Lupi saw that the 2 envoys nodded in agreement before he said anything, so he was helpless. Li Wangyu saw that Shui Yantua and Bayagu's envoy were arguing again, so he smiled even more happily. He cupped his hands and said to Pai Lupi, "Your Majesty, I think that the winners of these 5 events are worthy of the title of champion. They can be said to be the champion, and they will be ranked first among the armies. They can announce it to the world and let the world know the title of champion. The second place will be the second place, and the third place will be the third place. The fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh place will be called the Dianjuan, Naojuan, Jianjun, and Taijun to honor these generals and soldiers who have won the titles." After he finished speaking, not only did the eyes of Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other generals and dukes lit up, but even the envoys of the vassal state who were just watching the fun in the hall were in an uproar. Immediately, many envoys stepped forward. "Your Majesty, can Dongying participate in the Tang Dynasty National Games?" "Yes, Your Majesty, Beech also wants to participate. Nanzhao is also willing to participate. Even Nipponese is willing." Of the 30 to 40 vassal states of the Tang Dynasty, more than half of them actually stood up and were willing to participate in the Tang Dynasty National Games that Li Wangyu just mentioned. This was beyond the expectations of Pai Lupi and the officials. Qing Yaojin, the generals, and the vassal states were so excited mainly because of Li Wangyu's words. The term champion was first used in the records of the Grand Historian. Xiang Liang crossed the Huai River to the west and defeated Jingju, Qinjia and others. He was the champion of Buchang. After them were the champion marquis and the champion general. Those who did not have outstanding military exploits would not be able to obtain this honor. To a Tang general, being crowned a champion was undoubtedly the highest praise. As for the runner-up, it meant that they were one level lower than the champion. Since ancient times, Wuxia had titles such as quasi-sage and quasi-father, which were also very impressive titles. The reason why the envoys of the vassal states were so excited was naturally because of the word champion. If they could win the championship in the Tang Dynasty National Games, the benefits were self-evident. They could be on good terms with the Tang Dynasty and show their country's ability. Why not? Even if a small country admitted that they could not win the championship, it would be good for them to win the second or third place. Even Taijun's 7th place might not be too hard to accept. Li Wangyu suddenly threw out the idea of the national games, which made Pai Lupi difficult to decide for a while. He simply used the tactic of delaying, intending to delay first and then say, "Well, I already know about this. Today is the New Year's Day Imperial Court. Let's not talk about this for now. We'll talk about it after the Yuanjing holiday." Since Pai Lupi had spoken, Li Wangyu and the officials naturally did not say anything more. The New Year's Day Imperial Court, which was interrupted because of the dispute between Shui Yintua and Bagu tribes, could finally continue. After a series of cumbersome procedures of the Imperial Court, it was already noon. Pai Lupi was going to treat the officials in the palace today. To be honest, the imperial cuisine in the palace was actually not very delicious. Li Wangyu wasn't the only one who thought so. Even Fang Xianling and Qing Yaojin thought the same. Even Pai Lupi, who had eaten the delicacies of Lai Hot several times, had to admit that the imperial kitchen of Taiji Palace was really not as good as the kitchen of Lai Hot. Because of this, the kitchen maids in Li Wangyu's residence had been replaced several times. After all, regardless of whether it was Li Er or Qing Yaojin, these big shots, he couldn't refuse to give his kitchen maids to them. After the banquet in the palace, Li Wangyu was ready to go back to his mansion to sleep, but he was directly stopped by Mitua. Pai Lupi invited him. Li Wangyu shook his head speechlessly. He knew it must be about the sports meeting, so he could only obediently follow Mitua to the Yin and Yang Palace. In the Yin and Yang Palace, not only Pai Lupi was there, but also Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, Wei Zheng, Qing Yaojin, Li Jing, Yuqi Jingda and other generals. Seeing Li Wangyu enter the palace, Qing Yaojin could not help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, Zio, you're really good today. You actually threw out such a big bomb without saying anything. Hurry up and tell me, what are you thinking about this Laoshi sports meet?" "Uncle Cheng, it's the National Games of the Tang Dynasty, or the National Games for short." Li Wangyu seriously corrected him. The reason why he had to emphasize this name was naturally because he wanted to make fun of him. If it were not for the fact that the name Olympic Games was really hard to explain, he would have called it the Olympic Games. Well, the National Games, boy, make it clear. What do you want to do with the National Games? Why did you suddenly mention it today? Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling and the others reclined on the soft couch, holding wine glasses in their hands. They all stared at him, waiting for his explanation. On the way to the Yin and Yang Palace, Li Wangyu had already made a draft in his mind and thought about how to answer. Although the idea of organizing a sports meet was something that he had suddenly thought of in the Taiji Palace, Li Wangyu felt that it was a very promising idea. He cleared his throat and bowed to Li Er and the other big shots. Then he said loudly, "Uncle, gentlemen, I didn't propose to hold the National Games on a whim. It's because it's beneficial to the Tang Empire. It's actually beneficial." "Oh? Specifically, what are the benefits?" Pai Lupi asked. "Yes, uncle. First of all, the National Games can promote the national prestige of the Tang dynasty, promote political exchanges between the vassal states and the Tang dynasty, promote caravan trade, and bring the vassal states closer to the Tang dynasty. Of course, more importantly, uncle, the sports meeting can make money." His words immediately aroused the interest of Pai Lupi and the other generals. "Zio, be more specific. How can these benefits be realized?" Seeing that Pai Lupi and the others were interested, Li Wangyu was not in a hurry. He first asked the chamberlain to bring him a cup of tea, and then he took a sip. He was so anxious that he wanted to beat him. Then he replied slowly, "Actually, uncle and gentlemen, you should be able to imagine the benefits." Chapter 623. Li Wangyu said unhurriedly, "Actually, uncle and all of you should be able to imagine the benefits of this. First of all, no matter what ranking the vassal states get in the national games, it will cause a lot of discussion in their countries. The champion of the national games of the Tang dynasty is sought after by the vassal states. Of course, the people of the vassal states will yearn for the Tang dynasty." Fang Xianling nodded. "That's right. Zio is right. Go on. What are the other benefits?" "Secondly, these vassal states are very far away from Chang'an. It's not easy to travel there. Uncle, I think the national games can be held 1 year later. It will make it easier for the envoys of the vassal states to send the news back and give them enough time to select soldiers and come to Chang'an. With so many people coming and going, the trade between the vassal states and the Tang dynasty will be stimulated. After all, businessmen are after profits. They will see the business opportunities and will not let go of the opportunity." Pai Lupi and the other bigwigs looked at each other and nodded in agreement with Li Wangyu. "Zio, tell me, how can we make money from the national games?" Pai Lupi already had a plan in mind, but he still asked. "Uncle, it's even simpler. Collect tickets and sell advertisements." "Tickets? Advertisements?" "Yes. The national games should be open to the public. Everyone can enter and watch the games after buying tickets," Li Wangyu answered matter-of-factly. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. It was beyond everyone's expectations that tickets could be sold for this competition. Li Wangyu said with a sneaky smile, "Uncle, my Dazhao batting field was completed a few days ago. The national games of the Tang dynasty can be held in the batting field." The Dazhao batting field can accommodate 100,000 people. 10 coins per person is not a lot, right? That's 1,000 strings of coins per day. 100,000 people will watch the games in the field. They have to eat and drink, right? At that time, we can authorize some businessmen in Chang'an to sell food in the field. We can charge them 100 strings of coins per day, right? They could also allow the merchants to bid. If the price was high enough, they would be allowed to hang the banner of their business in the stadium to advertise. We only need to hold the national games for a month. Do you think we won't make enough money? Besides, these athletes, the soldiers of the vassal states participating in the national games, after they arrive in Chang'an, the vassal states will be responsible for their food, lodging, and transportation. This is also a big income. In my opinion, if you don't earn 100,000 strings of cash, it's considered a failure." This time, Pai Lupi and Feng Xianling were even more moved. Your Majesty, I think Zio is right. The national games of the Tang dynasty can indeed be held. This subject agrees. Pai Lupi nodded, but he asked, Zio, in the hall today, you only said that there would be 5 competitions, namely, batting, long-distance running, archery, horse racing, and weightlifting. How did you manage to delay the sports day for more than a month? Hee, uncle, isn't this simple? So many more projects. In addition to batting, there can be different distances in long-distance running. 1,000 steps, 2,000 steps, 5,000 steps, or even more. Different projects will have different champions. Archery and horse racing are the same. The other 5 events are just my nephew's words. We can always add more events to the competition. If we want more vassal states to participate, we have to let them see the hope of winning the championship. Wahaha, can I, old Cheng, also participate in the competition? Cheng Yaojin suddenly laughed. Yuchi Jingda looked at him disdainfully. You old man, what can you compete with? Don't make a fool of the Tang dynasty. Yuchi Jingda, you want to compete with me? Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Seeing that the 2 old men were about to make trouble again, Pai Lupi couldn't help but stare at them angrily. Jijia, Jingda, don't make trouble. Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Cheng, not everyone can participate in the national games. Of course, you have to be qualified. Bastard, you better tell me clearly. What conditions do you have that I'm not qualified for? Cheng Yaojin said angrily. Hee, it's not up to me to decide. Li Wangyu hurriedly waved his hand. He didn't want to provoke this old hooligan. Uncle Cheng, there are hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses in the Tang dynasty. Even if we only select soldiers from the imperial guards to participate in the sports day, we still have to go through many rounds of selection. How will they be selected? Li Wangyu said, I think that each of the 16 guards of the imperial guards will select 1 athlete to participate in the national games. As for how each guard will be selected, it will depend on Uncle Cheng and the rest of the officials. In addition to the athletes from the vassal states, there will probably be dozens of people participating in each event. When the official competition starts, they will go through the preliminaries, preliminary rounds, semi-finals, and finals, and finally the champion will be decided. Li Wangyu then explained the participation methods and competition methods of the Olympic Games to Pai Lupi and the other big shots in detail. They all nodded. Good, Zio, you are really thoughtful. It's really amazing that you can come up with such a detailed and feasible plan in such a short time. Pai Lupi thought that Li Wangyu had come up with the rules and organization of the competition himself, so he praised him generously. Li Wangyu couldn't help but blush. This was just his experience from watching the Olympic Games and the national games on TV in his later life. Any sports fan in his later life could tell him 1, 2, 3, 4, and so there was nothing special about it. Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and the others discussed for a while and roughly decided to hold the national games of the Tang dynasty. The time of the games was set to be 1 year later, between March and April of the 4th year of Zhengguan. If the national games were held well, they could be held every 2 years. As for the specific events, content, and rules of the games, Pai Lupi waved his hand and let Li Wangyu take full charge. After writing a detailed memorial and submitting it to him, he discussed it with Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others. Finally, he issued an edict and spread it to the whole world. Li Wangyu had no choice but to nod and take the job. After all, except for him, no one in the world knew how to organize the games. Even his beautiful boss didn't know much about it. After all, she didn't have much love for sports. After discussing the matters of the national games, Pai Lupi and the other big shots chatted and drank in the Yin and Yang palace. Li Wangyu was about to leave, but he remembered something and hurriedly stood up to report. Uncle, I spent a lot of gold on the construction of the Dazhao batting field. Do you still remember that I asked to hold the Tang dynasty's Royal Batting League? Pai Lupi certainly remembered this. Li Wangyu had spent a lot of money to build the batting field in order to hold the Royal Batting League. Zio, You just said that the Dazhao batting field had been built? Yes, uncle. It was completed before the end of the year. Pai Lupi was interested. Since Li Wangyu had spent 20,000 taels of gold to build a batting field, he had never seen it with his own eyes. Now that he heard that the batting field had been built, he was interested to see what the 20,000 taels of gold had built. Gentlemen, why don't you come with me to the batting field today? Let's see what this guy has built after spending 20,000 taels of gold. Since Pai Lupi had spoken, the big shots naturally had no objection. However, Qing Yaojin laughed and said, Your Majesty, why don't I order someone to call a batting team from the left Jianghu guards? Let's have a batting match today to liven things up for Your Majesty. Yuqi Jingda's eyes also lit up. That's right. I'll also order someone to call a batting team from the army. How about we have a match in the Dazhao batting field today? Pai Lupi nodded with a smile. Today was the first day of the new year. He had nothing to do during the holidays. It would be good to watch a batting match. Chapter 624. The Dazhao baseball stadium wasn't a very tall building in Chang'an City. The surrounding stands were 10 meters tall, which was a little more than 3 zhang tall. It wasn't as tall as the 4 zhang tall platform under the Taiji Palace. Although the stands were no more than 10 meters tall, it was the height of a 3-story building in the future. But when one really stood in front of the baseball stadium, it was very spectacular. The reason was very simple. The stands were too long. Even in the future, there hadn't been such a large stadium with a 4-kilometer perimeter. After all, the rules of polo had been changed a lot in the future. Not only did it reduce the number of people on the field, but the field was also much smaller. A stadium that could hold 100,000 people at the same time was also a very large stadium in the future. And when Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the other big shots walked into this true polo stadium for the first time, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Ziyu, what kind of monster did you build? This is a baseball stadium? How can it be so big? Pai Lupi stood in the middle of the empty stadium and looked around. The shock in his heart was beyond words. Qing Yaojin also clicked his tongue. Damn, this is the first time I've seen such a huge building in my life. Kid, are all the stands around the stadium used for people to sit? TSK, wouldn't it be able to seat tens of thousands of people? Yuqi Jingda was even more shocked, his face full of disbelief. Ziyu, your 20,000 taels of gold really weren't spent in vain. This is the first time I've heard of a baseball stadium of this scale. Li Wangyu said with a smile, Uncle Cheng, did you forget that this little nephew said before that this Dazhao baseball stadium can hold 100,000 people? Oh my god, 100,000 people cheering together. It's enough to scare people to death, right? Li Wangyu pointed to the center of the northern stands. There was a row of private stands at the top. Uncle, that's the private stands that little nephew prepared for you and the other officials. When the time comes for the competition, Uncle will be able to watch it with the other officials. There's no need to worry about safety. Pai Lupi nodded. Let's go and take a look. A group of big shots surrounded Pai Lupi. Under the guidance of Li Wangyu, they passed through a special passage and entered the stands of the box. Looking down from here, the entire baseball field could be seen at a glance. There was nothing blocking the view. There were also all kinds of exquisite seats in the box for people to rest while watching the competition. Pai Lupi didn't need Li Wangyu's introduction. He walked straight to the spacious chair in the middle. After sitting down, he looked around. It was obvious that he was quite satisfied. He then pointed to the other boxes on the uppermost level of the spectator stands and asked, Zio, what are those boxes for? Hee, uncle, I'm going to sell tickets for this stadium. Seats of different grades naturally had different prices. The cheapest seat cost 10 copper coins, while the best seats cost 50 to 500 copper coins. As for those private rooms, it won't do if it's less than 10 copper coins. Li Wangyu's answer stunned Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others. After pondering for a long time, they shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Zio, what's in your head? Pai Lupi was too lazy to care about his greedy nephew anymore. He called out to the group of big shots. Everyone, sit. Today, we'll be here to watch the game. Jijia, Jingda, is the batting team ready? Yes, Your Majesty. It's ready. We're just waiting for Your Majesty's order to start the competition. Good, then get ready to start. Qing Yao Jin and Yuqi Jingda nodded. When they were about to go and inform the officials, Li Wangyu stretched out his hand to stop them. Wait, uncle, this stadium is empty. Isn't it boring to watch the game like this? It's not lively at all. Pai Lupi was surprised. Zio, what do you mean? Hee, uncle, you can see that the stadium is empty. Why don't you immediately let the Imperial Guards go to the surrounding houses to inform the officials? Tell them that the Dazhao batting field is open for free today. Let the people enter and watch the game as they wish. What do you think? Pai Lupi laughed. Sure. Today, I'll have fun with the people. Pass down the order. Let someone inform the officials. The game will start in 2 hours. The Tangs love to socialize and liven things up, even the ordinary people. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the people of Chang and held banquets in every house. Neighbors would greet each other and eat at whichever house they went to. There was a special name for it, which was heirloom. The days of the Lunar New Year were the busiest times except for the Lantern Festival. Although the houses in the south of the city belonged to the slums of Chang'an, there were still people coming and going. It was very lively. Just as everyone was paying their New Year greetings to each other, they heard the sound of gongs and drums being struck in the square. Li Zheng's voice followed. Dear neighbors, the saint has decreed that the Dazhao baseball stadium will be free of charge today. Enjoy with the saint. The game will start in 2 hours. Everyone, go quickly. Li Zheng's shout entered everyone's ears, causing everyone to be stunned. Dazhao batting field? Enjoy with the sage? Watch the game for free? The crowd immediately rushed out from every house and surrounded Li Zheng, who was still beating the gongs. Li Zheng, is what you said true? Where is the Dazhao batting field? Why does it sound so familiar? You fool, it's the original Da and House and Zhaoxing House. Wasn't it changed into a batting field by County Earl Hu? Oh, right. Is it that prodigal County Earl who spent 20,000 taels of gold to renovate the batting field? I forgot about it. TSK, I have to go take a look. 20,000 taels of gold. What prodigal? Don't talk nonsense. Be careful that the officials don't catch you and beat you with a plank. County Earl Hu is the god of fortune. What do you know? Li Zheng scolded jokingly. Don't care what it is. Li Zheng, you can enter the batting field as you wish today. The sage is there too. We can even watch the game. Nonsense. The sage ordered the Imperial Army to inform us. How could it be fake? Everyone, go quickly. Be careful that there won't be any seats left if you're late. After I inform everyone, I have to hurry over to watch the game. After Li Zheng finished speaking, the crowd immediately dispersed. Some ran directly toward the batting field. Some ran back home to call their aunts and children. There were also some who called their friends. For a moment, the houses were in chaos. This scene was happening in dozens of houses in the south of Chang'an City. Not long after, countless people ran out of the houses and headed toward the Dazhao batting field. The news quickly spread to the east and north of the city. Many merchants and wealthy merchants immediately rode their horses and carriages toward the south of the city. Those without horses or carriages naturally chose to take public carriages. Even the officials and nobles immediately ordered their servants to prepare carriages and horses and hurried to the south of the city when they heard about this. After all, even Pai Lupi was there. The officials naturally couldn't pretend that they didn't know. Moreover, even the officials were extremely curious about the batting field that County Earl Hu, Li Wangyu, had built. Everyone wanted to see with their own eyes what the County Earl Hu had built after spending 20,000 taels of gold. Because of Li Wangyou's suggestion, Chang'an City was in an uproar. Chapter 625. When the crowd surged toward the Dazhao baseball stadium, Pai Lupi was still chatting with the dukes in the box above the stadium. The sudden influx of people into the stadium made Li Er and the others feel surprised. Originally, Li Er and the group of big shots had thought that it would already be amazing if they could fill half of the seats in this huge stadium by notifying the people at the last minute to watch the game. One must know that this was a baseball stadium that could hold 100,000 people. Half of it would be 40,000 to 50,000 people. As the saying goes, when there are 10,000 people, there is no end to it. Let alone tens of thousands of people. However, when the crowd continued to surge into the baseball stadium and the endless crowd slowly filled up Noda baseball stadium, even Pai Lupi was moved. Qing Yaojin and the other generals were even more nervous. Your Majesty, should I bring all the soldiers of the Jianghu guards over? There are too many people. I'm worried that something might happen. After the initial shock, Pai Lupi slowly shook his head. There's no need. Do I not trust my own people in Chang'an City? Moreover, the box that Zio made is very safe. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Hearing Pai Lupi's words, Qing Yaojin could only give up. However, he still ordered his retainers and Pai Lupi's imperial guards to be more vigilant and avoid trouble. At this moment, Li Wangyu felt his scalp go numb. In his previous life, although he had gone to the baseball stadium to watch competitions and attended concerts of singers, it was not uncommon for tens of thousands of people to gather together. However, there was strict security. Not only were there security guards, but there were also many policemen to maintain order. Today, he was hot-headed and did not make any arrangements. He just informed the people to come to the stadium to watch the game. If something were to happen to him, it would be a big problem. In his previous life, because of a large crowd, there would be a stampede, resulting in heavy casualties. It was not uncommon. He remembered that the worst incident was in 1990, when a large number of pilgrims stampeded in Mecca, resulting in the death of more than 1,400 people. Now, Li Wangyu looked at the black mass of people in the stadium below and felt that this was a time bomb that could explode at any time. Uncle, it's better if you quickly transfer the Imperial Guards over. It's your nephew's fault for not thinking things through. Li Wangyu hurriedly persuaded Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi did not understand what he meant and thought that he was worried about his safety like Qing Yaojin. Zio, there's no need to worry. The Imperial Guards around me are enough to protect me. Uncle, I'm afraid that with so many commoners gathered here, there might be a riot or an accident. I'm afraid there might be an accident. Hurry up and get the Jianghu guards to come to the stadium to maintain order. Li Wangyou's forehead was covered in sweat from fear. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others looked at each other, then turned their heads to look at the increasing number of commoners below. They could not help but break out in cold sweat. Pai Lupi did not dare to hesitate and immediately ordered, Jijia, immediately passed down the order to bring all the Jianghu guards to the stadium to maintain order. There must be no accidents. Qing Yaojin also thought about it and did not dare to hesitate. He nodded and followed the order to mobilize the guards. Although the Dazhao baseball stadium had been completed, Li Wangyu had not arranged for personnel to manage it. After the numerous entrances to the stadium were opened, there were no security measures or personnel at all. As a result, more and more commoners poured into the stadium. Li Wangyu looked around. Not only did he not see any empty seats in the stadium, but even the aisles were filled with people. It was clear that there were more than 100,000 commoners gathered in the stadium at this time. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only secretly pray to the gods and Buddhas that there would not be any accidents. Fortunately, the commoners who came to watch today knew that the saints were here, so they did not dare to cause trouble. Although there were more than 100,000 people in the stadium, the order was still acceptable. At the very least, Li Wangyu did not see any signs of unrest. Not long after, a large group of Imperial Army soldiers dressed in shining armor and wielding gleaming sabers and swords entered the field and began patrolling the area to maintain order. Only then did Li Wangyou's tense heart finally relax. After a series of twists and turns, it was finally time for the baseball match to begin. When the batters of the two teams entered the field on horseback, the drums on the side of the field sounded. The originally noisy field suddenly exploded like a pot of boiling oil. Long live! Hua, hua, hua. Barely. Victory. Today, Pai Lupi had called for the two teams of the Jianghu Guards to compete on a whim. It was a civil war of the Jianghu Guards. But even so, neither side of the Jianghu Guards wanted to lose. Putting aside the fact that there were saints watching the battle, just the fact that after the two batters rode into the field and heard the tsunami-like shouts and cheers, the group of batters felt their blood surging and their bodies brimming with energy. Pai Lupi, Qingyao Jin, and the other big shots in the box at the top of the grandstand were extremely satisfied with the explosive atmosphere. Qingyao Jin, that old man, even rushed to the railing and waved his fist as he shouted, "Bastards! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The Tang people who had never experienced such an atmosphere were instantly infected by the atmosphere of the stadium. One by one, they shouted as if they were intoxicated. Those who had never watched a match in the stadium would find it difficult to understand the shock and emotional resonance. That kind of excitement could be said to be very high. The crowd who sat in such a stadium for the first time to watch a match entered such a crazy state at this time. Although the match had not yet started, the crowd was already high. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only shake his head helplessly. He was really speechless about the shouting Pai Lupi and the others. If they were to see the atmosphere of the World Cup in the future, wouldn't they explode on the spot? What's more, Li Wangyu listened to all kinds of cheers in the stadium and still felt that it was not enough. Naturally, the Tang dynasty did not have a slogan like, "Do your best," nor did it have a unified standard. So in the stadium, 100,000 people were shouting their own words, and it was very chaotic. He rolled his eyes and simply pulled the group of imperial guards in the box over and whispered a few words in their ears. At this time, the imperial guards were also excited by the atmosphere of the stadium. If it were not for their duty, they would probably jump and shout along with the crowd. Hearing Li Wangyu's order, their eyes lit up and they hurriedly nodded in agreement. In the stadium, the gong had already sounded to start the match. More than 20 strong horses seemed to be stimulated by the atmosphere of the stadium and galloped happily. The rumbling sound of the horses' hooves stimulated the audience in the stands, and all kinds of cheers were heard again. Today, the batters of the Jianghu Guards were also greatly stimulated and played their strength beyond their usual standards. On the field, there was an endless stream of wonderful performances, and the crowd was fascinated by them. The momentum of the applause and the stomping of the feet was very vast. Li Wangyu even suspected that if the spectator stands around the stadium were not made of solid soil, with so many people stamping their feet and shouting together, the spectator stands would have collapsed. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, Qingyao Jin, and the other big shots also stood up and applauded the wonderful performances on the field. While the crowd was watching happily, suddenly there was a uniform cheer behind them. Rise! 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 Chapter 626. Pai Lupi and the group of big shots turned around in shock. It was the guards in the box. Under the leadership of Li Wangyu, they were shouting slogans rhythmically to encourage the batters below. As a person from Sichuan, Li Wangyu naturally felt that the slogans like, "Come on," in the future were not as powerful as the Sichuan people's, "Rise." So when he found that the 100,000 people in the field were shouting their own slogans, he thought of this matter. He called the guards over and let them shout, "Rise," with him. Although the phrase, "Rise," could be said to be the patent of the Sichuan fans in the future, it actually appeared as early as the Han Dynasty. There was a record in the Book of Ancient Microcosm, "Some people rise," Dai Yueying, Lu Chi Chang. Rise was the meaning of rise. In the ancient Chinese language, rise also had the meaning of young. Rise. 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 Therefore, when the soldiers shouted, "Rise," Pai Lupi and the group of big shots were stunned at first. Then, they all pointed at Li Wangyu and laughed, nodding their heads in agreement. The phrase, "Rise," was sonorous and powerful, and it made Qing Yaojin's eyes light up. He immediately changed his words and began to shout, "Rise," with the group of soldiers to encourage the batters below. It had to be said that the slogan, "Rise," was indeed very infectious, especially when there was no unified cheering in the Tang dynasty at this time. Soon, the group of big shots, including Pai Lupi, all followed Li Wangyu and shouted, "Rise." After the uniform sound of "Rise" reached the ears of the people around the box, it quickly infected them. Everyone started to change their tune and shouted along with him. Like a virus, the sound of "Rise" in the batting field became louder and louder, and it became more and more uniform. When 100,000 people shouted, "Rise," and "Rise," in unison to encourage the batters, that kind of momentum simply pierced through the sky, with a majestic spirit that could swallow mountains and rivers. Even the strictly trained horses on the field were a little frightened due to the loud cheers, forcing the batters to tighten their reins and try their best to control the horses under them. The people in the stadium seemed to have been possessed. They did not care if their throats would break from shouting as they cheered loudly. Who asked the Tangs to be so passionate and unrestrained? What's more, batting was the #1 sport in the Tang dynasty. Its status was far higher than that of football in the modern era, and its weight in people's hearts. However, due to the limitations of the venue and the horses, most of the people in Jianghu could only watch a few official cricket matches. But this did not affect the Tang's passion for cricket. Today, when the citizens entered this incomparably huge baseball field, they were already quite shocked and excited. What's more, he would be able to watch a high-level batting match with his own eyes. The huge excitement was self-evident. When the left Golden Guard's batter finally broke through the opponent's goal and scored a goal, Qing Yaojin was so excited that he directly tore open his robe, revealing a large amount of black hair covering his heart. He waved his fists wildly downwards. It was not until his voice was a little hoarse that he turned around, grabbed a jar of wine, and gulped it down. Qing Yaojin threw down the wine jar, wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, and shouted at Pai Lupi, "Your Majesty, I've played cricket for so many years and watched it for so many years. Today, I finally know that batting is so exciting. Wahahaha, thinking about it now, it was really boring in the past." It was not Qing Yaojin's fault for being rude and shouting loudly. It was really too noisy on the field. If he did not raise his voice, he would not be able to hear what the other party was saying. Pai Lupi was also very excited. It was just that he cared about his image as an emperor, so he was not as wild as Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda. After he heard Qing Yaojin's words, he also nodded repeatedly. He pointed at Li Wangyu and said, "Haha, it's all thanks to Zio that we know that watching cricket can be so refreshing. Zio, your 20,000 taels of gold were really not spent in vain. Hee, Uncle is too kind. As long as Uncle and the other officials like it, it's good." Li Wangyu struck while the iron was hot and asked, "Uncle, what do you think about the Tang dynasty's Royal Cricket League that I mentioned before? Is it possible to hold it?" Pai Lupi did not hesitate at all this time and directly nodded, "It's possible. Write a memorial to us as soon as possible and clearly state your plans. We will definitely support this matter." With Pai Lupi's approval, Li Wangyu was naturally overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to Pai Lupi. He had invested 20,000 taels of gold in this cricket field. If the polo league could not be held, then he would suffer a huge loss. Although he was not lacking in money now, the landlord did not have any extra food, right? If he could earn money, then he naturally had to earn it. As long as the polo league was held, even if it was only held once every 10 days, he would be able to make a lot of money. Li Wangyu was very confident about this. On the first day of the 3rd year of Zhongguan, this cricket match that was enough to be recorded in the annals of history finally ended amidst the screams of 100,000 spectators. The final result of the match was not important. What was important was that this matter instantly caused an uproar in the entire Jianghu city and the surrounding provinces. As for cricket, most of the people knew about it but did not know why. Although they were fanatical fans, they had not seen many cricket matches at all. Today's sudden football match had opened the eyes of many people and made them addicted. And the Dazhao cricket field that Li Wangyu had spent 20,000 taels of gold to build became the center of the topic. All the people who entered the stadium to watch the game that day used their poor vocabulary to desperately praise the incredible stadium to the people around them, causing the people who missed the game to cry out in surprise. Those who missed the match beat their chests and stamped their feet in frustration. However, their frustration did not last long. On the fourth day of the new year, the people in Jianghu and city were surprised to find that someone had posted a notice on the gate of the inner square. Lang Jun, may I ask what is written on the notice? Most of the people were illiterate, so they could only ask the neighbor who dressed like a scholar. Oh, the notice says that the sage allowed the founding of Hu County to hold the royal batting league of the Tang dynasty. In the future, every 10 days off, the game will be held in the Dazhao cricket field. His words made the people even more confused. Of course, everyone knew about cricket. But what the hell was a league? Lang Jun, may I ask what is the royal batting league of the Tang dynasty? It says that there are 22 teams in the royal batting league, which are the 6 armies of the northern Yamen and the 16 guards of the southern Yamen. Every 10 days off is the day of the match, and 11 cricket matches will be held on that day. The 22 batting teams will fight against each other. The winner will get 3 points, the draw will get 1 point each, and the loser will get no points. Each batting team will play a total of 21 matches against the other 21 teams. The team with the highest score in the end will be the champion and will be rewarded by the sage. After he finished speaking, the people around him suddenly became lively. This is very interesting, but I don't know if we can go to watch the match. Yes, Lang Jun, look at the notice. Does it say what the league is? Can we go and watch it? The man nodded and said, yes, it says here that the Royal Batting League will sell tickets. The cheapest ticket is 10 copper coins. You can watch the match in the Dazhao cricket field for a day. As soon as he said that, the people were in an uproar again. Chapter 627. On the first day of rest after New Year's Eve, Jianghu and city was unusually lively. Early in the morning, whether it was the officials, the nobles, or the merchants, they all rode horses or took carriages to the Dazhao baseball field in the south of the city. The ordinary citizens of Jianghu and city did the same. They took public carriages or walked to the field. Today's Dazhao baseball field was not as disorderly as last time. Not only were there Jianghu and county's bailiffs maintaining order everywhere, but there were also golden guards patrolling everywhere to prevent troublemakers. At several entrances to the field, there were also people checking tickets and reminding the audience where they should sit. Li Wangyu had recruited nearly 100 people to serve for this polo league. It could be considered a big investment. Today was the first day of the Tang dynasty's Royal Polo League. The people in charge of checking tickets at the entrance were already sweating profusely. However, because there were too many people waiting to enter the field, and these people were on duty for the first time, they were naturally a bit flustered. The ticket checker reached out and took a ticket from an audience member. He glanced at the color of the ticket and saw that it was yellow. He couldn't help but feel a bit disrespectful. He ordered in a very stiff tone, "Yellow zone ticket. Remember that after entering, you can only sit in the seats painted yellow. Don't run around. You can't afford to disturb the nobles." Before the ticket checker could finish speaking, he suddenly froze as if his pressure point had been pressed. His lips trembled. County Earl, I don't know." The person holding the yellow zone ticket and waiting in front of him was Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu glared at him and said unhappily, "The audience holding the yellow zone ticket is also our source of income. Have a better attitude." Yes, I deserve to die. I know I was wrong." The ticket checker hurriedly admitted his mistake with a shocked expression. Li Wangyu didn't want to say more. He gestured to the man behind him and said, "Uncle, you go ahead too." Standing behind Li Wangyu and waiting for his ticket to be checked was Pai Lupi in casual clothes. Behind him were more than 10 palace guards in casual clothes, secretly protecting him. Everyone, including Pai Lupi, had tickets for the yellow zone. The reason why the stadium staff spoke so harshly when they saw Li Wangyu holding a yellow ticket was because the yellow zone ticket was the cheapest ticket. It only cost 10 copper coins. The seating area in the yellow zone was naturally the worst. There were also green tickets worth 50 copper coins, blue tickets worth 100 copper coins, scarlet tickets worth 500 copper coins, and purple tickets worth 5 copper coins. Li Wangyu was also learning from the soccer stadiums of the future, where different areas had different ticket prices. Not only could it allow the common people to watch the baseball game, but it could also provide more choices for the officials, nobles, and merchants who were willing to pay a high price. The reason why the tickets and the seating area in the stadium were separated by color was naturally the same as the public carriage. It was to deal with the huge, illiterate, population of the Tang dynasty. The fact that the common people were illiterate was something that could not be helped. The reason why he came with Pai Lupi and held a green ticket to watch the game was naturally Pai Lupi's idea. He said that he wanted to enjoy the game with the common people. Li Wangyu naturally tried to dissuade him, but he could not dissuade Pai Lupi. He could only get a few of the cheapest yellow tickets. A group of palace guards in casual clothes surrounded Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu as they walked to the stands. When they saw the noisy crowd in front of them, they could not help but frown. Li Wangyu also had a headache about this. The tickets for the green zone were cheap, so the view was naturally the worst. Sitting there and watching the game was not fun at all. "Uncle, it's too noisy here, and the view is not good. Why don't we go back to the box?" Li Wangyu whispered. Pai Lupi did not pay attention to him at all. He found a seat and sat down. He even chatted with the common people who were watching the game. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. "Your sister, do you have nothing better to do? Do you still want to go on an official visit?" He could only helplessly give the palace guards a look, indicating that they should find a place to sit. "Old man, why did you come to watch the game today?" Thanks to the blessing of the county count of who, old me also came to watch the game on the first day of the new year. I really liked it. Today is the start of the Royal Batting League. Old me naturally has to come and watch." The old man next to Pai Lupi said with a smile while twisting his beard. "Old man, you also like batting?" "I like it, but I didn't have the chance to watch it. The construction of this Dazhao batting stadium is a good thing. We common people also have a chance to watch it. It is not easy." "Lang Jun, you also like to watch batting?" Pai Lupi smiled. Yes, I also like to watch it. It is all thanks to that county count. Otherwise, it would be rare to see such a grand occasion." When Li Wangyu heard Pai Lupi's words, he could not help but secretly curl his lips. "Damn, Pai Lupi, you have the nerve to say that it is rare to see a batting competition. Are you not afraid of having a long nose when you lie?" "Lang Jun, did you buy that lottery ticket?" the old man asked. "Old me bought one ticket for each of the 5 games today. I don't know if my guess is accurate." "Lottery ticket?" Pai Lupi was surprised when he heard this. He naturally had never heard of such a thing. He could not help but turn his head to look at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu flashed 8 white teeth at him and chuckled. "Uncle, it's the gambling business launched by the Dazhao baseball stadium. Spectators can buy lottery tickets based on the 5 games on the day of the game. It costs 2 copper coins for 1 ticket. You can guess which team will win each game. The odds are all 1 to 2. Pai Lupi could not help but glare at him. This bastard is too good at making money. He did not need to think to know that since the Tang people were so fond of gambling, the lottery tickets for the batting competition would definitely be popular. Just by looking at the old man beside him, who had taken the initiative to ask which team he had bought, it was obvious. "Go, buy the lottery tickets for me. By the left Jianghu guards, the right Yulin guards, the left Shinwu guards, the left Qianyu guards, and the right Wu guards to win. Buy 100 tickets for each of them." Pai Lupi ordered Li Wangyu without any trace of politeness. Li Wangyu could only follow Pai Lupi's orders. "But Pai Lupi, after saying this, why did you turn your head to chat with the old man? Pay up. 500 lottery tickets for 1 copper coin. Could it be that he had to pay for the lottery tickets himself? If he paid for Pai Lupi's lottery tickets with his own money, what would happen if he won and took the money from him? What kind of situation would that be?" Li Wangyu was speechless. Pai Lupi was indeed a bad person. He then looked at the group of imperial guards beside Pai Lupi to see if anyone was prepared to pay for the lottery tickets. But it was clear that this group of bastards who were deliberately looking around had no intention of paying for their emperor. Li Wangyu angrily raised his middle finger in his sleeve and then obediently turned his head to help Pai Lupi buy the lottery tickets. Li Wangyu could only rejoice at Pai Lupi's shameless behavior. Fortunately, there were 22 batting teams and 11 matches. Because of the venue, only 5 matches could be arranged in the Dazhao batting field every rest day. The other 6 matches would still be played in the barracks of the Imperial Guards. Otherwise, if there were 11 matches today, wouldn't he have to spend even more money? The 5 teams that Pai Lupi wanted to buy were the teams that would be playing in the Dazhao batting field today. Li Wangyu obediently paid for the tickets of the 5 teams from the field's lottery sales point and handed them to Pai Lupi. The eyes of the old man beside Pai Lupi lit up when he saw the thick stack of lottery tickets. Lang Jun, you're so bold. To be able to buy so many lottery tickets in one go, it seems like you have high hopes for these teams. Huh, you're too kind. I only know a little and want to try my luck. Pai Lupi also laughed loudly. Li Wangyu was the only one who was gloomily drawing circles on the ground. Chapter 628. The opening match of the Tang dynasty's Royal Batting League was between the guards of the left and the guards of the left. Amidst the sounds of gongs and drums, 20 batters rode their horses onto the field. Unlike the first day of the Lunar New Year, due to the lottery, the spectators who bet on different teams were naturally divided into 2 groups. They began to shout and cheer for the teams they supported. Guards of the left, rise. Kill the guards of the left. Rise. Guards of the left, victory. Guards of the left, die. Although the old man beside Pai Lupi only spent 2 copper coins to buy a lottery ticket, he also stood up excitedly and shouted toward the field. This made Li Wangyu very worried that the old man would be too excited and suddenly have a cerebral hemorrhage. Coincidentally, the old man also bet on the guards of the left, the same choice as Pai Lupi. The old man shouted at the top of his lungs, guards of the left, kill the guards of the left. Rise. Motherf asterisk Ker. Li Wangyu was speechless. Motherf asterisk Ker, he's even using vulgarities. However, Pai Lupi also jumped up and shouted, kill the guards of the left. Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel that his worldview was collapsing. Is this still the emperor of the Tang dynasty? Is it really okay for you to shout like this? The guards of the left are also one of the 16 guards under your command. They're not raised by a stepmother. If Pai Lupi's words were to reach the ears of the imperial guards of the left, would it immediately cause a mutiny? While Li Wangyu's imagination was running wild, the referee on the field had already blown the copper whistle, and the game had officially begun. Because the seats in the yellow section were not very good, and the seats were too far away, Li Wangyu couldn't clearly see the situation on the field even when he stretched his neck. He could only hear the crowd shouting, rise. It had to be said that the words, rise, spread very quickly. After the batting match on the first day of the new year, the audience that entered the stadium today quickly unified the cheering slogan. What was different was that because of the excitement of winning the lottery, there were also all kinds of curses mixed in with the cheers. This also made the Dazhao baseball stadium, which was filled with 100,000 spectators, seem very lively. It had the flavor of the 5 major leagues of the future, which made Li Wangyu very satisfied. Since they were watching a football match, they naturally had to have their own fans. Although the 16 guards of Nanya and the 6 armies of Biyao didn't have any fans, betting on matches was the most direct way to attract spectators to support the various teams. Li Wangyu and the others were sitting at the 2 ends of the court. They were far away from each other and it was difficult for them to watch. He simply took out a metal cylinder from his waist, pulled it open, and put it to his eyes. Needless to say, this was the monocular that he had asked the craftsman to make. Since the microscope that Sun Simiao needed could be made, this telescope was naturally not a difficult task. In fact, compared to the microscope, it was much simpler. Li Wangyu had previously forgotten about the telescope. It wasn't until he was watching the match on the first day of the new year in the private box of the stadium that he remembered this matter. Although the view from the stands was good, it was still very far away. He then asked the craftsman to make it. Uncle Ching actually went into the match personally. Through the lens of the telescope, Li Wangyu could clearly see the golden guards of the left's batting team. The one who was waving the club and shouting was that old hooligan, Qing Yaojin. Zio, how did you know? Pai Lupi had never seen a monocular before. He found it very strange that Li Wangyu put the metal cylinder in front of his eyes. Li Wangyu handed the telescope in his hand to Pai Lupi and showed it off. Uncle, this is a new gadget that I made. It's called a telescope. Through it, you can clearly see the scene in the distance. Pai Lupi took the telescope suspiciously. He copied Li Wangyu's previous actions and put it in front of his eyes. In the next second, Pai Lupi looked as if he had seen a ghost. His hands trembled and he almost threw the monocular in his hand. What kind of magical item is this telescope? It can actually see the scene from so far away. Pai Lupi calmed his mind and put his eyes in front of the telescope again. It really is Qingjijia. Li Wangyu smiled indifferently. He was about to put on an "I am an expert" expression when the back of his head was suddenly hit hard by Pai Lupi. Scoundrel, if you had such a good item, why didn't you take it out earlier? Do you know how important this item is? Pai Lupi not only did not praise him, he even scolded him. Li Wangyu was speechless. Li Wangyu helplessly touched the back of his head. Uncle, isn't it just a telescope? You don't need to make a fuss about it, right? Fool. Do you know how useful this item is in the military? Pai Lupi stared at Li Wangyu with an expression that said he expected better from him. Li Wangyu suddenly understood. He really didn't think about the military use of the telescope. It wasn't that Li Wangyu didn't know the significance and use of telescopes in military operations. In any case, he was a fan of the military for a long time in the future, so he still had this common sense. But as an ordinary person who grew up in an era of peace, he really didn't think of using the telescope for war. How many of these telescopes did you make? Pai Lupi asked again. Li Wangyu raised 2 fingers. The craftsmen who are in charge of supervising the telescope have only polished the lenses of 2 telescopes. Did the craftsmen who are in charge of supervising the telescope help you make this item? Yes, this telescope is also made of crystal, Li Wangyu replied. Is it possible to make this item in large quantities? Of course, the telescope isn't complicated. The craftsmen who are in charge of supervising the telescope are already familiar with how to use crystal to make lenses. Pai Lupi nodded with satisfaction. Since it was made by supervising the telescope, then it's a public item for private use. This telescope naturally belongs to me. Consider it a fee for letting the supervisor make your personal item. Since the craftsmen who are in charge of supervising the telescope know how to make it, I will arrange for them to continue making it. Zio, you don't have to worry about it anymore. Li Wangyu was thunderstruck by Pai Lupi's shameless words. How can a person be this shameless? He asked the craftsmen who were in charge of supervising the telescope to help him grind the lenses and make these novel items. He paid them a salary. Why did Pai Lupi say that it was a public item for private use? Is there any law? Is there any reason? However, an arm can't twist a leg, not to mention Pai Lupi, the leader of the imperialists of the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu could only lower his head and admit defeat in front of Pai Lupi's shameless words. Pai Lupi's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He felt really good about bullying his nephew. It was as refreshing as drinking a cold drink in the hottest days of summer. Towards his monstrous nephew, Li Er liked to bully him more and more now. He now deeply understood why that old hooligan Qing Yaojin especially liked to teach this kid a lesson. The feeling of being able to suppress you with force, even though I'm not as smart as you, is really cool. Pai Lupi proudly raised the trophy in his hand and continued to look at the field. Good. Damn thief. Let's play like this. Kill the guards of the left bureau. Qingjijia, you old bastard, shoot. Motherf asterisk cur. You can't even shoot like this. Bastard. After Qing Yaojin missed a shot, Li Er suddenly stood up agitatedly, waved his fist at the field and cursed. The old man next to him also jumped up and shouted, "You bunch of slave soldiers, do you know how to play? Even the old man played better than you guys. Damn thief." Li Wangyu covered his face with both hands. This is too damn embarrassing. Chapter 629. The reason why Pai Lupi chose to bet on the Golden Guards of the left was because he had confidence in them. After all, he loved to hit the ball and he often went up to hit the ball himself. The northern 6 armies and the southern 16 guards were 22 teams. Even if Pai Lupi couldn't say that he knew them like the back of his hand, he still had a rough idea. The Golden Guards of the left had the great general Qing Yaojin and they had inherited his fiery personality. When they attacked on the field, they were as fierce as when they were on the battlefield. Back then, in order to deal with the batting team of Zhang Liang's mansion, the debauches and Li Wangyu had secretly practiced the tactics that Li Wangyu had copied from soccer for a few days in the barracks of the Golden Guards of the left. Thus, the batters of the Golden Guards of the left were able to learn it. In addition, the batters of the Golden Guards of the left were already very skilled. Therefore, even if the Golden Guards of the left were not the best, they were still in the top 3. Pai Lupi even thought that the Golden Guards of the left would be able to win the league championship. Therefore, when the match had just started, the Golden Guards of the left had been suppressing the guards of the left to their own half of the field. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that a goal was only a matter of time. However, the bad thing was that old man Qing Yaojin. The batters of the Golden Guards of the left usually trained together and naturally had a tacit understanding with each other. Although Qing Yaojin was skilled in archery and horsemanship, how could he compare to the others when it came to hitting the ball? The 3 great generals of the Tang dynasty, Yuqi Jingde, Qing Yaojin, and Qin Xiong, were absolutely top-notch in terms of bravery in battle. However, although hitting the ball required skillful horsemanship, it was not only that. It was like the world's fastest flying man, Usain Bolt, had changed his profession to soccer, but he was still very ordinary. Qing Yaojin's hitting skills, compared to the other 19 people on the field, was like the difference between a professional athlete and an amateur expert. The difference was actually quite big. However, this old man did not realize it. Not only did he personally participate in the match, he also continuously shouted on the field and asked the others to pass the ball to him. Since their great general had given the order, the left Golden Guards did not dare to disobey. They could only desperately feed the ball to Qing Yaojin. During the first attack, the Golden Guards of the left used their skillful cooperation and positioning advantage to easily tear apart the defense of the left supervisor's gate guards. They directly spurred their horses and rushed towards the opponent's goal with the ball. Qing Yaojin's reaction was not slow. He also urged his horse to rush out. Of course, he was riding a BMW. His speed was very fast, and he quickly shook off the pursuers of the guards. He rode straight to the opponent's goal, and at the same time, he did not forget to shout, "Wahahaha, you be *tch, pass the ball to me." The batsman of the left Golden Guard did not dare to be negligent. He immediately sent the ball straight to Qing Yaojin's horse. Qing Yaojin was overjoyed. He turned sideways and raised the stick in his hand. Then, he slammed it towards the goal. The 100,000 spectators all had different reactions when they saw this scene. Those who supported the Golden Guards of the left and those who bet on the Golden Guards of the left naturally cheered excitedly. On the other hand, those who bet on the Guards of the left prison couldn't help but gasp. However, in the next second, Noda's Dazhao baseball stadium exploded. The fans of the Golden Guards of the left, who were ecstatic just a moment ago, opened their mouths wide in shock. Their faces were filled with disbelief. What followed was a tsunami of insults, all of which were directed at Qing Yaojin, the one who had just shot the ball. On the other hand, the supporters of the left prison gate guards heaved a sigh of relief and laughed in schadenfreude. There was no doubt that the polo ball, which was close at hand, was hit by Qing Yaojin's stick. Then, he beautifully hit the ball with an anti-aircraft gun effect. The polo ball flew out from the top of the goal and landed in the spectator seats at the back. This kind of ball was no different from the soccer field of the modern world, where the goalkeeper would be pushed past, and the goal would be empty. It was much more difficult to miss than to hit the goal. When Pai Lupi and the old man beside him saw this scene, they were so angry that they stomped their feet and cursed. On the field, the curses and insults were directed at Qing Yaojin like a tsunami. This old man was indeed worthy of being called the #1 troublemaker in the Tang dynasty. Not only did he not feel ashamed, but he also shamelessly laughed. Li Wangyu was also speechless. Who the hell are these people? Pai Lupi angrily cursed for a while, then he turned his head to look at Li Wangyu. Why is this old man on the field? Who allowed him to play? I'm so angry. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders. How would he know about this kind of thing? Just when Pai Lupi was cursing Qing Yaojin, the situation on the field suddenly changed. The left prison gate guards, who had survived the disaster, took the opportunity to counterattack, and rushed towards the golden guards of the left prison gate guards' goal. After 3 passes and 2 falls, they actually succeeded in their sneak attack and broke through the goal. Pai Lupi and the others' seats were behind the golden guards of the left prison gate guards' goal. When he saw this scene, Pai Lupi's face turned green. He stomped his feet and cursed, "Damn it! Kill them! Kill that bastard Qing Jijia!" In the field, the audience who bet on the golden guards of the left prison gate guards' victory were all cursing. Although they didn't know that the person they were cursing was the current founding duke, it didn't affect them in the slightest. Some people even had blue veins on their foreheads, and they almost had the impulse to grab their weapons and curse Qing Yaojin's ancestors. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, didn't care. After all, he was selling tickets and lottery tickets. Whoever won or lost had little to do with him. Who had ever heard of a banker who opened a casino losing money? However, Li Wangyu didn't expect that Pai Lupi would be so agitated. Who would have thought that the emperor of the Tang dynasty, who usually sat on the throne of the Taiji Palace, would curse Qing Yaojin because he missed a goal? Even the group of guards beside Pai Lupi couldn't help but turn their heads. They had a strange expression on their faces. Obviously, they were also shocked by Pai Lupi, who had turned into a fanatic fan. Fortunately, the golden guards of the left prison gate guards learned from the shame and bravery. Even with Qing Yaojin dragging them down, they still scored 2 goals in a row and overtook the score. Qing Yaojin, who was addicted to the game, proudly took the place of the golden guards of the left prison gate guards. Li Wangyu couldn't help but admire this old guy's thick skin. The final score of the game was 6-1, and the golden guards of the left prison gate guards won. When the final whistle sounded, the spectators who lost their bets cursed and tore the lottery tickets in their hands into pieces and threw them into the air. Suddenly, the entire stadium was filled with flying confetti. Pai Lupi proudly shook the lottery ticket in his hand. However, he heard the old man beside him say enviously, "Congratulations, Lang Jun. You won a lot this time. Old me regrets not listening to the analysis of this newspaper. I shouldn't have only bought 1 lottery ticket." Newspaper? What's that? Pai Lupi asked, puzzled. The old man immediately took out a folded piece of paper from his arms. This is the newspaper published by the Dazhao baseball stadium. It said that it's published every 10 days before a game. It has an introduction to the 10 teams in the game, an analysis of their strength, recommendations to buy lottery tickets, and so on. Lang Jun, didn't you buy it? This newspaper is 1 copper coin per copy. It's quite cheap. Pai Lupi reached out to take the newspaper and turned his head to look at Li Wangyu. Needless to say, this must be a novelty that his nephew came up with. Chapter 630. Rather than a newspaper, the newspaper was more like an advertisement leaflet for buying a baseball lottery ticket. Because there was no movable type printing, Li Wangyu could only continue to choose the method of engraving printing to print the newspaper. In fact, Li Wangyu had also pondered whether to get the movable type printing out and make a real newspaper. It was actually not difficult. He just needed to find a craftsman to carve the type. However, after careful consideration, Li Wangyu shook his head with a wry smile and dismissed the idea of making a newspaper. With the terrible literacy rate of the Tang dynasty, Even if he made a newspaper, it might not be able to sell much. Moreover, he did not have much influence in the scholarly circles now. Although he had copied some poems and articles and had gained some fame among the scholars, compared with the reputation of the aristocratic families that had been passed down for thousands of years, it was still too far away. Now that he wanted to make a real newspaper, he did not know who this weapon would be for. Perhaps the aristocratic families would be the ones who would be really ecstatic. After thinking for a long time, Li Wangyu temporarily dismissed the tempting idea of making a newspaper. The newspaper, in the hands of the old man beside Pai Lupi, contained the introduction of the 10 teams that played in the Dazhao baseball stadium every 10 days, as well as the analysis of the strength of the teams, the odds of the lottery, and so on. This was because the people of Chang and City were unfamiliar with these 22 baseball teams. This was the only way to attract them to bet on the lottery ticket. After the launch of the newspaper, it naturally attracted many people to buy it. Due to the limited literacy rate, there were many people who spent a copper coin to buy the newspaper and then went around looking for people to help them read out the contents. There were also clever storytellers in brothels who bought the newspaper and relayed the contents of the newspaper to the people. The Tangs loved gambling, and gambling on baseball was a novelty, so it naturally attracted people. Almost 80% of the people who came to the Dazhao baseball stadium to watch the game today spent money to buy the lottery ticket. The analysis of the strength of each team in the newspaper was actually written by Li Wangyu. It might not be accurate and was just for the people's reference. The report had divided the 22 teams into 3 tiers. Of the 2 teams that had competed just now, the left Golden Guards were the first tier, while the left Prison Guards were the third tier. The old man was literate. After reading the newspaper, he was skeptical. Following the analysis of the newspaper, he bought a lottery ticket for the Golden Guard of the left. Now that the Golden Guards of the left had won, he could use this lottery ticket to exchange for 4 copper coins. The lottery had just started, so the odds were 1 to 2 to attract people to place their bets. After everyone was familiar with it, Li Wangyu would then analyze the strength of each team and give different odds for each team. Pai Lupi took the report from the old man and read it carefully. He couldn't help but snort coldly. Ziyu, who wrote this analysis of your team? Why would the right feathered forest army be classified as the 2nd grade? The next match would be the right Imperial Guard versus the left Imperial Guard, right? Wasn't this nonsense? How could the left Imperial Guard have a chance of winning? Li Wangyu rubbed his nose and laughed. Hee, uncle, this is what I asked Qing Chimo to write. Is it inappropriate? I'll scold them later. Pai Lupi shook his head. Nonsense. These guys are obviously biased towards the 16 guards of the Southern Yamen. Li Wangyu thought to himself. Wasn't this nonsense? Qing Chimo, Yuchi Baolin, Niu Jingping were all great generals of the 16 guards of the Southern Yamen. How could they not be biased towards their own people? The 6 guards of the Northern Yamen were, after all, the emperor's personal army. The old man beside Pai Lupi heard this and couldn't help but ask curiously. Lang Jun, is this report wrong? Old me even bet on the left Imperial Guard to win the next match. Pai Lupi smiled. Old man, if you trust me, why don't you go and buy 2 more lottery tickets for the right feathered forest army? I feel that the right feathered forest army will definitely win this match. Lang Jun, how do you know? I've seen the right feathered forest army play before. Their level is not inferior to the left Imperial Guard. That's why I dare to bet. Pai Lupi naturally couldn't tell the truth and could only find an excuse. The old man looked at the thick stack of lottery tickets in Pai Lupi's hands and immediately stood up without any hesitation. He cupped his hands in thanks to Pai Lupi and turned to walk towards the lottery booth. After every match, there would be a quarter of an hour of rest. Before the match started, people could buy lottery tickets for the match on the spot. Not long after, the old man returned with a lot of lottery tickets in his hands. It was obvious that he had bought more than one. When the old man saw Pai Lupi looking at the lottery tickets in his hands, he couldn't help but stroke his beard and laugh. Greedy. I've made a fool of myself. Since Lang Jun dares to buy 100 lottery tickets to bet that the right feathered forest army will win, Old Me will also buy 10 tickets to borrow Lang Jun's good fortune. Pai Lupi also laughed. Old man, don't worry. I guarantee that you won't lose. Li Wangyu secretly curled his lips. Since Pai Lupi said that the right feathered forest army would win, he naturally believed it. But when he thought that the money that Pai Lupi won was actually taken from him without risking anything, Li Wangyu was very unhappy. Of course, this wasn't a matter of money. If Pai Lupi needed it, he could hand over all his earnings from the tournament to the imperial court at any time. Now, Li Wangyu was no longer the petty white-collar worker in the future who calculated the most cost-effective way to get a loan for a house purchase. With the difference in wealth and status, Li Wangyu became more and more indifferent to money. After all, in the Tang dynasty, what use did he have for so much money? Did he want to learn from Shi Chong and Wang Kai in the West Jin dynasty and show off his wealth? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? But even if Li Wangyu didn't care about copper coins, he was still unhappy that Pai Lupi had extorted a small sum of money for no reason. It was the same for Li Er. To be able to extort a small sum of money from Li Wangyu, he would never tire of this kind of game. Unlike the football games in the future, in today's Chang and city, only the Dazhao baseball stadium was open to the public. Naturally, he had to make good use of it. After a quarter of an hour, the drums in the stadium sounded again. The game between the right feathered forest army and the left guard army began. The result of the game was not different from Pai Lupi's prediction. In the end, the right feathered forest army won 5-2. This time, the old man next to Pai Lupi smiled even more brightly. He repeatedly cupped his hands and thanked Pai Lupi. As for the spectators who had lost their bets, there was naturally another round of white snow in the stadium. The torn lottery tickets danced in the air. At the same time, many people cursed loudly, thinking that the analysis of the newspaper was nonsense and misleading everyone. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. Anyway, the newspaper had already stated that it was for reference only. Who could guarantee that what he said was all right? But Li Wangyu had to admit that Pai Lupi really knew a lot about batting. At the end of the first day of the game, Pai Lupi actually guessed the results of 4 out of the 5 games. Only one game was unexpectedly a draw, which made Pai Lupi's judgment wrong. This also made the old man next to Pai Lupi a small fortune today. Looking at Pai Lupi proudly taking the 400 lottery tickets to redeem the prize, Li Wangyu was so angry that the roots of his teeth were itching. 1,600 copper coins, how could Pai Lupi not feel embarrassed? Not to mention how Li Wangyu was cursing Pai Lupi in his heart. The next day, Pai Lupi gave him another surprise. Chapter 631. Li Wangyu looked at the manuscripts in front of him. He didn't know whether he should be happy or shocked. These were the manuscripts sent by Pai Lupi early this morning, asking him to publish them in the next issue of the newspaper. Pai Lupi even painfully gave himself a pen name, Li Tianshou. Li Wangyu really didn't have the strength to complain about this name. What the hell was this? Did he want to live as long as the heavens? He rubbed his temples with a headache and handed the manuscripts written by Pai Lupi to Cho Kun in front of him. Cho Kun, how do you want to arrange this? As a lazy person, Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't take care of those trivial matters himself. Whether it was running the Dazhao batting field or the Royal Batting League, it was very cumbersome. So he simply pulled in Cho Kun, the fatty, and handed over all the affairs to Cho Kun. After all, Cho Kun's ability was recognized by Li Wangyu, including the beautiful boss, who praised this seemingly stupid fatty. Previously, Li Wangyu gave the fatty the management of the automatic beverage vending machine industry that he started on a whim. As a result, the fatty actually made it very popular. Now, the beverage vending machines could be seen everywhere in Cheng and city. Even the surrounding counties had been opened to the fatty's market. Now, no less than 200 beverage vending machines had been invested in Cheng and city and the surrounding counties. Although it was winter now and business was not as good as in summer, it still brought in no less than 100 strings of cash every day. In fact, the beautiful boss was also interested in taking over the batting league, but now how could Li Wangyu be willing to let his woman work so hard? So in the end, this pile of things was thrown to the fatty, Cho Kun, to take care of. In this regard, both Cho Yuanliang and Cho Kun were grateful for Li Wangyu's support. For a merchant family like them to manage the Tang Dynasty Royal Batting League, the benefits were self-evident. Just the fact that Cho Kun could have a good relationship with the 22 imperial guards was a great gain. Needless to say, running a baseball field meant having to deal with the powerful officials in Chang'an. Although it was only the first day of the batting league, it had already caused a stir in Chang'an. Now in Chang'an, the first thing people would say to each other upon meeting was, "Have you seen it?" It was similar to the greeting of, "Have you eaten?" in the capital of the modern world. As for the tickets for the next match, there were already people lining up to buy them. The private rooms that cost 5 strings of copper coins and a purple ticket also began to show signs of not being able to meet the demand. Regardless of whether they were officials, nobles, aristocratic families, or merchants, they were all scrambling for this opportunity. Originally, Fatty Cho Kun had thought that Li Wangyu's pricing was crazy. Spending 5 strings of copper coins to watch a baseball match for a whole day was too crazy. This was the monthly salary of a third-rank official in the imperial court. However, Cho Kun had underestimated the spending power of the officials and aristocratic families. He had also underestimated the value of the purple ticket box. Not everyone was like Pai Lupi, who was willing to sit in the stands and watch the game with the people. Being able to watch a match in a private room was a representation of one's status. The tickets for 5 strings of copper coins were not in the eyes of the people. Cho Kun had now invested 120% of his interest and energy into the Dazhao Baseball Stadium and the management of the baseball league. Hearing Li Wangyu's inquiry, Cho Kun blinked the small eyes on his chubby face and smiled. "What's the problem? If a saint wants to publish an article, how can it not be published?" Li Wangyu asked, "But the analysis of the strength of the team written by Uncle is completely different from what he and the others wrote. Don't tell me that the newspaper will publish 2 different analyses with different views?" Hee, why not? Let the people choose for themselves who to believe. Fatty Cho spread his hands and smiled. "It's just for reference anyway." Li Wangyu was speechless. He nodded silently. This was the only way. He really did not expect that Pai Lupi would be so interested that he would personally write an article to analyze the strength of the next match and even predict the outcome. Before the arrival of the second match, this issue of the newspaper had already been released a few days in advance. Everyone was quite fond of buying lottery tickets for the baseball match. Whether it was the ordinary people or the officials and nobles, they all opened their wallets and bought lottery tickets. The originally unfamiliar 22 Imperial Army batting teams had now become the most talked about topic among the people of Chang'an. The newspaper issued by the Dazhao Baseball Stadium became an important basis for the people to study the next match and how to buy lottery tickets. "Driver, give me a copy of the latest issue of the newspaper." "I want one too." Early in the morning, the public carriage in Chang'an was surrounded by the people who wanted to buy the newspaper. This was also because Li Wangyu wanted to save trouble and let the public carriage of Dingzhou village sell the newspaper. Anyway, these public carriages shuttled back and forth in Chang'an every day. They were the best mobile sales platform. 1 copper coin for 1 copy of the newspaper was cheap and the people could afford to buy it. But these people who had snatched the newspaper were not literate. They could only take the newspaper and look around for people to read it for them. For a time, anyone in Chang'an who could read was in high demand. Even the children who were reading elementary school were asked to help them read the newspaper. However, the content of the second issue of the newspaper stunned everyone. In the newspaper, there were 2 articles that analyzed the strength of the team and predicted the outcome of the match. They actually had different opinions. This caused everyone to discuss this matter animatedly. "Hey, today's newspaper is interesting. There are actually 2 articles with different opinions. Who is this Li Tianshou? I've never heard of him. Let's look at Mr. Du's article. Mr. Du is the son of Minister Du, the Duke of Kai. He naturally wouldn't talk nonsense. Yes, that's right. This Li Tianshou is so bold. He actually wrote an article that analyzed the outcome of the team. Almost all of it was different from Mr. Du's. I don't believe that he knows the Imperial Army batting team better than Mr. Du. That's right. I've decided to listen to Mr. Du and buy lottery tickets according to his analysis. That's right. I think so too. Everyone, although I don't know who this Li Tianshou is, he is well written. However, this article was written with reason and did not seem to be nonsense. Otherwise, why would the global newspaper print this article? I think Li Tianshou's analysis should be taken as a reference. Bah, don't talk nonsense. If you don't believe Mr. Du, are you going to believe this nameless person? But in the last match, it seems that Mr. Du's prediction was not accurate. Nonsense. 5 matches. Mr. Du predicted at least 3 matches correctly. What else do you want? If he predicted all of them correctly, then Mr. Du would be an immortal in heaven. Brother, you are right. Then I'll buy lottery tickets according to Mr. Du's analysis. After the newspaper was printed, it was naturally sent to Pai Lupi's desk. Pai Lupi picked up the newspaper and looked at it carefully. He was very proud. He stretched out his hand to summon Mi Tuo and asked, Mi Tuo, what's the response to my article? Is it because you admire me? Mi Tuo's face was a little ugly. He stammered for a long time before he nodded and said, of course. Everyone wrote the article. How can it be wrong? People are saying that they are going to buy lottery tickets according to everyone's prediction. Mi Tuo could not be blamed for lying. He really did not dare to tell the truth to Pai Lupi. He could only lie against his conscience. Pai Lupi did not notice the change in Mi Tuo's face. He was looking at the newspaper and was very proud. Chapter 632. Li Wangyu couldn't care less about the response to the article written by Pai Lupi under the alias of Li Tianshou. At the moment, he was busy making lanterns in the house of Kaihua Square with a group of craftsmen invited from the general work supervisor. Since New Year's Eve, Li Wangyu had been staying in his house in Kaihua Square and didn't have time to go back to Dingzhou village. After all, during New Year's Day, he, as the county earl who founded the country, had to go to various big shots and Duke's mansion to pay his New Year's greetings. After that, he was busy preparing for the batting league. Besides, the Lantern Festival was coming soon. It was the first time for him and his beautiful boss to celebrate the Lantern Festival in the Tang dynasty. Naturally, they were very interested and stayed in Chang'an for a while. The Lantern Festival was the 15th day of the first lunar month. Since ancient times, Wuxia called the night Shao. Therefore, the Lantern Festival was also called the Lantern Festival. The Lantern Festival was also known as the Lantern Festival because of the custom of decorating with lanterns and colored banners. However, in the Tang dynasty, the Lantern Festival was more important than New Year's Eve. After the 7-day New Year's Eve holiday, the imperial court officially started on the 4th day of the first lunar month. A few days later, it would be the Lantern Festival and another 3 days of holiday. Li Wangyu felt great every time he thought about how many holidays there were during the Spring Festival in the Tang dynasty. Compared to the 7-day holiday in the modern era, Li Wangyu felt that the civil servants of the Tang dynasty were really lucky. The Lantern Festival was also the only day in Noda Chang, and that didn't have a curfew. In the Tang dynasty, the Sunset Square was closed and people were forbidden to go out. Only on the 15th day of the first lunar month and the 3 nights before and after the Lantern Festival, the square was not closed. The people were free to go out and light the lanterns. Even the palace maids in the Forbidden Palace could go out and admire the lanterns during these 3 days. On the 15th, 16th, and 17th day, the curfew was lifted in Chang'an. All the temples and Taoist temples and streets were brightly lit. On the spacious streets, hundreds of feet tall greenhouses were built and decorated with lanterns and colored banners for people to visit. The children of all the soldiers in the city came out of the empty alleys. Carriages and horses blocked the road, and it was extremely crowded. Sometimes, pedestrians could even be wrapped in the flow of people, and walk dozens of steps without their feet touching the ground. It could be said that it was extraordinarily lively. Palace maids, singers, and young ladies from Jianghu and Wanyan counties were dancing and singing under the colorful lanterns. For 3 days in a row, they were extremely happy. The Lantern Festival was not just for the common people to enjoy the lanterns. On this day, the officials and nobles had to send their meticulously crafted lanterns into the palace for Pai Lupi and the imperial family to enjoy. It would be fine if it was just for the royal family to see, but the key was that the lanterns placed on the Vermilion Bird Avenue were to be displayed for the appreciation of the entire city's citizens. Moreover, the most novel and beautiful lanterns would naturally be rewarded by the palace. The officials and nobles did not care about the gold and silver that Pai Lupi had bestowed upon them, but they still cared about their reputation. If the lanterns made by their own residents were uglier than those made by others, then it would be too shameful. Therefore, in order to be able to show their faces in the Lantern Festival, many officials and nobles began to recruit skilled craftsmen half a year ago to make those extremely complicated and exquisite lanterns in order to win the first prize of the Lantern Festival, or to win the praise of the common people who enjoyed the lanterns. Li Wangyu, this fellow, did not know that there was such a thing as the Lantern Festival, so naturally, he did not prepare any lanterns. It was not until a group of playboys came to visit that he was dumbfounded. Zio, why haven't I seen the lanterns made by your residents? Is it in Dingzhou village in Hu County? You have to hurry up and bring the lanterns to Cheng and city, otherwise, if there is a bump, it will not be beautiful. Ching Chimo's words made Li Wangyu stunned, and he asked, what lanterns? The group of playboys also looked at each other. After a long while, Fang Yai asked in disbelief, the lanterns for the Lantern Festival? You didn't order people to make them, did you? On the day of the Lantern Festival, the sage will give a banquet to all the officials in the palace. At that time, all the families and manors will carry the lanterns they made into the palace and show them to the sage and the empress. After that, these lanterns will be placed on the Vermilion Bird Avenue for the common people to enjoy the lanterns. The sage and the empress will also choose the most exquisite lanterns and give them as a reward. Hearing this, Li Wangyu was completely dumbfounded. Damn it, how come he did not know anything about this at all? In his mind, there was no memory of it at all. He did not know that Li Zhou did not have a title at all, and had the responsibility of supervising Hu County. During the Lantern Festival, he could only stay in Hu County and did not have the opportunity to go to Taiji Palace to present the lanterns. Naturally, the original owner of this body did not know anything about this. Seeing Li Wangyu's expression, the group of playboys understood and all roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, Zio, don't tell me you didn't make any lanterns at all? Huh, I think so. TSK, it's rare that Zio has such a timid moment. Hee, it seems that after the Lantern Festival, Zio, your name will be spread all over the streets of Chang'an. Since the establishment of the Tang dynasty, you are the first noble who did not present a lantern to His Majesty during the Lantern Festival. Zio, it's okay. I'll go to Shi City later and buy you a lantern. You can take it and present it to the sage, huh? The playboys laughed heartily and Li Wangyu was so angry that he could only raise 2 middle fingers at them. However, he soon realized that he had miscalculated and immediately returned the gesture with 20 middle fingers. Li Wangyu very childishly crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, rebound. His beautiful superior sat in the corridor and did not know whether to laugh or cry as she watched her childish little man fooling around with the playboys. However, fooling around was just fooling around. After that, the silk pants began to come up with ideas for Li Wangyu. Zio, I'm afraid that now we can only go to Shi City and see if we can buy a delicate lantern from the merchants. How could the goods sold by those merchants be any good? Zio, don't listen to that idiot Ching Chumo. If you ask me, you should go and ask your enemy. Their residents must also know how to make lanterns. Just ask them to give you the finished lanterns. Fang Yai suggested. As soon as he finished speaking, Chai Lingwu slapped him hard on the back of his head and said, Yai, you have the nerve to call Ching Chumo an idiot? How good are you? The enemy is a merchant. Even if they make lanterns, do you think they can use the regulations? If Zio really uses that lantern, you will be laughed at by the officials. Damn! Then what good ideas do you have? Fang Yai said angrily. Needless to say, the word damn was a catchphrase that he learned from Li Wangyu. In this regard, the playboys really did not have any good ideas. After all, the lanterns offered by the officials and nobles were very complicated and could not be made in a short time. It would not be sold in the market either. In this regard, Li Wangyu also did not know what to do. He sat by the table and thought hard. However, his beautiful superior's eyes suddenly lit up and she waved at him. Li Wangyu quickly went over to see if his beautiful superior had any ideas. However, he saw Su Changqing whisper a few words in Li Wangyu's ear. Hearing this, Li Wangyu's originally knitted brows could not help but relax. Brilliant, really brilliant. Wahaha, why didn't I think of this before? Li Wangyu was overjoyed. He couldn't care less about the crowd of good-for-nothings watching from the side. He fiercely kissed his beautiful superior's cheek. However, the crowd of good-for-nothings was extremely shocked. This fellow was probably crazy. Chapter 633. The beautiful superior rolled her eyes at Li Wangyu's frivolous behavior in front of everyone. She then turned around and pulled Afro and Perrin, who were covering their mouths and giggling, back to the rear courtyard. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, laughed heartily. All right, brothers, please go back. I have to start making the lanterns and don't have time to drink and be merry with you today. His words naturally made the group of wastrels look at each other, not knowing what to say. After a long while, Fang Yai stammered, Zio, are you muddle-headed? Do you know how much effort is needed to make a lantern? It's only 3 days until the lantern festival. What kind of lantern can you make? Won't you be laughed to death if you just make a lantern? Li Wangyu snapped his fingers, looking as if he had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. I have my own brilliant plan. Brothers, don't worry, I guarantee that I won't lose face. I might even get first place and have the saint and her highness bestow it on me. The crowd naturally did not believe his words, and all of them shook their heads endlessly. Seeing that everyone didn't believe him, Li Wangyu couldn't help but roll his eyes and come up with a mischievous idea. Brothers, since you don't believe me, why don't you make a bet with me? Ching Chumo and the others looked at each other warily and shook their heads. No, what's there to bet on? Hurry up and tell us, what's your plan? Ching Chumo and the others couldn't be blamed for being nervous. After interacting with Li Wangyu for so long, even an idiot would know that he never lost a bet. No matter how absurd the bet was, the winner would still be this brat in the end. Thus, how could the wastrels be willing to make a bet with him? Ching Chumo and his 2 brothers looked at each other and cracked their knuckles as they surrounded Li Wangyu with sinister smiles. Zio, are you going to tell us or not? If you don't blame us for being rough. Yuchi Baolin, Yuchi Baochi, Fang Yai, and the others also laughed heartily as they surrounded him, looking like they would beat him up if he didn't tell them. Compared to this group of silk pants, Li Wangyu was as weak as a quail. He simply hugged his head with both hands and squatted on the ground. Spare me, hero. I'll tell you everything. His actions naturally caused the group of profligate sons to burst into laughter. In fact, the idea that the beautiful boss gave Li Wangyu was very simple. It was the merry-go-round. Since he didn't have the time to find a skilled craftsman to carve a complicated and exquisite flower lantern, he might as well use a trick and win with something new. The principle behind the marquee was actually very simple. It was the heat generated by the burning of the lamp that caused the airflow to push the wheel axle to rotate, thus causing the paper cut on the wheel axle to rotate. The light projected the paper cuts onto the lampshade, and the images automatically circulated and moved around. As for the merry-go-round, although there were later historians who said that it had been recorded in the Han Dynasty, in fact, the merry-go-round only appeared in the Song Dynasty. In the Southern Song Dynasty, Wuxia Mu's Dream Beam records, there were records of the merry-go-round being sold in the Lin and night market in the capital. Zhou Mi's Old Wulin stories also had a description of the lantern, which was like sand playing with shadows. Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss had transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty for nearly a year, but they had never seen anything like the merry-go-round. Therefore, Su Changqing had a flash of inspiration and came up with this idea for Li Wangyu. After listening to Li Wangyou's explanation that he wanted to make a flower lantern that didn't require manpower and could make the images in the lantern rotate on their own, the profligate sons couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Zio, don't lie to us. How can this flower lantern rotate on its own if no one drives it? That's right, I've never heard of such a thing. This flower lantern isn't your water wheel. Without the power of water, how can it rotate on its own? Li Wangyou rolled his eyes. This group of scientific idiots was really difficult to communicate with and explain. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with the profligate sons. He just ordered Niao Wu to invite Yan Liben to his residence to help him make the flower lantern. Yan Liben was good at setting up mechanisms. If he wanted to make the merry-go-round, how could he do it without the help of this disciple? Moreover, he had to borrow the craftsman of the general supervisor, and he also needed Yan Liben, the general supervisor and junior supervisor, to coordinate. When the profligate sons saw that Li Wangyou didn't seem to be joking, they became even more interested. They all stayed in the Lai hut, waiting to see how the flower lantern that could rotate on its own was made. Since his master had summoned him, Yan Liben naturally didn't dare to neglect and hurried to Kaihua Square. When he heard that Li Wangyou hadn't made the flower lantern yet, he was also very anxious. Master, this is all my fault. How could I forget to remind you? Please forgive me, Master. I have already made the flower lantern in my residence. I'll ask someone to send it over later. Li Wangyou naturally smiled and waved his hand to reject Yan Liben's words. Even if he didn't, he couldn't be so thick-skinned and shameless as to steal his own disciple's flower lantern. That would be too shameless. Liben, there's no need to be anxious. There are still 3 days until the Lantern Festival. It's enough time for me to make an unprecedented flower lantern. After Li Wangyou finished speaking, he brought him to the study and began to draw the diagram of the merry-go-round on a piece of paper. The profligate sons also hurriedly rushed over and looked at the diagram that Li Wangyou drew. Wonderful. Master. It's really wonderful. I understand now. As expected. When the oil lamp in the flower lantern burns, the heat it emits can move the axle. It's really simple. Why didn't I think of it before? Master is very talented. I understand now. Yan Liben was indeed good at mechanism construction. After Li Wangyou's explanation, he immediately understood the principle behind it. Yan Liben bowed deeply to his little master, indicating that he had learned a lot. To him, learning how to make mechanisms was one of the greatest joys in his life. And his master was always able to create something unexpected, which made him very happy. The profligate sons could only look at each other in dismay. They didn't understand what this master and disciple were talking about. What did they understand? Why didn't they understand anything? Li Wangyou disdainfully glanced at the profligate sons. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this group of semi-literate people. Master, I'll go to the construction supervisor and find a few skilled craftsmen. We definitely can't delay the Lantern Festival's flower lantern. Yan Liben quickly went to the construction supervisor and helped Li Wangyou find a few skilled craftsmen. They then started to make the flower lantern in the Lai hut residence. 3 days passed quickly. With the help of Yan Liben and the craftsmen, the flower lantern was finally made. The profligate sons surrounded the completed flower lantern. They were like a group of grannies who had just entered the Grand View Garden. They were very curious. Tsk tisk, it's actually like this. Ziyu, how did your 7 orifices exquisite heart grow? Fang Yai exclaimed. If the officials of the imperial court saw this, wouldn't they be so shocked that their teeth would fall out? It's no wonder that my master always says that Ziyu is an unworldly talent and wants me to learn from you. Yai, don't mention it again. Just talking about it makes me angry. After the saint's birthday, my master came back and gave me, Erlang, and San Lang a good beating. In the end, he even said that we should learn from Ziyu. Speaking of this matter, I have a belly full of anger. Ziyu, tell me, how will you compensate us brothers for our loss? When Qing Chumo heard Fang Yai say this, he suddenly remembered that he had been beaten up by Qing Yaojin for no reason. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. That's right. We brothers are the same. When the Yuchi twins brought up this matter, they were also angry. Li Wangyu was baffled by the words of these brothers. Qing Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda, these two old hoodlums, what did it have to do with him? Were they still reasonable? However, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. When Li Wangyu saw that Qing Chumo and the others were angry, he turned and ran. Naturally, the profligate's sons weren't willing to let him go. After a strange cry, they chased after him. The Lai hut was once again in chaos. Chapter 634. Li Wangyu actually didn't want to go to the palace to join in the fun during the Spring Lantern Festival. Shouldn't he be holding his beautiful superior's soft hand and leading Avro and Perrin around Chang and City on such a joyous and lively festival? In comparison, going to the Taiji Palace to drink and have fun with Pai Lupi was simply too boring. However, he was in the pugilistic world and had no choice. The banquet in the Taiji Palace was for hundreds of officials and nobles. As the county earl who founded the country, it was impossible for him not to go. Fortunately, there was no curfew today and the festivities during the 3 days of the Spring Lantern Festival went on almost overnight. He could only make an appointment with his beautiful superior and return to the mansion to take the 3 girls out for a lantern tour after he finished dealing with those matters in the Taiji Palace. On the day of the Spring Lantern Festival, the evening drum was sounded as usual. However, unlike in the past, there were no people hurrying back home in the streets and alleys. The sound of the evening drum was like a signal that made hundreds of officials, nobles, and aristocratic families in Chang and City open their doors one after another. Large groups of servants carried the meticulously crafted lanterns in their mansions and headed toward the Taiji Palace. Li Wangyu naturally led Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and a group of troops to carry the hurriedly crafted lanterns out of his mansion. These lanterns had to be sent to the imperial city and lit when night fell. Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun would then lead the people in the palace to admire and comment on them one by one. Finally, they would choose the most exquisite lantern of the day and bestow it as a reward. Hundreds of exquisitely crafted lanterns were lined up in order in the imperial city of Noda. It was a spectacular sight. However, compared to those lanterns in other mansions, which had dragons and phoenixes carved on them, the lantern in Li Wangyu's mansion looked rather shabby. This was naturally normal. After all, even with the help of skilled craftsmen, how could it compare to the meticulously crafted lanterns that took half a year to craft in 3 days? The lantern that was taller than a person looked very simple and crude. Compared to the exquisite lanterns around it, it was like an ugly duckling in a flock of swans. Not only was there no craftsmanship to speak of, but it was also extremely simple and elegant. The polyhedral prism flower lantern, in addition to the bright red lampshade holder painted with red paint, was separated by 7 or 8 plain white lampshades in the middle. It was extremely simple. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even in the eastern and western markets, the folk lanterns sold by the merchants were much more exquisite than the lanterns brought from Li Wangyu's residence. The appearance of this lantern naturally attracted the attention of all the officials. Wahaha, kid, what kind of toy did you bring? How could this be called a lantern? Who are you trying to fool? Qing Yaojin did not avoid the topic and laughed mockingly. Qing Yaojin didn't know about the merry-go-round because Li Wangyu had asked them to keep it a secret. Today, he was prepared to let the country bumpkins, including Pai Lupi, experience the magic of science. Therefore, the simple and elegant appearance of the lantern was not because the artisans did not have the time to decorate it, but because Li Wangyu did not allow them to. He purposely did not allow the artisans to decorate the lantern because of the strong shock brought by the contrast between the front and back. The effect of the merry-go-round lantern naturally had to be lit before it could be seen. The more people despised the simple lantern, the more they would be shocked by the merry-go-round lantern. As a result, his lantern had a higher chance of winning. It had to be said that Li Wangyu was very two-faced. In order to win the lantern, he even used psychological warfare. Hearing Qing Yaojin's ridicule, Li Wangyu laughed even more happily. Huh, what is Uncle Qing saying? This little nephew's lantern was made with great care and is the only one in the world. Today, this little nephew is here for the sage's reward. Qing Yao Jin was taken aback by these words and almost wanted to reach out and touch Li Wangyou's forehead. Was this fellow crazy? Carrying such a simple and crude lantern into the palace, he actually had the nerve to say that he wanted the reward? Qing Yao Jin wasn't the only one thinking this. When they heard Li Wangyou's words and saw the lantern he had ordered his troops to carry to the imperial city, there wasn't a single person who didn't laugh. Those close to Li Wangyou, such as Yuqi Jingda, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Yu Shinan, naturally couldn't help but shake their heads, unable to understand what this brat was up to. And people like Hou Junji, Wang Renyu, and Jing Yuanshou naturally scoffed at his words. If not for the fact that today was the Spring Lantern Festival and they didn't want to spoil the mood, they would have mocked and ridiculed him. If the bigwigs of the imperial court didn't say anything, the officials below rank 4 or 5 naturally couldn't say anything. After all, with Li Wangyou's status, they couldn't casually mock him. Even so, the officials couldn't help but point at the lanterns Li Wangyou brought over. From time to time, there would be a burst of light laughter from the crowd. Clearly, they were all laughing at the lanterns offered by the county count's manor. Fortunately, the time had come, and the officials were invited into Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi continued to hold a banquet in Taiji Palace for the officials. Today was the Spring Lantern Festival, so there was no need for so many formalities. It wasn't just Pai Lupi who was attending the banquet. Empress Jiangsun, Consort Yang, and the other concubines of the imperial harem were also present. Even Li Wangyou's 3 disciples, Pai Lupi's sons Li Qingxian and Li Tai, as well as First Princess Li Lizzie, had appeared in the hall. Seeing Li Wangyou appear, the 3 little ones immediately ran over obediently and bowed respectfully to Li Wangyou. First Princess Li Lizzie was cute as she pulled on Li Wangyou's sleeve and complained angrily, "Teacher, I made a bet with my brothers today that the lantern you made would definitely be the most beautiful lantern in the world." Humph, the 2 of them didn't believe it. After Li Lizzie finished speaking, she didn't forget to stick out her tongue and make funny faces at Li Qingxian and Li Tai. This extremely cute appearance made Li Wangyou laugh uncontrollably. Changle is right. Since Qingxian and Qin Ke don't believe it, we won't show them our lantern, okay? Li Lizzie nodded seriously, "Yes, we won't show it to my brothers." Li Qingxian immediately explained to Li Wangyou, "Teacher, don't listen to Changle's nonsense. Qingxian didn't doubt that the lantern you made wasn't beautiful." Yes, it was Qin Ke who said it. Li Tai was also anxious. The little fatty said angrily, "Nonsense, it was clearly the crown prince who said it." "Teacher, of course Qin Ke believes you." Li Wangyou smiled and patted the heads of the 2 little ones lightly, "All right, don't talk nonsense. You 2 sly little fellows, don't think that I don't know who said it." The commotion caused by the 4 of them laughing attracted the attention of many in the great hall. Everyone was very surprised and envious that Li Wangyou could be so close to Li Qingxian and the others, but they had nothing to say. After all, Li Wangyou was the teacher of the crown prince, and princess. This matter was irrefutable. Li Wangyou was also a member of the imperial family and had a close relationship with the imperial family. No one could say anything against this. Even so, there were still people who were dissatisfied and snorted coldly, "County Count who, the crown prince is the heir to the throne. He is the ruler. How can you be so presumptuous and disrespect the law?" Li Wangyou was stunned when he heard this. Where did this trash come from? It was like a toad yawning. What big words. Chapter 635. The speaker was a middle-aged man that Li Wangyou didn't recognize. Today was a festive day, and the officials didn't need to wear court robes when entering the palace. Li Wangyou couldn't tell the rank of this middle-aged man. "Who are you?" Li Wangyou narrowed his eyes and asked in dissatisfaction. What did it have to do with him talking to the 3 little ones? The middle-aged man arrogantly replied, "Yu Jining, the son of the crown prince's concubine." The reason he had stepped out to provoke Li Wangyou was naturally because of jealousy. He was jealous that Li Wangyou was able to become a county official at such a young age. He was jealous of Li Wangyou's close relationship with the crown prince. As the son of the crown prince's concubine, he felt that he should be the one close to the crown prince. Naturally, he couldn't stand seeing Li Wangyu and Li Qingxian being so close. Li Wangyu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The son of the crown prince's concubine was a fourth-rank official. He was a subordinate of the Eastern Palace and was a high-ranking official that assisted Li Qingxian. In the words of later generations, he was the head of the crown prince's office and had a lot of power. It could be said that he was Li Wangyu's colleague and had the same responsibility of teaching the crown prince. The difference was that although the son of the crown prince's concubine had the responsibility of teaching the crown prince, he wasn't the crown prince's teacher. On the other hand, Li Wangyu was the teacher that the crown prince, Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and Li Lizhi had kowtowed to him. The last teacher referred to by the ancients referred to Li Wangyu's relationship with Li Qingxian and the others. The son of the crown prince's concubine wasn't included in this category of teacher. To be honest, only the crown prince's grand tutor, crown prince's grand tutor, and crown prince's grand guardian could be considered the crown prince's true teachers. However, the three teachers had no real position. Pai Lupi had once joked that he would make Li Wangyu the crown prince's grand tutor, scaring Li Wangyu to death. What kind of joke was this? He was only 16, and after the new year, he would only be 17. How could he dare to accept this reward? The title of the crown prince's three master teachers was an honor that only secondary rank 1 bigwigs had. If he really agreed to Pai Lupi's request, it would be strange if he didn't get scolded to death by the bigwigs in the royal court. Fortunately, Pai Lupi was only joking. He also knew that it was impossible. Thus, although Li Qingxian and the others had taken Li Wangyu as their teacher, and Li Wangyu was nominally the imperial teacher, this was a personal relationship, and not the official relationship recognized by the imperial court. Li Wangyu had read about this crown prince Yu Jining in the history books. He was the son of the crown prince's concubine. According to the historical records, this person could be considered a loyal subject. When Li Qingxian was arrogant, extravagant, and indulgent, Yu Jining had always admonished him. He had even written 20 volumes of admonition to admonish him. At the time, Pai Lupi had been overjoyed. Not only had he rewarded him with gold and silk, he had also promoted him to the position of crown prince. Later on, his mother had passed away, and Yu Jining had to resign to observe mourning. However, Pai Lupi had stolen his love, and he had been reinstated. The new book of Tang also recorded that because Li Qingxian was angry at this person, he had sent an assassin to kill him. In the end, the assassin could not bear to do it, and Yu Jining had escaped with his life. When Li Wangyu had read the history books, he had felt that this Yu Jining was actually not a good person. Deep down, he was just a person who had deceived the public to gain fame. Otherwise, as the crown prince's left concubine, and as the crown prince's subordinate, not only did he not give advice to Li Qingxian, he even used the excuse of extravagance and indulgence to gain Pai Lupi's favor. He put on the appearance of a straightforward subject and did his best to persuade Li Qingxian. The 20 volumes of admonition were even more laughable. When Li Qingxian was the crown prince, he was only addicted to singing and dancing, and his life was a bit extravagant. As the crown prince's subordinate, he actually wrote 20 volumes of admonition. In Li Wangyu's view, how was this admonition? It was clearly writing black material for Li Qingxian, reporting him to Pai Lupi. When Yu Jining's mother passed away, it could be seen that this person was infatuated with his position. Pai Lupi only had to persuade him a bit, and he happily returned to the crown prince's position. It could be seen from this. As for the new book of Tang, where the crown prince sent an assassin, in Li Wangyu's view, it was even more ridiculous. The grand crown prince of the Tang dynasty sent 2 assassins to kill an old man, and there was actually a situation where the assassins could not bear to do it. How much of a failure was this Li Qingxian? Moreover, this kind of extremely secretive matter could be openly written into the history books. Wasn't this purely a joke? In Li Wangyu's view, this kind of thing was simply a scholar pouring dirty water on Li Qingxian. In fact, Li Qingxian did not make any big mistakes back then. He just lived a bit extravagantly. With his status, was this even a problem? In Li Wangyu's view, Li Qingxian's tragedy was basically forced out by the crown prince's subordinates and Pai Lupi. thinking about a rebellious youth who could not do anything he liked, and who kept saying that he was muddle-headed, licentious, and extravagant every day. No matter how good his temperament was, he probably could not take it, right? Moreover, after interacting with the three little ones, Li Wangyu felt that Li Qingxian and Li Tai's temperaments were actually very good, and he liked them very much. Otherwise, why would he be willing to take such a big risk and stubbornly perform an appendix operation on Li Qingxian to save his life? Now that he heard that the person who had interrupted his conversation with the three little ones was the crown prince's concubine-born son, Yu Jining, Li Wangyu had even less of a good impression of him. I'm talking to Qingxian, Qingke, and Chang'e. It's none of your business. Li Wangyu directly cursed after understanding who was on the other side. Yu Jining couldn't help but be taken aback. Then, he flew into a rage. He was so angry that his fingers trembled. He pointed at Li Wangyu and said angrily, "County Count Hu, how dare you speak such obscenities? How dare you be so arrogant?" Yu Jining was angry, but Li Wangyu completely ignored him. He took the three little ones' hands and walked into the great hall. When he passed by Yu Jining, Li Wangyu tossed out, "Bastard." His words made Yu Jining so angry that he felt like he was about to explode. He didn't care that he was in the great hall and directly roared, "County Count Hu, how dare you humiliate me?" This commotion naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the great hall. They all looked over, wanting to see what was going on. Li Wangyu turned his head and said with a smile, "Yu's bastard son, you're mistaken. I didn't humiliate you. I simply couldn't be bothered with you. With your appearance, don't come out and show off. You don't care, but if you affect the appearance of Chang'e, then you're in the wrong." Many of the surrounding officials couldn't help but burst into laughter at his vicious words. Although they didn't quite understand what he meant by the appearance of the city, everyone could roughly understand the meaning. When Yu Jining heard the laughter of his colleagues around him, his face turned even redder. He pointed at Li Wangyu and repeated, "Don't be a son of man, don't be a son of man." Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun were chatting on the royal steps. After noticing the commotion, he couldn't help but smile at his wife. "Guanyin maid, what do you think that bastard Zio is doing now?" Empress Zhongsun also smiled. "Zio doesn't have a bad temper. Perhaps someone provoked him again. Erlang, don't let him suffer." Pai Lupi couldn't help but roll his eyes. "He suffers? Guanyin maid, you underestimate him too much. Since I've known him, I've never seen him suffer." "Hee, Erlang, you're right. I don't know how Zio was born with such an exquisite mind. I feel that there's nothing in the world that he doesn't know. By the way, Erlang, is there any progress on the mirror workshop that Zio mentioned to you last time? I'm still waiting for the silver mirror." Empress Zhongsun covered her mouth and chuckled. She thought of the mirror again. Since Li Wangyu presented the mirror on Pai Lupi's birthday, it caused a stir in the harem. Whether it was Empress Zhongsun or concubine Yang, after seeing the silver mirror in the main hall, they couldn't move. Now, the concubines in the harem wanted to go to Pai Lupi's bedroom to pay their respects when they had nothing to do. On the surface, they wanted to pay their respects, but in fact, they wanted to look at the mirror. Hearing his wife's words, Pai Lupi could only give me a look, indicating that he should summon Li Wangyu. Chapter 636. Seeing Mi Tuo come over to greet him, Li Wangyu was too lazy to continue paying attention to Yu Jining. He led the three little ones to the front of the steps. Pai Lupi was just about to walk down the steps with Empress Zhongsun when Yu Jining squeezed through the officials and fell to his knees with a plop. "Your Majesty, I want to accuse County Count Hu of disrespecting the law, disrespecting the ways of ruler and official, and disrespecting the crown prince. This is truly treason." Yu Jining had been scolded by Li Wangyu until he lost his head. He ran directly to Pai Lupi to complain. However, he didn't think about it. Crown Prince Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie had kowtowed and offered tea in front of Pai Lupi and Princess Zhongsun. How could the relationship between the two sides be stirred up by his words? Pai Lupi didn't even raise his eyelids. His tone carried some impatience as he asked, "Yu Jining, what do you mean?" "Your Majesty, county count who came to the Great Hall and saw His Highness the Crown Prince. He didn't salute and greet him. He even disgracefully slapped the Crown Prince's head. This is disrespect. At this moment, Pai Lupi was thinking the same thing as Li Wangyu. He didn't say anything. What does it have to do with you? However, as the ruler, he naturally couldn't be like Li Wangyu. He could only nod and say, I understand. Yu Jining didn't realize Pai Lupi's impatience and continued to chatter. Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince is the heir apparent and the ruler of the officials. County Count who is like. Before he finished speaking, Pai Lupi slapped the armrest of the throne heavily. I said, I understand. You may leave. Yu Jining was stunned and stopped talking. His old face was red, but he could only bow to Li Er in an extremely aggrieved manner and leave silently. However, the gaze he used to look at Li Wangyu was still filled with resentment. Li Wangyu had been laughing and watching Yu Jining make a fool of himself. He couldn't be bothered to waste words with this person. In his view, this crown prince's concubine-born was pedantic to the extreme. He didn't know what Pai Lupi was thinking to choose such a subordinate of the Eastern Palace for his son. Recently, Pai Lupi had been dissatisfied with Yu Jining, crown prince's concubine-born. The reason was that comparing goods would result in throwing them away, and comparing people would only infuriate them. They were both in charge of the crown prince's education, but the difference between the crown prince's concubine-born son and Li Wangyu was too great. Originally, Pai Lupi had great expectations for the crown prince's concubine-born son, Yu Jining, Du Jingluan, and the others. He had even specifically instructed them, when you teach the crown prince, you must often talk about the problems of the common people. The crown prince lives deep in the palace, and the common people live a difficult life. You must often share your thoughts with him. Every time you see something wrong, you must advise him to the extreme so that it will be beneficial. However, Yu Jining and the others only knew how to talk big. After teaching Li Qingxian for 2 years, other than constantly complaining to Pai Lupi about Li Qingxian's small mistakes, they only nagged like Tang sang. However, Li Wangyu was different. Not only did he send Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and the others to Dingzhou village to have them interact with people of the same age, he was also good at guiding the 3 children to think about problems. Now, Pai Lupi felt that his 3 children had not only become polite, but also virtuous. Every time he thought about how he had forced Li Wangyu to accept the 3 children as his disciples, Pai Lupi felt very proud. Comparing the two, he naturally became less and less satisfied with the subordinates of the Eastern Palace. Pai Lupi did not feel that Li Wangyu had done anything wrong by treating Li Qingxian and the others this way. After all, he himself was not born in the orthodox royal family, and did not care much about etiquette. That was why the Confucians of later generations said that the Tang dynasty was dirty. It meant that the Tang dynasty was too liberal in matters of etiquette and ethics. After sending Yu Jining away, Pai Lupi called Li Wangyu to his side. Zio, your aunt wants to ask you about the mirror workshop. She is still waiting for the mirror to be used. Empress Zhongsun unhappily rolled her eyes at her husband who had betrayed her. She smiled at Li Wangyu and said, Zio, that silver mirror is indeed rare. Not only do I like it, but all the concubines in the palace are also looking forward to it. Erlang is also stingy and is unwilling to give it to me, so I can only count on you. Concubine Yang also smiled and came over. Zio, don't forget to give me one of your mirrors. Li Wangyu smiled and said, Aunts, don't be anxious. Recently, because of the new year, the progress has been a bit slow. However, there is a ready-made place for the mirror workshop. It is in the valley of the Jade Star Palace. After the Lantern Festival, in less than 10 days, this nephew will definitely send the mirror to the palace. He was not speaking nonsense. Nowadays, the valley where the Jade Star Palace was located had almost become the industrial base of the Tang dynasty. The coining workshop and the military equipment workshop were both there. Every day, there was constant noise and black smoke. After Pai Lupi went to inspect it once, he was so angry that he stomped his feet and shouted that he had been fooled. A good imperial palace could be considered to be abandoned. With such an environment, he would not live here even if he was beaten to death. As for the mirror workshop, Li Wangyu naturally arranged for it to be located here. There was a blast furnace to smelt copper, and it was convenient to use hydraulic forging hammers to forge the mirror surface. Most importantly, using silver amalgam to cast the mirror would produce mercury poison during the production process. It was naturally suitable to throw it in this valley far away from the residential area. This mirror workshop was the same as before. The imperial family owned 60% of the shares, Li Wangyu owned 40%, and the sales were naturally handled by his beautiful superior. Now, the production process and methods were handed over to the supervising craftsmen sent by Pai Lupi. After the Lantern Festival, they would officially begin the production. Empress Zhongsun and consort Yang were very satisfied with Li Wangyu's reply. The Lantern Festival's imperial banquet was naturally very relaxed. There was endless wine, musicians played music, and palace maids danced. It was lively and cheerful. When it was time to light the lanterns, Pai Lupi helped his wife stand up. Everyone, it's time to admire the lanterns again. I wonder which one of my beloved officials thinks that their lanterns will win first place. Pai Lupi asked the officials with a smile. Before the others could speak, they heard Qing Yaojin's hoarse voice shout, "It's hard to say for others, but the lanterns in Li Zio's residence will definitely win first place." This old fellow even purposely emphasized the two words first name. His words caused all the officials and nobles in the hall to roar with laughter. Li Wangyu rubbed his nose in embarrassment. This old man really wasn't a good person. Pai Lupi, Empress Zhongsun, consort Yang, and the others were confused by the officials' laughter. What? What's so special about the lanterns in Zio's residence? Yes, Your Majesty. Zio's lanterns are quite special, Fang Xianling explained from the side, but he couldn't help but laugh. Even though he was on good terms with Li Wangyu, he couldn't help but laugh when he thought of Lai Hot's extremely simple lanterns. Even Zhongsun Wuji cupped his hands toward Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, Zio's lanterns for the Lantern Festival this year are really, quite unique. These words naturally caused all the officials in the hall to laugh. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun looked at each other and felt that the crowd's laughter was very strange. He simply said, "In that case, let's go take a look. We are also very curious about what kind of lanterns Zio will make." He and Empress Zhongsun led a few concubines out of the hall. Chapter 637. Although it was the Spring Lantern Festival, they had to be careful of candles in the palace. Therefore, all the lanterns were placed in the imperial city. Between the Taiji Palace and the imperial city, there was a wide street. This was also for the safety of the Taiji Palace. Therefore, the side of the imperial city that was close to the Taiji Palace had a road that was 100 meters wide. At this moment, all kinds of lanterns were brought over by the officials and nobles. They lined up in a long line and filled the road between the Anfu Gate and Yanxi Gate. Pai Lupi led Empress Zhongsun, the imperial concubines, and the officials and nobles out of the Taiji Palace's Qingtian Gate and saw the lanterns sent over by the various residences. At this moment, the lanterns had already been lit up by the servants of the various residences. The oil lamps on the lanterns emitted all kinds of bright lights in the night sky. Pai Lupi wasn't in a hurry. He pointed at the lanterns with Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang and commented on which residence's lanterns were more exquisite and ingenious. There were devil's lanterns, screen lanterns, pagoda lanterns, carriage lanterns, jade lanterns, beaded lanterns, sheepskin lanterns, and so on. For the Spring Lantern Festival, all the residences had put in a lot of effort. The craftsmen who made the lanterns ingeniously used beast horns, feathers, and silk to make the lanterns into the shapes of lotus flowers, peonies, chrysanthemums, and so on. The lanterns were colorful and varied in shape, containing different auspicious meanings. Good. This year's lanterns are indeed exquisite. Compared to the previous years, they are more exciting. Pai Lupi nodded and praised. Zhongsun Wuji at the side immediately said, Your Majesty, this is naturally because our Tang dynasty is prosperous and the people are safe. Therefore, there are many skilled craftsmen. Now that our Tang dynasty has the aura of prosperity, it is all because of your Majesty's contribution. Huh, what you said does make some sense. Pai Lupi accepted Zhangsun Wuji's flattery without blushing. It was obvious that today was the Spring Lantern Festival, and his mood was very good. Li Wangyu secretly gave Zhangsun Wuji a thumbs up. As expected of the imperial brother-in-law. His bootlicking skills were amazing. His words to Pai Lupi were just like how Uncle Yu was supporting Uncle Guo on stage. Everyone enjoyed the lanterns along the way, chatting and laughing, and it was very lively. When they reached a lantern, Pai Lupi couldn't help but stop and frown. Empress Zhangsun and Consort Yang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Whose manor had sent these lanterns? Why were they so special? Needless to say, the lantern placed in front of Pai Lupi was naturally the marquee that Li Wangyu had ordered people to bring in. The only difference was that the servants had already lit up the oil lamps in the other house's lanterns, but the lanterns in his house were still dark and had yet to be lit. This was naturally what Li Wangyu had instructed Niu Wu and the others to not be in a hurry to light the oil lamps. He wanted to personally light the oil lamps in front of Pai Lupi to give everyone a surprise. Pai Lupi didn't know what he was thinking. He frowned and looked at the extremely simple lantern for a while, and then thought of the laughter of the officials in the main hall. He couldn't help but laugh. If I didn't guess wrongly, this lantern must have been brought into the palace by you, Zio, right? It's indeed very special. Come, tell me, what's the deal with this lantern of yours? Li Wangyu chuckled and stepped forward. He bowed and said, hee, Uncle has good eyesight. You can see it with one look. That's right, this is the lantern that I specially made for you. This lantern took a lot of effort from me. There's only one in the whole world. Uncle, take a look. Isn't my lantern the winner today? Pai Lupi, Empress Zhangsun, and concubine Yang looked at each other. They thought, could it be that this kid's lantern has some secret? He wasn't in a hurry to speak. He walked around the lantern and looked it up and down several times. However, he couldn't see anything special about it. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an extremely simple and ordinary lantern. Other than the fact that it was slightly bigger, he couldn't see anything strange about it. The officials were originally making fun of Li Wangyu's lantern, but when they heard him say the same thing in front of Pai Lupi, they couldn't help but feel doubtful. Could it be that this ordinary lantern really had some secret that they couldn't see through? However, no matter how the officials gathered around and studied it, it was just an ordinary lantern that couldn't be any more ordinary. Zhangsun Wuji suddenly clapped his hands. Zio's meaning is that you're using this lantern as a metaphor for our Tang dynasty. Just like this simple and elegant lantern, it looks simple and plain, but it's like a piece of white paper that your Majesty can draw a poetic and picturesque picture scroll with ink. His words made the sweat on Li Wangyu's forehead almost drip down. Imperial brother-in-law, are you really a comedian in crosstalk? The hole in your brain is really too big for your flattery. Before Li Wangyu could shake his head, the officials at the side all nodded and praised, that's right. It seems that this is what County Earl Hu meant. County Earl Hu, you're using a trick. The champion of this year's lantern competition can't be given to you because of this, Bastard, why do you also have so many tricks up your sleeve? You're beating around the bush. You're really annoying. Qing Yaojin also scolded jokingly, however, with just this, you can forget about taking the champion of this year's lantern competition. Although Pai Lupi didn't say anything, he secretly nodded and smiled. In his opinion, this nephew of his should be what Zhangsun Wuji had guessed. Among the officials, there were quite a few who secretly admired Li Wangyu and felt that this county earl who really knew how to flatter. Other people meticulously made lanterns, but he wanted to do the opposite. He made an ordinary lantern and was able to attract the emperor's praise. He was really amazing. Li Wangyu's face darkened, but he could only mumble, that, little nephew, it should be like this. However, uncle, this lantern can only be seen after it's lit up. Why don't you let little nephew light this lantern and let uncle and the officials take a look? After receiving Pai Lupi's permission, Li Wangyu hurriedly went forward and, with the help of the palace's eunuchs, blew on the lighter and carefully lit the oil lamp inside the lantern. When the lantern was lit up, Pai Lupi and the officials once again carefully examined it, but it was still very ordinary. However, through the white gauze lampshade, they seemed to be able to faintly see something inside the lantern. However, they couldn't see it clearly. Other than that, there was nothing special about it. Pai Lupi didn't understand and asked, "Ziyu, what are you trying to do?" "Hee, uncle, you will know when you see it. I dare say that this lantern is the only one in the world." Li Wangyu was not in a hurry. The oil lamp in the flower lantern had just been lit. Due to the size of the flower lantern, it would take some time for the hot air to rotate. The flame of the oil lamp would heat up the air. Everyone looked at it for a while, but there was no reaction. They couldn't help but frown, thinking, what is Li Wangyu trying to do? Before the others could say anything, the crown prince's concubine's son, Yu Jining, stood out again. "Your Majesty, County Earl who is obviously deliberately mystifying and deceiving your Majesty." He stopped halfway and stared at the lantern with his eyes wide open. Chapter 638. Under everyone's astonished gazes, they saw that within the lantern, there was an object that slowly started to spin. Within the lantern, the light from the oil lamp projected the object's shadow onto the plain white gauze lampshade, reflecting an image. When the crosstalk comedian Zhang Sun Wuji saw the image clearly, he gasped, "SSS, this is His Majesty." "Wahahaha, not only is there His Majesty, there's also Laozi's image. Old Yuchi is also in there. Second brother, there's also you." Qing Yaojin shouted towards Qin Xiong. Through the white gauze, the continuously spinning image was reflected. It was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi, as well as a group of generals and dukes. They were all riding on horses, waving the weapons in their hands, looking like they were charging on the battlefield. The image of the marquee lantern was similar to the shadow play in the future. It shone through the lampshade, projecting the image onto the screen. Li Wangyu asked the craftsman to make the marquee lantern. Inside the marquee lantern, there were 12 images carved on cowhide that were constantly spinning. With the push of the hot air, it achieved the effect of shadow riding unhindered. It looked like Pai Lupi and a group of dukes were galloping on their horses, repeatedly appearing and disappearing, urging their horses to chase after each other, changing the scene. When this scene fell into the eyes of Pai Lupi and the other officials, it immediately shocked everyone present. For a moment, no one said anything. They all stared stupidly at the endlessly spinning image of the lantern. After a long while, Pai Lupi let out a long breath and sighed, "This lantern is really a work of art. Ziyu, I don't know how you created such a heavenly item. It's really uncanny and unbelievable." The crown prince's left concubine's son, Yu Jining, who wanted to complain just now had his old face flushed red, as if he was suddenly slapped by someone. He didn't dare to say anything else and quietly retreated, afraid of causing more trouble. Pai Lupi glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and was too lazy to bother with this person. The crowd of officials and nobles surrounded the lanterns that Li Wangyu presented, each of them praising it endlessly. "Wahaha, didn't I just say that Li Zio is the winner of today's lantern festival? What do you think? Don't you think I, old Sheng, have a discerning eye?" Qing Yaojin suddenly opened his mouth and laughed loudly. He had a look of, "I knew this would happen." Everyone who saw this wanted to give this shameless old man a kick. King said that in Taiji Palace. But was that what you meant when you said those words? Li Wangyu also silently rolled his eyes. With regards to Qing Yaojin's thick skin, he also had a deep understanding and was not surprised. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm for the merry-go-round, Li Wangyu suddenly thought of a folk story about the merry-go-round. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Uncle, everyone, I have the first half of a couplet here. Would Uncle and everyone be interested in matching the second half?" The Lantern Festival, riddles guessing, and matching couplets were all things that the Tang people loved. Hearing him say this, everyone naturally smiled and nodded. Li Wangyu lightly coughed and pointed at the merry-go-round. "My first half is merry-go-round lantern, the lantern moves the horse, the lantern extinguishes the horse stops." Li Er smiled when he heard that and said, "Good point. Zio's first half is very ingenious. Just as Pai Lupi finished speaking, Wang Renyu stepped forward and said with disdain, I thought that Count Huxian would come up with something absolute, but it seems like it's just a so-so. What's so difficult about this? Listen to this old man's second half. Shake the heavens, the drum shakes the heavens, the drum stops the heavens to rest. Jing Yuanshou also twirled his beard and smiled. It is indeed very simple. Cry the phoenix flute, the flute cries the flute sings the phoenix's harmony. The crown prince's concubine-born son, Yu Jining, immediately came over. I've long heard that Count Huxian's talent is outstanding, but this first half is just a so-so. I also have a second half. Snow falls in the sky falls in the sky is clear, the snow reflects the sky. Count Huxian's couplet is really too simple. Li Wangyu didn't expect that he would be mocked for his casual couplet. Even Pai Lupi's expression became somewhat ugly. He had just been exaggerating the ingenuity of Li Wangyu's first half, and these three people had jumped out to slap him in the face. It was really annoying. This first half was not difficult. The reason Li Wangyu thought of this first half was because he thought of Wang Engxi's folktale. Later generations said that Wang Engxi went to the capital to take the imperial exam and coincidentally met a certain official looking for a husband for his daughter. The first half of the couplet was pasted on the merry-go-round lantern. Wang Engxi did not immediately think of a way to match the second half. When they arrived at the examination hall, the head examiner wanted to test Wang Engxi. He pointed at the flying tiger banner in front of the hall and said, Flying tiger banner, banner flying tiger, banner rolling tiger hiding body. Wang Engxi's mind was very lucky. He immediately thought of the first half of the couplet from the official's family. Without thinking, he matched it with merry-go-round lantern, lantern galloping horse, lantern extinguishing horse, lantern stopping horse. His fluency shocked the head examiner. Afterwards, Wang Engxi used the head examiner's couplet to match the official's family's couplet and married the official's family's young miss. Of course, this was only a folktale and could not be taken seriously. Of course, Wang Engxi would not be unable to match such a simple couplet. Li Wangyu had said the first half of the couplet to match the situation and to amuse Pai Lupi and the officials. He did not think that he would be mocked by Wang Renyu and the others. How could he endure this? His eyes turned and he said with a smile, it seems that Duke Wang, Duke Zheng are also knowledgeable people. That is very good. I do have a few couplets here, but I have never thought of a second half. I think that for Duke Wang, Duke Zheng, and this Yuzhua Shu's son, it should be very simple. Would Duke Wang, Duke Zheng, and Yuzhua Shu's son be willing to teach me a thing or two? Wang Renyu stroked his beard and smiled proudly. Couplets are just a small path, just words for a game. However, since today is the Shanyuan festival, I will not be stingy with teaching Count Hu. Yes, couplets are just words for a game, what is so difficult about it? Count Hu, just say it, I can teach you. Jing Yuanshou was not polite. Hearing this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile even brighter. That is good. Duke Wang, Duke Zheng, please teach me. My first couplet is Smoke Lock's Willow Pond. Just as he finished speaking, Yu Jining jumped out again. What is so difficult about this? I'll give you a pair of lanterns. Yu Jining's words stopped abruptly halfway through. The blood slowly drained from his face. He opened his mouth for a while, but no sound came out. Only now did Yu Jining realize that the first half of the couplet was not easy to match. Li Wangyu laughed inside. How could this couplet be so simple? The first half of the couplet had 5 characters embedded in each character, and the concept was very wondrous. Smoke Lock's Willow Pond was an absolute first half of the couplet. Over the years, countless scholars had tried to match it, but none of them had a good couplet. Many people in the future even thought that this was the first absolute in the world. Not only had Yu Jining figured out the first half of the couplet and the difficulty it contained, the other officials present, including Pai Lupi, had also figured out the meaning. They couldn't help but furrow their brows. 5 characters. Not only did they have a concept, each character had the 5 elements as water. This was too difficult. Without waiting for everyone to figure it out, Li Wangyu continued, I have a second first half of the couplet. Duke Wang, Duke Zheng, please teach. This first half is. Chapter 639. When Li Wangyu said the second couplet, Yu Jining's face turned even paler. The faces of Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and company turned even uglier. It was another absolute. All the characters in the first half of the couplet had the same pronunciation. In addition, the words yen and yen were both verbs, meaning that the smoke from the chimney would follow the eaves to smoke the eyes of the swallow. Together, they formed a story. This homophonic couplet was naturally hard to match. The officials all looked at one another, wondering how this county earl managed to come up with such a couplet. Weren't they deliberately making things difficult for him? Even Yu Shinan, Kong Yingda, and the other Confucian scholars had no idea what to do. Li Wangyu did not wait for the crowd to react, but opened his mouth again and said, My third couplet, the first line is lonely cold windows, empty widows. Everyone was speechless again. Why were the couplets Count Huxian came up with so many difficult couplets? These 7 words were all part of a side division. Furthermore, they had such an artistic conception. How was one supposed to deal with them? The more Li Wangyu spoke, the more spirited he became. In his previous life, his grandfather had forced him to learn ancient texts. He felt that these ancient texts were definitely very interesting, and thus he had memorized many of them. I have another couplet here, long, long, long. Please enlighten me, Duke Wang and Duke Sheng. This was a multi-tone couplet. One word, with different pronunciations, combined to form a couplet. Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others' faces were already pale, and their eyes were glazed over. What the hell were these couplets? Why would there be such an inexplicable couplet? The officials were also dumbfounded. Since when were they so absolute that they could do wholesale? Their gazes towards Wang Renyu and the others were filled with sympathy and mockery. Li Wangyu, the county count of Huxian, was well known throughout the court. Why did they still provoke and ridicule him? Wasn't that the same as asking for a slap in the face? After Li Wangyu said these couplets, everyone thought about it carefully and felt that it was impossible to match them. It was too difficult. Regarding this, Li Wangyu naturally snickered in his heart. Wasn't this nonsense? Although it wasn't that no one could match it, there were still people who came up with an appropriate second verse in the later generations. However, the reason why these couplets were known as the absolute couplets throughout the ages was because they were extremely difficult to comprehend. He did not believe that Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, Yu Jining, and the other officials would be able to come up with a second verse in such a short time. In fact, they might even be dominated by the terror of these first lines for the rest of their lives. Now, not only were Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou, the 2 heads of aristocratic families, pale, but even the hundreds of officials from aristocratic families were the same. How could the one who was humiliated by Li Wangyu be Wang Renyu? The faces of these aristocratic families were also slapped swollen by Li Wangyu's couplets. For a moment, no one said anything. Fang Xianling and the other big shots were happy to watch the show, but the aristocratic family officials did not know what to say. In the end, it was Pai Lupi who helped Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou out of this predicament. He laughed and said, Ziyu is truly worthy of being called a genius. We cannot match a single one of these couplets. You have made us very embarrassed, ha. Pai Lupi's self-mocking words immediately relaxed the atmosphere. The officials also laughed and said, it's not just your majesty. We are also ashamed. We cannot match a single one of these couplets. TSK, this old man's eyes have been opened today. This old man always thought that this couplet was just a game, but I never thought that it would make Huxian Bo so embarrassed. I am ashamed. Fortunately, the spring examinations do not test couplets. Otherwise, if Huxian Bo was the examiner who set the questions, wouldn't none of the examinees be able to get in? The officials laughed at themselves and brushed this matter aside. No one mentioned the couplets again, giving Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou a way out. Li Er looked at the merry-go-round lantern that was still spinning and asked, "Zio, does your lantern have a name?" Li Wangyu shrugged and said, "Uncle, did you forget? Didn't I say it in the couplet just now? Lantern, 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 horse, lantern, lantern, horse stop. This lantern is called a lantern, also called a lantern. As long as the candle in the lantern is not extinguished, the pattern will continue to spin. Lantern? It is very appropriate." Pai Lupi looked at Empress Zhongsun and Consort Yang. "We think that today's lantern should be Zio's lantern. What do you think?" "Yes, Erlang is right. Zio's lantern is even more exquisite. What's even more peculiar is that it can make the pattern in the lantern spin without any human effort. I have never seen such a lantern. The lantern is the best of the lanterns today. It is well deserved." Empress Zhongsun nodded. The officials did not have any objections. Such a unique lantern naturally left everyone speechless. After admiring the various lanterns that the officials had sent into the palace, Pai Lupi ordered people to move the lanterns to Vermilion Bird Avenue in Cheng and for the people to enjoy. Today was the Shangyuan festival, so Pai Lupi did not keep the officials any longer. Everyone bowed to Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun and left the Taiji Palace, returning to their own manners. At this time, the city of Cheng was already brightly lit. All kinds of lanterns and streamers had appeared on the streets, and everywhere was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The streets were full of pedestrians. Men and women in Cheng under the beautiful light, were looking for the face that moved them. The young ladies brought their maids and maidservants to play around with blushing faces. The polite young men kept a distance from the beauties and brushed past them in search of their 500 years of marriage. That night, spring came early. Many shoes and socks were squeezed off on the street, and many tender skin were touched by those hands. For the Tangs, the Shangyuan festival was not stingy with Valentine's Day. To be precise, in the Tang dynasty, the Shangyuan festival was Valentine's Day. In the old plays, there were countless stories about lovers meeting on the Lantern Festival or reuniting with each other. In The Riddle of the Spring Lantern, Yuan Yan and Ning Yang were engaged on the night of the Lantern Festival. In The Two Capitals, Princess Lekong of Nanshan and her husband Su Diyan were reunited on the night of the Lantern Festival. Ouyang Xiu's poem, Last Year on the Lantern Festival, the lanterns in the flower market were as bright as day. The moon was above the willow branches. This year on the Lantern Festival, the moon and lanterns were the same. I didn't see the person last year, and tears filled my sleeves. It also described the regret and sadness of the woman who didn't see the person she liked on the day of the Lantern Festival. In the city of Cheng, men and women exchanged glances and tried to test each other's feelings. People, who were controlled by hormones, were collectively caught up in this large-scale outdoor blind date. As the saying went, looking for her thousands of times in the crowd, suddenly looking back, she was still there, in the waning light of the lantern. Wasn't this the style of the Lantern Festival? Li Wangyu rode on horseback, surrounded and protected by Niu Wu and his troops, slowly passing through the crowd. Looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be intoxicated. Finally, the group returned to the house in Kaihua Square. His beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and Perrin had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Seeing that he had finally returned, the three women complained that he was too slow and immediately pulled him out to enjoy the lanterns. Li Wangyu naturally agreed to it. Not avoiding the eyes of others, he laughed, holding his beautiful boss's hand in his left hand and Aphrodite's hand in his right hand. Behind him, Perrin, who was pouting because Lang Jun didn't pull her, followed by Niu Wu and the others. Then, under the protection of Niu Wu and the others, they merged into the crowd at night. Watching lanterns, performing tricks, welcoming Aunt Z, and dancing. This night in Cheng was like a dream, a carnival feast. Chapter 640. For Cheng city, which had a curfew for 362 out of the 365 days of the year, the 3 days of the Spring Lantern Festival were extremely precious. Therefore, these 3 days were the hottest and wildest days in Cheng city. Li Wangyu and his group, under the protection of the central platoon, followed the crowd and headed towards the Easter market. Since the curfew was lifted during the Spring Lantern Festival, the merchants naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to make money. The East Market and West Market were also open for business throughout the night for these 3 days. No matter which dynasty it was, the commercial center was naturally the most attractive place, and the East Market and West Market naturally became the most lively places in Chang'an City during the Spring Lantern Festival. Even Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss, who had transmigrated from the future, had never experienced such a bustle. Along the way, Su Changqing seemed to have turned into a young girl like Perrin, constantly pointing at the various snacks sold by the roadside vendors and acting like a spoiled child, asking Li Wangyu to buy them. Speaking of which, the snacks sold in the Tang dynasty were indeed plentiful, including all kinds of piping hot pastries, glutinous rice balls, boiled water drinks, meat porridge, silk baskets, fried cakes, candied haws, sugar figurines. But whether it was his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, or Perrin, they were all actually narrow-minded. They ordered Li Wangyu to run around and buy all kinds of snacks, but they stopped after tasting them. In the end, Miao Wu and his troupe benefited from these snacks. Because there were simply too many people roaming at night, even though it was winter, Li Wangyu was sweating profusely in the crowd. Miao Wu had wanted to help his Lang Jun out when he saw that it was hard on him, but Li Wangyu flatly refused. On such a festival, squeezing through the crowd and helping the girls buy things was where the fun was. If any guy in the future had the chance to accompany his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and Perrin on the streets, he would probably be willing to run around until his legs broke. Looking at the mature and alluring Su Changqing, the sexy and charming Aphrodite, and the shy and shy Perrin, Li Wangyu could not help but think of the comic, The Three Cat-Eyed Sisters that he had read in his previous life. For many people born in the 90s, the bad side of the animation was a childhood memory for many people. The three sisters' sexy and explosive figures were the ultimate temptation in many boys' dreams. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, had inexplicably transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, yet he could have these three. He really didn't know if he had saved the universe in his previous life in exchange for this. Thinking of this, the corners of Li Wangyu's mouth could not help but curl up. The villainous heavens treated him well. They played, laughed, and fooled around, until the second half of the night, but the number of people on the streets still didn't decrease. At this moment, Li Wangyu finally felt that his legs were no longer his own. Looking at the three girls who were still in high spirits, Li Wangyu could not help but sigh in admiration. Sure enough, when it came to shopping, men would never be able to beat women. He pointed to a restaurant not far away and said in a pleading tone, "Ladies, let's take a break. We really can't walk anymore. There's a restaurant over there. Let's go have a midnight snack, drink some wine, and take a rest." His beautiful boss naturally smiled and nodded in agreement, and the group headed to the restaurant. Since it was the Lantern Festival, these restaurants in the city were naturally open all night. However, when Li Wangyu and the others arrived at the entrance of this restaurant, they found that there were many people dressed like scholars gathered in front of the restaurant. There were also many young ladies with their maids, but they did not go in. They just wandered around the entrance of the restaurant, as if looking at the lanterns hanging in front of the door. Li Wangyu found it very strange. What were these people doing? What were they doing loitering around the entrance of the restaurant instead of going in to eat and drink? There were a lot of lanterns in front of the restaurant, hundreds of them, but they were all very ordinary. What was there to look at? He was too lazy to think about it. He led the group of people to the entrance of the restaurant. Just as he was about to enter, he was stopped by the waiter, the doctor. "Sir, I'm really sorry. Today, you can't enter the restaurant at will. You have to meet the conditions." Li Wangyu was stunned when he heard this. There were conditions for eating and drinking? The doctor pointed to the hundreds of lanterns hanging in front of the restaurant. "Sir, today is the Lantern Festival. My boss said that only those who can guess the riddles of the lanterns can enter. All the expenses will be treated by the restaurant's boss. There are many people in your residence. If you want to enter the restaurant, everyone has to guess the riddles." After being reminded by him, Li Wangyu and the others noticed that each lantern hanging outside the restaurant had a red piece of paper tied to it. It seemed that the riddles of the lanterns were written on it. No wonder there were so many people gathered in front of the restaurant, but they did not go in. The owner of this restaurant was quite interesting. Today, he was treating the guests for free, and the only requirement was to guess the riddles. This was interesting. Li Wangyu laughed. Since that's the case, let's just guess the riddles. What's so difficult about that? His voice was a little loud, but it caused the few scholars beside him to be dissatisfied. Xiao Lang, Kun, don't talk big. These riddles today are very difficult. Can't you see that we're all racking our brains here? There are so many people in your residence. It's better to change to another restaurant. Today, apart from Li Wangyu, his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, Perrin, the two brothers Niu Yong and Niu Wu, as well as 4 other bodyguards in the residence, there were a total of 10 people. According to the requirements of the restaurant, they had to guess 10 riddles before they could enter. Clearly, these riddles were not simple. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people gathered in front of the restaurant. Li Wangyu didn't get angry at the Confucian scholars' questions and only chuckled. Was guessing the riddles very difficult? Perhaps it was not easy for the Tangs. After all, there were no books like the complete collection of lantern riddles for sale in the Tang dynasty, and no one had specifically summarized how to guess the riddles. But for Li Wangyu, who had been reading a thick book of a complete collection of lantern riddles since childhood, it was not that difficult. Li Wangyu held his beautiful boss's hand and strolled under the lantern, looking around. Pillow chat after 5 o'clock a.m., type 1 word. Li Wangyu thought for a moment, then pointed at the lantern and smiled at Su Chongqing. Quickly take it down. I've guessed it. His beautiful boss naturally smiled and nodded. She reached out to take the paper hanging under the lantern, but suddenly an arm stretched out from the side and snatched the lantern riddles away before she could. Li Wangyu could not help but fly into a rage. He turned his head and glared, wanting to see who was so arrogant, but he could not help but be stunned. Uncle, aunts, what are you doing here? The one who snatched the riddle was none other than the smiling Empress Zhongsun. Beside her stood Pai Lupi and Yang Fei. The 3 of them were dressed in casual clothes and were obviously traveling incognito. Li Wangyu looked behind Pai Lupi and saw dozens of palace guards in casual clothes hiding in the crowd to protect him. He had seen a few of them several times and was very familiar with them. His beautiful boss hurriedly pulled Aphrodite and Perrin to greet Pai Lupi and the others. Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand. No need to be so polite. Today is a festive day, and your 2 aunts and I are also here to join in the fun. Empress Zhongsun smiled and waved the lantern riddles in her hand. Chongqing, you don't have a problem with this, do you? The beautiful boss naturally knew that Empress Zhongsun was joking with her. She covered her mouth and chuckled. Of course I don't have a problem, but you'll have to ask Wang Yu for the answer. I don't know. Empress Zhongsun turned to look at Li Wangyu, waiting for him to give the answer. Li Wangyu rubbed his nose with an embarrassed smile. What else could he say? Naturally, he smiled and replied, ants, Zhen Bian, can be understood as the side of the character, Zhen, which is derived from Zhen. Wu Yang is Mao, which is derived from Mao. Chatting past Wu Yang can be understood as the character, chatting has passed Wu Mao, leaving behind air. Therefore, the riddle is the character Da. Empress Zhongsun nodded in satisfaction and took the riddle to the doctor with a smile. Sure enough, she exchanged it for a small wooden tablet, which was the proof to enter the restaurant today. Pai Lupi was not in a hurry. He strolled around with his hands behind his back, looking for the riddle, wanting to solve it himself. Li Wangyu naturally did not disturb him and looked for the riddle himself. Now that there were even more people who wanted to enter the restaurant, he had to make more guesses. Chapter 641. For Li Wangyu, these riddles were actually not difficult. Most of the riddles in the Tang dynasty were guessing riddles. In fact, there was a pattern to follow. At least compared to the puzzling brain teasers of the later generations, the riddles were much simpler for those who had studied them. The later generations even summed up the method of guessing the riddles into 20 rules, such as the correct deduction method, the reverse deduction method, the increase of characters, the damage of characters, and so on. Li Wangyu walked to the next lantern and looked up. The riddle hanging under the lantern was, "Flying swallow in the sky, fighting a character of the Qin dynasty." He thought for a moment and immediately tore off the riddle. However, he was not in a hurry to find the doctor to verify it. Instead, he continued to wander among the lanterns and guess the riddles. For every riddle that he guessed the answer to, he gently tore the riddle from the lantern and held it in his hand. He was ready to go to the doctor in the restaurant later to check the answer. However, his actions were very strange in the eyes of the bystanders. The Confucian scholars who had spoken before became more and more dissatisfied when they saw Li Wangyu taking off the riddles as if he was playing around. Someone could not help but say, "Mr. Xiaolang, if you don't guess the riddle, don't take off the riddles like this. How can we guess the riddles when you are so mischievous?" That's right. If everyone was like you, tearing off the riddles regardless of whether they guessed it correctly or not, how can others guess it? Mr. Xiaolang is so mischievous. Aren't you letting down the kindness of the owner of this restaurant? Faced with the accusations of several Confucian scholars, Li Wangyu could not help but be stunned. He guessed his own riddles. What did it have to do with these people? Was their sense of justice so overflowing to this extent? Why don't you go and save the earth? When he looked around and saw many beautiful young women around him, who were covering their mouths and chuckling, pointing at them, he immediately understood. It seemed that these guys were obsessed. It was like a male peacock in heat spreading his tail in front of a female peacock. He needed to show his feathers to seek pleasure. Unfortunately, he had become a prop for these male peacocks to show off their feathers. Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh, and he laughed very happily. "Everyone, how do you know that I am fooling around? Why can't I already guess the answer to these riddles?" His words caused the few Confucian scholars to laugh coldly. What kind of joke is this? How can you, Mr. Xiaolang, guess these riddles? As far as I know, these lantern riddles were all written by the owner of this restaurant. He spent a lot of money to invite the great scholars of the present age to write them for the sake of enjoying the Lantern Festival today. If you don't abide by the rules like this, wouldn't you be letting down the master's good intentions? That's right. Looking at your appearance, Xiaolang, Kun, you're also a scholar. How can you be so disgraceful? You are also traveling with your womenfolk. Don't be so reckless and disgrace the face of the scholars of the Tang dynasty. Humph, ignorant and incompetent. Do you think these lantern riddles are a game used in elementary school? Seeing that many people around them were looking at them, these people raised their voices more and more, and even seemed to be defending the integrity of the scholars of the Tang dynasty. Li Er, Empress Zhangsun, concubine Yang, and their beautiful boss naturally noticed the commotion on Li Wangyu's side. However, when they understood the words of the few Confucian scholars, they all had smiles in the corners of their eyes, as if they were ready to watch a good show. Even Niu Yong and Niu Wu wanted to come over and scold those ignorant Confucian scholars, but they were stopped by Pai Lupi's eyes. There were actually Confucian scholars who dared to scold Li Wangyu for being ignorant and incompetent. In Pai Lupi's eyes, it was really interesting. Now Li Wangyu's reputation in the scholars of Chang and could become more and more famous. Not to mention the poems sung by the prostitutes in Pingkong Square, the several essays of epigraph of my shack were enough to make his name immortalized. If it were not for the fact that Li Wangyu was too young and had not yet reached the age of 20, he might really be respected as a great scholar in the literary world. Even so, now there were often scholars in Chang, and who rushed to the Lai Hut of Dingzhou village in Hu County, wanting to submit their poems and essays and ask Li Wangyu for advice. For these fans who came to him, Li Wangyu politely declined and ignored them. What a joke! He just plagiarized some poems and essays, which could be used to show off, but if he wanted to give advice, he would be asking for humiliation. Although Li Wangyu had been forced by his grandfather to learn ancient poetry since he was a child, if they really wanted to talk about it, the scholars of the Tang dynasty who had been immersed in essays, poems, laws, decrees, and moi since childhood could easily defeat him. How could Li Wangyu ask for humiliation by giving advice on poems and essays? Wouldn't that be exposing his own shortcomings? He had been rejected too many times. Now there was a rumor in Chang and that Li Wangyu, the Earl of Hu County, was unreasonable and quite arrogant. Regarding this, Li Wangyu could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Was this the after effect of being a plagiarist? In short, all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, including Pai Lupi, sincerely admired Li Wangyu's talent and learning. Even the aristocratic families like the 5 surnames and 7 looks had to pinch their noses and admit this. Therefore, today in the Taiji Palace, when Wang Rinyu and Jing Yuanshou heard Li Wangyu say the couplet, they couldn't wait to show off and give him a blow. However, they didn't expect that even a small trick like couplet would be defeated by Li Wangyu. It was very embarrassing. Li Wangyu naturally didn't disappoint Pai Lupi. After hearing the words of the scholars, he directly waved the thick stack of riddles in his hand and said, Since you all think I'm fooling around, then let's see if I'm right. After he finished speaking, he walked to the doctor at the entrance of the restaurant, picked up the riddles in his hand, and handed them over. Excuse me, I want to guess the riddles. This riddle is to wake up naturally at 5:00 and type one word. It's very simple. The combination of xing and yu is the word wake, so the answer is naturally xing. Is it correct? The doctor took the riddles and checked them in the book in his hand before nodding with a smile. That's right. Congratulations, Lang Jun, you've guessed correctly. Seeing that Li Wangyu had guessed correctly, the faces of the scholars couldn't help but turn ugly. One of them coldly snorted. Maybe he just happened to guess correctly. I don't believe that he has guessed the answers to so many riddles. That's right. It's just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. It's just one riddle. It's not like we didn't guess it. Just now, we also guessed 2 riddles. It's not that rare. There were 4 or 5 scholars in this group, and they only guessed 2 riddles. Naturally, it wasn't enough, so they kept guessing outside the restaurant. The doctor handed Li Wangyu a small wooden tablet as proof that he had answered the riddles correctly. Li Wangyu waved his hand. There's no rush. We'll calculate it together later. I still have a lot of riddles to guess. He picked up another riddle. Paint it white and it's black. Type one word. Paint the word 7 with white and it becomes the word soap. The word soap is black, so the answer to this riddle is 7. Doctor, is it correct? Congratulations, Lang Jun, you've guessed it again. The doctor's words made the faces of the scholars suddenly turn ugly. They looked at each other a few times, and their hearts were filled with uncertainty. Could it be that this young man had really guessed all the riddles in his hand? Chapter 642. As the saying goes, 8 or 9 out of 10 things don't go your way in life. The few Confucian scholars at the entrance of the restaurant were feeling this way. They originally wanted to use this as a pretext to show off their feathers in front of these young ladies who they had never met before, but they didn't expect that they would be the ones to show off their cowardice. Who would have thought that the young man in front of them would be so terrifying? He took out the riddles in his hand and said the answers one by one without getting a single one correct. These Confucian scholars were shocked, angry, and ashamed. Had all their years of living been in the belly of a dog? These riddles, which were extremely difficult in their eyes, were as easy as child's play to this young man. They were pitiful. After spending so much effort, they were only able to guess 2 riddles. Compared to the 2, they were simply beaten. The Confucian scholars didn't dare to say anything more. They knew that they had lost today. The few of them looked at each other and snuck out. They squeezed into the crowd of night roamers and disappeared. Li Wangyu glanced at the Confucian scholars from the corner of his eye. He was too lazy to say anything. With his current status, he naturally wouldn't make a fuss about it with these people. His actions just now were only because these people's words were too unpleasant, so he wanted to teach them a small lesson. Li Wangyu had about a dozen riddles in his hand. He said the answers to all of them in one breath, which also frightened the doctor in the restaurant. After the main house hung up these riddles today, who knew how many literati had come to try? Those who were able to guess the riddles correctly and enter the restaurant to enjoy free food and wine were only a few dozen people. Li Wangyu was the first person to treat these riddles as a child's game. According to the rules set by the owner of the restaurant, Li Wangyu could bring 12 people into the restaurant. No one had thought of this before, so the doctor didn't dare to act on his own. Secretly wiping the sweat from his forehead, the doctor hurriedly apologized to Li Wangyu and ran into the restaurant to find the manager to deal with it. Not long after, the manager of the restaurant, who had been informed by the doctor, hurried over. He politely welcomed Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi, and the others into the restaurant. He carefully led them to a private room on the 3rd floor. The view from the elegant room on the 3rd floor of the restaurant was quite good. Opening the window facing the street, one could see the colorful Chang and city, which was very lively. Empress Jiangsun, concubine Yang, their beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and Perrin were all very satisfied. Everyone then called for the doctor to bring over some drinks and dishes that they were good at. At this time, the shopkeeper gently knocked on the door of the elegant room and said carefully, "Sir, my master would like to invite you for a chat. Would you be willing?" Li Wangyu was a little interested in the owner of this restaurant. The owner who could come up with this riddles for free meals was also a wonderful person. He was worth getting to know. Unexpectedly, Pai Lupi was also interested. He got up and walked out of the elegant room with him, intending to meet the owner of this restaurant. The shopkeeper respectfully led the two of them to another elegant room on the 3rd floor. When the door was pushed open, before Li Wangyu could see the scene inside the room, he heard a burst of laughter coming from inside. This old man knew it. In this world, only you, Li Zio, can solve so many riddles in one go. Li Wangyu looked up and couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that they were all acquaintances. The one who laughed was the Imperial College's chancellor, Kong Yingda. There were a few people beside him, including the Minister of Rights, Lu Quan, Li Wangyu's old friend, Yu Shinan, and an old man that Li Wangyu didn't recognize. Kong Yingda made fun of Li Wangyu before noticing Pai Lupi behind him. He hurriedly bowed. Pai Lupi smiled. "Sir, why are you so polite?" I just ran into Zio downstairs. I didn't expect you to be in this restaurant." Speaking of which, they had actually just met a few hours ago in Taiji Palace. They didn't expect to run into each other again when they came out for a night tour of Chang'an. Kong Yingda smiled. "I'm ashamed to say this, but this restaurant is my family's property. Therefore, I invited Sir Yu and the others to come here to admire the lanterns." Li Wangyu suddenly realized that Kong Yingda was the owner of this restaurant. No wonder he came up with the idea of guessing the lantern riddles and eating for free. As the 31st descendant of Confucius, Kong Yingda naturally had many properties in his residence. This restaurant was just one of the many small properties. Pai Lupi looked at the old man that Li Wangyu didn't recognize in surprise. He respectfully bowed to the old man. "Teacher Wenji, you've finally returned to Chang'an. Shimen has been waiting for you for a long time. If we didn't run into Teacher Wenji today, I'm afraid that you wouldn't want to see Shimen, right? Is teacher still blaming Shimen?" Pai Lupi's words shocked Li Wangyu. He couldn't figure out who this skinny old man was. How could he make Pai Lupi speak to him like a disciple? "Your Majesty is too serious." Old me is already old. I'm weak and sickly. I don't deserve such treatment from your Majesty. I came back to Chang'an to visit an old friend. As for the matter of becoming an official, your Majesty, please don't mention it again. I'm 82 this year. I'm really useless." The old man shook his head and smiled. Pai Lupi saw that the old man refused so firmly. He could only smile bitterly and shake his head. He planned to slowly persuade the old man. In short, since the old man had returned to Chang'an, he naturally didn't plan to let him go. Yu Shinan smiled and said, "Brother Wenji, you're not in good health." You haven't been in Chang'an for a long time. I'm afraid you don't know this young man. His surname is Li and his name is Wangyu. His courtesy name is Zio. His Majesty has granted him the title of County Count of the founding of the country. Li Zio was a miraculous doctor. Even the Crown Prince's intestinal abscess was cured by him, and old Taoist Sunday Master Zhao's lung disease was also cured by Zio. Your small ailments are nothing. Haha. Yu Shinan turned his head and smiled at Li Wangyu. He introduced, Zio, come and meet Master Li. Master Li's name is Gang and his courtesy name is Wenji. He's a great Confucian scholar. Li Wangyu's eyes involuntarily lit up when he heard that. So, this old man was Li Gang. No wonder Pai Lupi had such an attitude. Li Gang was a famous minister of the Sui and Tang dynasties. During the reign of Emperor Wen of Sui, he served as the Crown Prince's chamberlain and taught Crown Prince Yang Yong. After the Sui and Tang dynasties were established, Li Gang was appointed by Li Yuan as the Crown Prince's grand guardian and taught Crown Prince Li Jianqing. After the Xuanwu Gate incident and Li Jianqing's death, Li Gang resigned and returned to his hometown. In history, Li Gang returned in the 4th year of Zhongguan and was appointed by Pai Lupi as Crown Prince Li Qingxian's grand tutor. However, Li Gang was old and sickly. He passed away in the 5th year of Zhongguan. As a great Confucian scholar who taught 3 crown princes, Li Gang was unparalleled. Even retired Emperor Li Yuan, out of respect for Li Gang, never called him by his name. Pai Lupi, in front of this old man, could only greet him as a disciple and call him Shiman. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to Li Gang. So it's teacher Wenji. Zio has long heard of teacher's great name but has never seen teacher's face. Today, I finally get to see teacher. Li Gang twirled his beard and laughed. Ha, Count Huxian is too polite. This old man has long heard of your great name. This old man loved your 3 kingdoms so much that I couldn't put it down. As for the poems you wrote, this old man was even more amazed. With such a young man in my Tang dynasty, there is no need to worry about prosperity. Teacher Wenji is too kind. Teacher should just call me Zio. Li Gang's expression suddenly became serious and a trace of anger appeared on his face. Count Huxian, today you have embarrassed this old man. Tell me, how are you going to explain this to this old man? The old man's sudden change in expression stunned Li Wangyu. What was going on? Today was the first time he had seen this old man. How did he say that he had embarrassed him? Could it be that the few Confucian scholars downstairs were close to Li Gang? Chapter 643. Li Wangyu didn't know how to respond to Li Gang's words. Even Pai Lupi was confused. He didn't understand how his nephew had offended Li Gang. Even Yu Shinan, Kong Yingda, and Lu Quan were confused. They didn't understand why their old friend had suddenly turned hostile. Just as they were about to mediate, they saw Li Gang suddenly laugh like a naughty child. The mischievous expression on his face was like that of a child who had successfully pulled off a prank. Ha, Zio, don't panic. This old man was just joking with you. Today's lantern riddles in Brother Chong Yuan's restaurant were all this old man's proudest works. I didn't expect that Zio would treat it as a game. It's really annoying. Zio, tell me, how should you compensate this old man for his loss? Li Gang laughed very happily. There was no trace of embarrassment on his face. Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this old man's words. Sure enough, old children were always like this. He didn't expect that such a great scholar like Li Gang would be so humorous. Pai Lupi also reacted. He shook his head and smiled wryly. Teacher Wenji still loves to joke. I thought this scoundrel had really done something to annoy Teacher Wenji. Li Gang clapped his hands and laughed. Zio, hurry up and tell me how you're going to compensate this old man. Otherwise, this old man will have Brother Chongyuan drive you out. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. This old man was already 82 years old, but he still loved to joke around. He was really drunk. However, looking at Li Gang who was laughing happily like a child, Li Wangyu's eyes turned and a mischievous idea popped into his head. Heh, since Teacher Wenji says so, then it's my fault. Since that's the case, how about I compensate teacher with a few lantern riddles? Li Wangyu laughed very mischievously. Li Gang shook his head repeatedly. No, this old man has nothing to do and likes to study lantern riddles. There really isn't anything new. This compensation won't do. That's not true. Teacher Wenji must have never heard of my lantern riddles and may not be able to guess them. Li Wangyou's smile became even more brilliant. Li Gang's interest was piqued. Oh. Ziyu, why are you so sure? This old man isn't afraid to tell you that this old man has been studying lantern riddles for more than 10 years. When I have nothing better to do, I like to study them as a game. You'd better think carefully. If I can answer your riddle, it won't count. Of course. If Teacher Wenji doesn't believe me, why don't we make a bet? I will give you 10 riddles. If you can guess 3 of them correctly, then you win. I wonder if Mr. has seen the portrait in Duke Yu's mansion? If I lose, I will draw a painting for you as an apology. What do you think? Hearing this, Li Gang's old eyes lit up. He had a good relationship with Yu Shinan. During Yu Shinan's birthday banquet, Li Wangyu had given him a sketch of Yu Shinan as a congratulatory gift. Naturally, he had seen it and liked it very much. Now that he heard that Li Wangyu actually wanted to bet with him, how could the old man not agree? Huh, Ziyu, you're really willing to go all out. It seems that if this old man loses, you must have some ulterior motive. Let's hear it. What will happen if this old man loses? Li Gang was also shrewd with age. He saw through Li Wangyou's plan with a single glance. Li Wangyu smiled. If Teacher Wenji loses, I will take the liberty of asking you to teach the Crown Prince. I wonder if Teacher and His Majesty will allow this? Pai Lupi heard this and immediately nodded. Li Wangyou's words were simply spoken to the bottom of his heart. How could he have any reason to disagree? He looked at Li Wangyu with eyes full of encouragement and praise. Although Li Qingxian and Li Tai had both acknowledged Li Wangyu as their master, this didn't conflict with Li Gang being one of the Crown Prince's 3 tutors. Pai Lupi had previously planned to do this. However, Li Gang had become somewhat dejected because of the matter with the Crown Prince, Li Jianqing. As a result, he wasn't willing to accept the edict. He only said that he was too old to teach the Crown Prince. Li Wangyu naturally knew what Pai Lupi was thinking. Wasn't this nonsense? In history, Pai Lupi had coaxed and pestered Li Gang to become the Crown Prince's imperial tutor in the 4th year of Zhengguan's reign. Unfortunately, Li Gang was already old and passed away a year later due to illness. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu decided that if there was an opportunity, he would have Sun Simiao help Li Gang recuperate. Although he had just met the old man, Li Wangyu felt that they were very congenial. Naturally, he didn't want this humorous and witty scholar to pass away 2 years later due to illness. Li Gang's old eyes stared at Li Wangyu for a while. Then, he twirled his beard and smiled. All right, since you've said so, then it's settled. Give me your questions. I don't believe that there are any lantern riddles in this world that I can't even guess 3 questions. Kong Yingda also smiled. Zio, I'm afraid that you've miscalculated. Brother Wenji's greatest hobby, aside from poetry and essays, is to study lantern riddles. If you make this bet with Brother Wenji, I'm afraid that you'll lose 9 times out of 10. Yu Shinan and Lu Quan also looked as if they were watching a good show. However, it was clear that the 2 old men didn't think that Li Wangyu could beat Li Gang. Hearing this, Pai Lupi frowned. He was hoping that if Li Wangyu won, he would be able to trick Li Gang into becoming a teacher in Qingxian. Li Wangyu smiled so widely that his eyes narrowed. If you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet as well? How about this? If I'm lucky enough to beat Teacher Wenji, each of you will write a piece of calligraphy for me. How about that? Everyone present was famous in the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu was naturally more than happy to swindle some calligraphy from these big shots and take it back home as a family heirloom. Currently, he had built a special collection room in his castle to store these big shots calligraphy. This included Yu Shinan's Ode to the Gallant, Wang Shiji's calligraphy that he swindled from Chai Linggu, and his disciple Yan Liben's calligraphy. Kong Yingda and Lu Quan looked at each other. They didn't understand where Li Wangyou's confidence came from. However, they also smiled. All right, since Zio wants to play a game with us, then it's settled. However, if you lose, what will you do? Will you give each of us a portrait like Brother Bashi's? Of course. Li Wangyu nodded without hesitation. Pai Lupi also became interested. If that's the case, then we will also participate. We will also bet that Teacher Wenji will be able to answer your riddle correctly. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. He thought, Pai Lupi, whose side are you on? I'm helping your son trick his teacher into going home, and you're actually betting that I will lose? This is truly infuriating. However, on second thought, Pai Lupi's flying white calligraphy was also famous in the future. Coupled with his imperial status, it would also be a good collector's item. If that was the case, then it wouldn't be a loss. Then it's settled. I will ask 10 riddles. If Teacher Wenji can answer 3 correctly, then it will be my loss. If Uncle and you lose, you can't go back on your word. Of course. Just give me the question. Li Gang's interest was piqued, and he urged. Li Wangyu coughed lightly and pretended to think. He paced back and forth in the room before saying, the first question. Chapter 644. Li Wangyu said, for the first question, ask. There is a word that everyone will mistake. Type it. In the private room, Pai Lupi, Li Gang, and the others lowered their heads and pondered. What word would everyone mistake? Thinking about it, it should be a very rare English character. Li Gang frowned and thought for a while. He raised his head and asked, is it the word woman? This word is pronounced "ru" in "woman returns." Gu kills the swine for his woman. Many scholars will make a mistake. Li Wangyu smiled and shook his head. No. Kang Yingda rode in the air with his hand as he said, Brother Wenji, there are many Tongfa words, but not everyone will make a mistake. In my opinion, it should be the word Biyao. There is a wrong meaning. Zio, did I get it right? Li Wangyu still shook his head. No. Pai Lupi, Yushernan, and Lu Quan also frowned. They pondered for a while but could not come up with an answer. Zio, this is not right, that is not right. What word is it? Tell us. If we don't agree with the answer, it will not count. Li Gang stopped guessing and asked Li Wangyu for the answer. Li Wangyu said, Teacher Wenji, the answer is wrong. Look, isn't everyone making a mistake? His words instantly dumbfounded everyone. What? Was it this mistake? Mistake. Zio, why is it this mistake? Sure enough, everyone makes a mistake. Zio, you are really unexpected. I didn't think of such a simple answer. Li Gang slapped his head. So it was a word trap. It's my fault. I didn't think Zio would play such a trick. We lose this question. Zio, come up with another question. Li Wangyu laughed inwardly. What he thought of was the brain teaser of the future. The Tang people had never seen such a way of answering a question that required them to leave their original way of thinking and think from a different angle. A brain teaser naturally meant that the brain had to turn around to answer the question. However, this turn was not easy. In fact, this was where the fun of brain teasers lay. Every time he heard the answer, he would be enlightened, and then he would be annoyed that he couldn't think of such a simple answer. Since he dared to propose a bet with Li Gang and the others, he was naturally certain that they would not be able to guess the answer. Li Wangyu said, okay, this is the second question. Ask, in a year, which month has 28 days? In the elegant room, everyone was very cautious. Li Gang pondered for a while before replying, February. There are only 28 days in February. Kang Yingda stopped him, wait, Brother Wenji, that's not right, I know, this brat is digging a hole for us again. There are 29 days in February of a leap year, so the answer should be that there are 28 days in February of a normal year. Pai Lupi and the others immediately clapped their hands and cheered, Confucius is indeed wise. Otherwise, we would have been tricked by this kid again. Li Wangyu was not the least bit disheartened. He only shook his head and said, No, you are wrong again. Kang Yingda was anxious, how can you be wrong? There are 29 days in February of a leap year, and 28 days in a normal year. What's wrong with that? Li Wangyu shrugged, Confucius, there are 28 days in every month. Ah. This is really true. There are 28 days in every month. We were tricked by Zio again. So it's this 28 days. This answer is so simple. Why didn't we think of it just now? Li Gang also wrung his hands and sighed, but some confidence returned to his face. Zio, I lost this question. You can continue with the questions. I already know what to do, so I definitely won't be tricked by you again. Pai Lupi and the others also nodded repeatedly. They felt that Li Wangyou's questions were not difficult. It was just a momentary surprise. Li Wangyou chuckled in his heart. This brain-twisting trick was not that simple. He coughed lightly and said, the third question is, what can teacher Wenji do? What can I do? What can all of you do? One person can do it, but two people cannot do it together. What is this? In the private room, everyone began to think hard. They felt like they were about to catch on to something, but after some thought, they felt that something was wrong. I know, Yu Shinan suddenly said, going to the toilet is indecent. Naturally, it can't be done together. The others' eyes lit up. They felt that although this answer was indecent, it was the truth. Li Gang laughed loudly and clapped his hands. Zio's question is indeed indecent. But we should have answered it correctly, right? Of course. Zio, you have to accept your loss. Pai Lupi also laughed. Li Wangyou still shook his head. No. How is that possible? Could it be a bath? Zio, could it be that you did it on purpose? What's wrong with this answer? Li Wangyou said, I wouldn't dare to lie to uncle and all of you. If you don't believe me, I'll tell you the answer later. You can see if it's correct. Everyone could only think again. Now, they understood that Li Wangyou's questions were all unexpected. They needed to think about it from a different perspective. However, how could it be so easy to change one's habits of thought? After thinking about it for a while, no one had a clue. They could only admit defeat. After all, this was only the third question. There were still 7 questions, so there was no need to rush. Zio, tell us the answer. I admit defeat. I can't guess the answer. Li Wangyou smiled. Teacher Wenji, uncle, and all of you, it's a dream. Of course, everyone can have this dream, but it can't be done together. Yu Shinan was drinking from his wine cup. When he heard this answer, he couldn't help but spit out all the wine. Lu Quan, who was beside him, couldn't dodge in time and was sprayed with wine. Lu Quan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Yu Shinan. Brother Bo Shi, how much do you have against me? Sorry. I couldn't help it. Zio's answer made me laugh. Yu Shinan hurriedly helped his old friend wipe the wine off and explained with a laugh. Li Gang was so annoyed that he kept hitting his head with his hand. Why didn't I think of it? Dream, isn't it just a dream? Pai Lupi was also annoyed that he didn't think of such a simple answer. Zio, continue. I don't believe I can't guess the answer. Li Gang said, rubbing his hands together. Kong Yingda and the others were also waiting for Li Wangyou to come up with a question. Everyone had forgotten that Li Wangyou had promised them that he would answer the question alone. Now, it was Pai Lupi and the others who were united in their determination to compete with Li Wangyou. Li Wangyou didn't care. He shrugged. Question 4, what's the middle of Chang'an? It's Vermilion Bird Avenue. No, this kid's trap can't be so simple. I know, the middle of Chang'an is the common people. No, uncle, everyone, the middle of Chang'an is naturally the word en. It's the middle of Chang'an? Is that even possible? This question deserves a toast. Zio, you're too evil. In the private room, everyone laughed again. Then, they couldn't help but applaud. Zio, continue. I don't believe I can't get a single question wrong. Li Gang raised his head and drank a cup of wine, laughing loudly. This feeling of racking his brains and finally having the answer right in front of him was too torturous. Chapter 645. Seeing that the big shots were so excited, Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders and continue with the questions. Uncle, everyone, the fifth question is, iron and copper will rust if placed outside. What about gold? Everyone had become very cautious. Lu Quan asked, will this gold also rust? It shouldn't, right? When have I ever heard of gold rusting? Pai Lupi laughed, I know about this. There are many gold objects in the palace that need to be polished by craftsmen. I once asked out of curiosity and learned that gold will rust as well. Therefore, it needs to be polished frequently. Yu Shinan clapped his hands and applauded, that's true. I also know that gold will rust. Li Gang was about to answer when he lowered his head and thought for a while. He felt that Li Wangyu's questions wouldn't be so simple. But no matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't figure it out. He could only answer, Zio, gold will rust. This question can't be wrong. Li Wangyu shook his head again, no. How can it be wrong? Tell us, won't gold rust? Li Wangyu laughed mischievously, Uncle, everyone, I didn't ask you if gold will rust. The correct answer is that iron and copper will rust if placed outside, but gold will be stolen. Ah. What? Zio, didn't you ask if gold will rust? Sigh, we fell for Zio's trick again. This iron will rust is clearly a trick to mislead us into thinking if gold will rust. Huh, isn't that right? If gold is placed outside, it will be stolen. Everyone was annoyed that they had fallen for Li Zio's trick again. How annoying. Every time they heard the answer, they felt that it was very simple. But they didn't think of it at all. Everyone felt that these questions were very simple, but when it came to the next question, they still couldn't answer it correctly. Zio, continue. I don't believe that I'll get it wrong today. At this time, Pai Lupi, Li Gang, Yu Shinan, and the others didn't care about winning or losing. The most important thing was that they had to answer a question correctly to save their face. Otherwise, if he couldn't even answer a single question out of the 10, it would be too embarrassing. Question 6. What won't get wet after falling into water? Question 7. There is an item that you can use your left hand to hold, but not your right hand. What is it? Question 8. What is it that gets bigger and bigger when you cut it with scissors? Question 9. Ask. Question 10. There were a total of 10 riddles, but none of the people present could answer a single one. Li Gang, Pai Lupi, and the others looked at each other in dismay. The emperor of the Tang dynasty and several top scholars of the Tang dynasty were really hit hard by Li Wangyu's strange questions. Kang Ningda's face was flushed red. He suddenly stood up and went to the table in the private room. He picked up a brush and wrote down the 10 questions Li Wangyu had given him, as well as the answers. Then, he called for the manager of the restaurant. Go, remove all the riddles outside and replace them with these 10 questions. Those who can answer them correctly can come in. The manager didn't understand. After looking down at the riddles and the answers on the paper, he couldn't help but have a very interesting expression. Yes. The manager didn't dare to ask more. He followed Kang Ningda's order and ordered the doctors in the restaurant. Li Gang, Yu Shinan, and Lu Quan pointed at Kang Ningda and laughed. Chong Yuan, are you not going to entertain guests today? Some people could answer those riddles, but I don't believe anyone can answer Ziyu's 10 questions correctly. Humph, what does that have to do with me? I didn't come up with these questions. Kang Ningda raised his head and drank a cup of wine gloomily. Today, he was really depressed because of those 10 damn questions. Since he was unhappy, he would make those scholars who were traveling at night feel depressed as well. If they wanted to enter the restaurant and enjoy the wine for free tonight, they had to answer those damn questions first. It had to be said that because Kang Ningda was unhappy, he threw out those 10 questions, which really tortured the scholars in Chang'an. During the 3 days of the Lantern Festival, the restaurant of the Kong family almost didn't receive any guests after the 10 questions were put up. The more difficult it was for people to answer these 10 questions, the more competitive the countless scholars in Chang'an became. During the Lantern Festival, many scholars gathered in front of the restaurant of the Kong family, wanting to guess the answers to the questions. For a time, whether or not they could answer the riddles of the lantern and get the right to enjoy the wine for free became a secret competition between the scholars in Chang'an. If others couldn't answer, it would be a great honor if they could answer correctly. But even great scholars like Li Gang, Yu Shinan, and Kong Yingda couldn't do anything about the brain teasers of the later generations, let alone these scholars. After trying various answers but being judged wrong by the restaurant, these scholars couldn't take it anymore. They surrounded the entrance of the restaurant and demanded an explanation. In their view, the restaurant was deliberately making things difficult for them. In this regard, the manager of the restaurant asked Kong Yingda for instructions and came out to appease the crowd. He said that after the Lantern Festival, the answers to the 10 riddles would be posted. If the crowd was still dissatisfied by then, the restaurant would take responsibility. Seeing the manager of the restaurant so determined, the anger in the hearts of the scholars was temporarily suppressed. The 10 questions of the Lantern Festival in the 3rd year of the Tang dynasty's Xinguan era became a nightmare for the scholars in Chang'an. Even the officials of the imperial court were interested in the 10 riddles of the Kong family restaurant. However, the officials cared about their reputation and were afraid of being embarrassed if they answered wrong. They secretly sent their servants to the restaurant with the answers they came up with, but they all returned empty-handed. After the Lantern Festival, when the 10 questions were posted, everyone was dumbfounded. The answers were actually like this? So simple? What was even more wicked was that when the answers were posted, Kong Yingda specifically said that the 10 riddles were all written by Li Zio, the county count of Huxian. This news immediately caused an uproar among the scholars in Chang'an. The scholars who were tormented by the riddles, in addition to admiration, couldn't help but gnash their teeth in hatred of Li Wangyu. How did this Count of Huxian, who was famous throughout Chang'an, come up with such a ridiculous question? There were even some busybodies who simply called Li Wangyu the Bei's County Count. Bei's was an ancient divine beast. It was said that it knew astronomy, geography, and trifles. Through it, it could see the future. Giving Li Wangyu such a nickname was not only to praise Li Wangyu's knowledge, but also to express their resentment. They also secretly cursed him for not being human and compared him to a divine beast. This elegant nickname was in line with the crowd's thoughts. It didn't take long for Li Wangyu to be called the Bei's County Count, in private in Chang'an. When Li Wangyu learned of this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he wasn't angry. Bei's was Bei's. In any case, it was still a divine beast. Moreover, Bei's had a high status and was a symbol of auspiciousness. Bei's County Count sounded much better than County Count of Huxian. These were all things for later. At this time, in the elegant room of the Kong family restaurant, Li Wangyu looked at Pai Lupi and the other big shots very proudly. "Uncle, everyone, I've won now. If you're willing to bet, you must accept your loss. Please leave behind some calligraphy for me." He pointed at the several tables. Naturally, there were good brushes and ink in the elegant room. However, Li Gang shook his head. "No, no." Chapter 646. Li Wangyu asked in astonishment, "Teacher Wenji, what's wrong with that? Don't tell me you intend to renege on your debt?" Li Gang twirled his beard and smiled. "Of course we won't renege on our debt, but we can't just write it casually. There has to be a method." Yu Shinan immediately understood Li Gang's meaning. He clapped his hands and smiled. "That's right, Brother Wenji is right. Since Zio wants us to write for you, we can't write for you for free. It just so happens that today is the Spring Lantern Festival. Why don't you write a poem using the Spring Lantern Festival as the theme? If you write a poem, we'll write some calligraphy for you. How about it?" Even Pai Lupi applauded Yu Shinan's suggestion. "Teacher Yu's suggestion is very good. Huh, Zio, if you want our calligraphy, then give us a poem in exchange." Kong Yingda and Lu Quan also clapped their hands and applauded, shouting that if Li Wangyu didn't write a poem, they wouldn't write one either. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. How could these scholars be so crafty? They obviously lost a bet, but they still wanted to get some interest back. Fortunately, he had some goods in his bag, so it didn't matter. He could just continue copying poems. Not to mention 5, even 50 would be fine. He picked up a cup of fine wine and walked to the window. He looked down at the thousands of lights below and pretended to be in deep thought. After a while, he began to recite. Last year on the Lantern Festival, the lights of the flower market were bright as day. The moon was high above the willow branches, people made an appointment at dusk. This year on the Lantern Festival, the moon and lights were the same. Not seeing the people of last year, tears wet the sleeves of spring. Li Gang's eyes lit up when he heard this poem that Li Wangyu copied from Ouyang Xiu's Spring Lantern Festival. Even though he was over 80 years old, his reaction was still quite fast. Before the others could react, he had already walked to the table and picked up a brush. Good poem. The moon was high above the willow branches, people made an appointment at dusk. This poem belongs to this old man. This old man will write this one. Yu Shinan and the others, who had just completed the first step, glared at Li Wangyu. Zio, if the next song isn't as good as this one, don't even think about getting away with it. Pai Lupi was even more domineering. He directly demanded, Zio, I'll write the next song. Think carefully. Li Wangyu almost fainted. Was there a need to fight for this? Li Gang waved his brush and splashed the ink. Not long after, a poem, Birth Check Child, New Year's Eve, appeared on the paper. The old man wrote down his promotion and stamped it with his own seal. Only then did he blow dry the ink and hand it over to Li Wangyu. Thank you, Mr. Wenji. Li Wangyu happily put it away. The first calligraphy piece was in his hands. Pai Lupi did not hesitate. He stood beside the table and stared at Li Wangyu, waiting for him to continue composing. Being stared at by Pai Lupi like this, Li Wangyu could only rack his brains to find the most popular Shangyuan festival poem to deal with Pai Lupi. After pretending to be deep in thought for a while, Li Wangyu opened his mouth and recited, On the night of the east wind, thousands of flowers bloom, and the wind blows down, stars fall like rain. The fragrance of precious horses and carts fills the road. The sound of the phoenix flute moves, the light of the jade pot turns, fish and dragons dance in the night. Moths, snow and willows, and golden strands, laughter and hidden fragrance pass away. Looking for her thousands of times in the crowd, suddenly turning back, she's still there, in the waning light. Xin Chiji's Green Jade Case, New Year's Eve, was naturally one of the most widely read Shangyuan festival poems in the future. Pai Lupi recited it once and nodded his head in approval. He was very satisfied with his nephew's poem. He immediately used his famous Fei by script to write down, Green Jade Case, New Year's Eve, on the paper. Today's Shangyuan festival was really worth it. With these two masterpieces, we should drink to our heart's content. Come, Zio, let this old man toast you. In this old man's opinion, when it comes to poetry, no one in the world can compare to you. Yu Shinan was very excited. He actually personally poured a cup of wine for Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu hurriedly thanked him and repeatedly said that he didn't dare. Kong Yingda also stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Today is really delightful. Who knows how many young ladies in the world will fall for Zio's two poems. What a good, looking for her thousands of times in the crowd, suddenly turning back, she's still there, in the waning light. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Come, Your Majesty, everyone, let's drink. Li Wangyu was puzzled. What's wrong? From what Kong Yingda and Yu Shinan said, he didn't need to write more poems. This actually wasn't strange. In the eyes of Yu Shinan and the others, poems weren't vegetables in the fields. How could they be wholesale? Just now, when they said that they wanted him to write 5 Shangyuan festival poems, only then would they each write one. That was just a joke. Now that Li Wangyu had written 2 masterpieces in a row, what else could they ask for? On the other hand, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel excited after drinking a few cups of wine. Originally, in the future, when he was forced by his grandfather to memorize so many poems, he didn't feel much. But now that his soul had traveled to the Tang dynasty and personally witnessed the flourishing flowers of the Shangyuan festival, he had a deeper understanding of these masterpieces. Under the stimulation of alcohol, Li Wangyu couldn't help but want to recite the extremely beautiful poems in his mind. Fortunately, Li Wangyu didn't get too carried away and forcibly restrained his urge to recite poems. Low-key, a person must be low-key. It was enough that he had monopolized Xian Qiji and Ouyang Xiu's masterpieces. He should leave some leeway for his descendants. Otherwise, in the future Shangyuan festival, what would Su Shi, Li Shangyin, Li Qingzhao, Lu Yu, Wang Shouren and the others write? Seeing that Yu Shinan and the others no longer brought up the matter of composing poems, Li Wangyu stopped while he was ahead. After pulling Yu Shinan, Kang Yingda, and Lu Quan to leave him calligraphy, Li Wangyu finally stopped. At this time, Pai Lupi solemnly bowed to Li Gang again. Teacher Wen Ji, you must also accept your loss. Crown Prince Qingxian will be in your care. Li Gang also helplessly shook his head. This old man is already 82 years old this year. I only want to enjoy the rest of my life and have children and grandchildren. Why bother, Your Majesty? Besides, the Crown Prince has Zio to teach him. There is no need for this old man to meddle. How could Pai Lupi let him go? Li Wangyu was naturally a good teacher, but as a parent, how could he dislike having too many great teachers teaching his children? This was a common problem for parents. Teacher Wen Ji, although Zio's talent is unparalleled in the world, he is still young. The Crown Prince still needs a knowledgeable and highly respected scholar like Mr. to teach him how to conduct himself. I hope Mr. won't refuse. Pai Lupi's sincere attitude naturally left Li Gang with nothing to say. He could only nod in agreement. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, laughed inwardly. In history, Li Gang, this great scholar, was truly unlucky. Although he was knowledgeable and had a strong character, he was an out-and-out Crown Prince killer. He taught 3 Crown Princes in a row, and none of them had a good ending. He was simply unlucky to the bone. However, things were different now. Li Wangyu believed that with his guidance, Crown Prince Qingxian would not be as bad as he was in history. Li Gang would not continue to be unlucky. After Li Gang nodded in agreement, the elegant room became lively again. Yu Shinan, Kang Yingda, and Lu Quan all raised their glasses to congratulate their old friend on his return to the imperial court. They drank until 5:00 in the morning. Before leaving, Pai Lupi did not forget to call Li Wangyu to his side and whispered to him to go watch the match the day after tomorrow. Li Wangyu was reluctant in his heart, but he could only accept it with a smile on his face. In his opinion, accompanying Pai Lupi to the Dazhao baseball stadium was not as comfortable as sitting in the box with his beautiful boss and Aphrodite. However, how could he refuse a saint's summons? Chapter 647. After parting ways with Pai Lupi, Empress Zhangsun, and the others, Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss were not in a hurry to go home. Instead, they continued to tour Chang'an City at night, enjoying the rare scenery of the Spring Lantern Festival. Even though it was already 3:00 in the morning, there were still many people on the streets, be it the east or west markets. Obviously, no one was willing to waste the once-a-year curfew by going back to sleep. On the spacious Vermilion Bird Avenue, under the huge lanterns made by the imperial family, men and women were singing and dancing tirelessly. Dancing was a kind of group dance. The dancers were in groups, holding hands, and stepping on the ground with their feet, singing and dancing at the same time. It was very lively. Stepping on the ground with one's feet meant to beat the rhythm. Of course, anyone could participate in this dancing. Just like in the future, when traveling to the Tibetan area, there was no need for any skills, just enthusiasm. Li Wangyu was so excited that he simply pulled his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and Perrin, and ran into the singing group with a big laugh, cheering along with them. That night, they sang, danced, and laughed, until the sky turned white and the morning drums sounded in Chang'an City. The joyous feast of the Spring Lantern Festival finally came to an end. That night, countless lovers and girls secretly sent glances at each other as they walked under the moon and looked at the lanterns, making promises of marriage for that lifetime. That night, they were dressed in fine clothes, dazzling with pearls and jade, and powdered with fragrant powder. That night, the moon was above the willow tree, and they made promises after dusk. It was not until dawn that Li Wangyu, who was sore all over, hoarse, and exhausted, led the reluctant crowd back to the mansion in Kaihua Lane to sleep. After returning to the mansion at dawn, everyone went to wash up and rest. Li Wangyu even wanted to sneak into Su Changqing's room to kiss her, but he was naturally turned away. Although the two of them had broken through the last line of defense on New Year's Eve, and had done something shameful in bed, things were different today, and the two of them could only do things secretly. If it was in the future, this pair of adulterous couple would definitely live together and live their lives shamelessly. But since they were in the Tang dynasty, if the two of them moved in together without any official status, who knew how big of a disturbance it would cause if this matter was spread out? Besides, Li Wangyu was still in mourning. Even if he wanted to marry his beautiful superior, he would have to wait until the 4th year of Zhengguan. Before this, he still had to avoid the eyes of the people in the mansion when he was with his beautiful superior. Under such circumstances, how could Su Changqing allow Li Wangyu to sneak into her room in broad daylight? Apart from Perrin, who had roughly guessed the truth, even the old housekeeper, Li Heng, didn't know what had happened between his Lang Jun and Madame Su. On the other hand, the muddle-headed Avro had no idea that her sister Changqing had already cheated on her husband. But even if Avro knew, she probably wouldn't have any thoughts about it. After all, she already knew that her sister Changqing would be the mistress of this family in the future. As a noble lady of the Byzantine Empire, Avro had long given up on the idea of returning to her hometown in this life. Now, her heart was completely tied to Li Wangyu. In the afternoon, Li Wangyu, who was sleeping soundly, was carefully woken up by the old housekeeper, Li Heng. Lang Jun, the young Duke of Duke Lu's mansion, is here. Li Wangyu struggled to open his eyes. After a long while, he shook his groggy head and asked in confusion, "Why are they not resting in the mansion? What are they doing here?" The young Duke didn't say. Last night, it was needless to say that this group of silk pants must have stayed up all night to seek pleasure. Originally, the silk pants had invited Li Wangyu to travel with them, but Li Wangyu had rejected them. "Are you kidding me? Why are you not accompanying your beautiful superiors on Valentine's Day and having fun with a bunch of men?" Now that he was no longer a single loser, he naturally didn't want to spend such a beautiful day with these playboys. Presumably, this group of playboys must have spent the night in the Peace Square or the Hu wine shop. Scum! Li Wangyu got up angrily and took the hot towel handed over by the maidservants in the mansion to wipe his face. After clearing his head, he got up and changed his clothes with the help of the maidservants. He hurriedly walked to the main hall and greeted the group of debauches. "Brothers, what are you doing here in my mansion instead of resting in your mansion? Huh, Zio, you weren't kind last night. You didn't even call your brothers. Do you know that today, Chang and City is restless because of you?" Fang Yai clapped his hands and laughed as soon as he saw Li Wangyu. Naturally, Li Wangyu was baffled by his nonsensical words. What was this and what was this? Last night, he had gone out with his beauties and met Pai Lupi and the others by chance. They drank and had fun in the Kong Mansion's restaurant and then went out to sing until they returned home in the morning. What did he mean by stirring up trouble and restless Chang and City? Where did this come from? Brother Yai, why don't I understand what you're talking about? Ching Chumo patted Li Wangyu's shoulder heavily. Zio, you're still pretending. Did you make a poem last night? So what if I did? Li Wangyu asked curiously. It wasn't like he hadn't copied poems before. After transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, he had copied at least dozens of poems. Why was he making such a fuss? What he didn't expect was that when the playboys heard him admit that he did make a poem last night, their eyes lit up and they swarmed up to surround him. Zio, we've treated you well, haven't we? Hee, those poems, give us some of them. We're not greedy. We'll give each of us one. Li Wangyu was even more confused. Why did they ask him for a poem out of nowhere? Brothers, if you have something to say it slowly. What are you trying to do? You've really confused me. Li Wangyu finally understood the situation after the debauches gave a lively explanation. He felt even more speechless. It turned out that the 2 poems about the Lantern Festival that he wrote last night had begun to spread in Chang and city at a very fast speed. Unlike the poems and articles that Li Wangyu copied before, these 2 poems about the Lantern Festival were like spiritual bombs for women. Especially the young ladies in Chang and city who were yearning for love. After hearing these 2 poems, they almost went crazy. After all, the poems that Li Wangyu copied before were beautiful, but they didn't necessarily resonate with women. Whether it was Ode to Chivalry or Leaving the Fortress or other poems, they were loved by the literati. As for the noblewomen, young ladies, and those prostitutes in Chang and city, although they liked them, they didn't necessarily love them to the core. As for the 2 Shangyuan festival poems that Li Wangyu plagiarized last night, they described the scene of 2 lovers whispering sweet nothings under the moonlight and the shadow of willow trees. It was hazy, quiet, graceful, and gentle. It simply took one's life. To use an inappropriate analogy, Li Wangyu was originally just an A-list celebrity in the eyes of the young ladies in Chang and city. But after the 2 poems of the Lantern Festival last night spread, Li Zio, the Count of Huxian, suddenly rose from the A-list to the level of a superstar. In short, Li Wangyu became popular. Chapter 648. The 2 poems that Li Wangyu plagiarized, The Green Jade Case New Year's Eve and The Birth of a Child New Year's Eve, both had a graceful beauty. Although the emotions contained in them were different, whether it was the poignant beauty and melancholy of The Birth of a Child New Year's Eve, or the desolation and loneliness of The Green Jade Case New Year's Eve, or the unexpected joy of The Green Jade Case New Year's Eve, they all made the young ladies in Chang and city cry silently, their tears falling onto their clothes. It could be said that in Chang and city, there had never been a poem that spread faster than the 2 poems that Li Wangyu plagiarized during the Lantern Festival. After the 2 poems were written last night, the manager of the restaurant, who was carefully waiting on them in the elegant room, wrote them down. He immediately copied them out and asked the restaurant's doctor to send them to the brothel in Ping Kong Lane. Of course, the manager did not have any other ideas. He just wanted to please Li Wangyu. In the Tang dynasty, it was very difficult for the poems written by literati to be passed down. It was naturally the easiest way to make a name for oneself by letting the courtesans in the brothel sing it. In the brothel in Ping Kong Lane, there were scholars who sent their poems every day, regardless of whether they were the most beautiful courtesans or courtesans. They hoped that the courtesans would like their poems and make a name for themselves by singing them. As for these brothels, they naturally did not accept anyone who came. If it was not a truly wonderful poem, they would not bother to sing it. In the Confucius family restaurant, there were many literati who would recite poems. The elegant room had paper, ink, and brush stones prepared for these literati. If the restaurant felt that the poems they wrote were good, they would also be sent to the brothel in Ping Kong Lane to make a name for their customers. Although the manager of the Confucius family restaurant was a merchant, he could still distinguish between good and bad poems. Moreover, the 2 poems by County Count who were obviously not ordinary to be able to make his master and a group of scholars so excited. Therefore, after he copied the poems, he immediately asked the doctor to send them to Ping Kong Lane. When the courtesans in Ping Kong Lane heard that the poems were new poems by County Count who for the Lantern Festival, they naturally did not dare to neglect them. After reading it, the group of young ladies immediately trembled with excitement, unable to control themselves. While Li Wangyu was still drinking with Pai Lupi, Li Gang, and Yu Shinan in the restaurant, Peace House was in an uproar. Almost all of the prostitutes, without prior agreement, began to recite these 2 poems over and over again with their graceful, ethereal, or lively voices. During the Shangyuan festival, Peace Square was also packed with people. Naturally, there were plenty of ordinary people, who didn't want to admire the lanterns and only wanted to admire the beauties. The debauches had also gone to Peace Square early in the morning and found a large group of gorgeously dressed young ladies to accompany them. They were very happy. When they heard the young lady in the building recite Li Wangyu's 2 new poems, other than sighing at Li Wangyu's talent, they didn't have much of a reaction. Naturally, this was very normal. Just like the Korean dramas of the future, the steely straight men might not think much of it, but they could make the young ladies cry. This was the difference between men and women's feelings. Therefore, the debauches were depressed. The group of young ladies in the painting building, when they heard the two poems being recited over and over again, were all sobbing uncontrollably. Their tears spilled over their clothes, making people feel pity for them. What made the debauches even more dumbfounded was that this group of young ladies actually shyly stuffed a pile of sachets, handkerchiefs, and even the courtesans in the painting building. And these things were naturally not for them, but for them to pass to County Count who, the debauches were provoked by this scene and hated that bastardly Wang Yu so much that the roots of their teeth itched. He didn't even show his face, but he was able to seduce the young ladies in Peace House. He was really despicable. What made the debauches even more stunned was that when they returned home, they found that the two poems of the Lantern Festival had already spread throughout Chang and city. And those unmarried sisters, cousins in their mansions simply didn't care about what the debauches were thinking. They shyly stuffed all kinds of sachets and handkerchiefs into their hands. Needless to say, they were naturally asking the debauches to pass them to Li Wangyu. In this way, how could the debauches still stay in their mansions? When a few of them met and discussed, they were shocked to find that the poems had such benefits. They didn't have time to express their envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Li Wangyu. They directly came to Li Wangyu's mansion just to ask for such a poem so that they could go to Peace House and enjoy the admiring eyes of the courtesans and young ladies in the future. After the debauches finished speaking, they each took out a pile of fragrant sachets and handkerchiefs and stuffed them into Li Wangyu's arms. Take it, take it. These are all gifts from your admirers. Take it away quickly. Don't try to show off in front of me. I'm so angry. Today, if you don't give us some poems, we won't agree. Ching Chimo was full of anger when he mentioned this matter. Looking at Li Wangyu's youthful and handsome face, he had always been deeply influenced by that old man Qing Yaojin. He, who was proud of selling his muscles, couldn't help but secretly wonder if Brother Valiant General was no longer welcome. Ching Chimo didn't know that since ancient times, this was a society that looked at the face, and with the face that he inherited from Qing Yaojin, it was estimated that even if he memorized many poems, it would be useless. Li Wangyu was also stunned by Monogatari. Holding the pile of fragrant sachets and handkerchiefs, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that casually copying two poems would cause so much trouble. In fact, this was not strange at all. Lu Sanbian, who was famous in history for writing poems by imperial decree, relied on a good poem to appear in the red light streets and willow alleys, and lived in pink tents and brocade quilts. It was very romantic and happy. The prostitutes of the Song dynasty even said, unwilling to be summoned by the king, willing to be called by Lu Qi, unwilling to be 1,000 gold, willing to be in Lu Qi's heart, unwilling to see the immortals, willing to know Lu Qi's face. In order to see Lu Sanbian, in order to ask him to write a wonderful poem, they were willing to die. Lu Sanbian was like this, not to mention Li Wangyu, who was so handsome, Xiao Lang, Kuan. Which girl didn't love him? It had to be said that Li Wangyu's soul transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. The biggest advantage was that this body was really handsome. In the future, Li Wangyu was just a middle-aged man. But now, even if he took this body to the future, he could be hyped up to be a popular little fresh meat without any acting or singing skills. Even Li Wangyu secretly thought that his success in winning the heart of his beautiful boss might not have nothing to do with his good looks now. In short, he was handsome, and he was a member of the imperial court. Plus, he wrote good poems that women loved to the bone. How could Li Wangyu not be loved by the young ladies in Chang and city? In this regard, Li Wangyu was 30% distressed and 70% secretly happy. While he was secretly laughing, he heard the cold voice of his beautiful boss behind him. Wangyu, what are you holding? No, nothing, you see, Brother Chimo and the others are too polite. Just come, but brings so many gifts. It's really too polite. Li Wangyu casually put the pile of sachets and handkerchiefs on the table beside him and said perfunctorily. Unfortunately, his words were really not convincing. He couldn't even fool the little girl Perrin, let alone his beautiful boss.